On January 4th, 1974, in a quiet basement apartment in Seattle, a horrifying discovery marked the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in American crime history. Joni Lenz, an 18-year-old college student, lay battered and unconscious, the victim of a brutal assault that left her fighting for her life.
Used probably the same bed frame, smashed it into my vagina and into my bladder.
Her attacker? A man whose charm and intellect would later mask a twisted and sadistic nature, Ted Bundy. But this was only the start. 4 years later, on February 9th, 1978, in Lake City, Florida, 12-year-old Kimberly Leach disappeared from her school grounds. Weeks later, her body was found in a wooded area, marking the final known act of violence in Bundy's killing spree.
One of the final murders that you committed, of course, was apparently little Kimberly Leach, 12 years of age. I think the public outcry is greater there because an innocent child was taken from a playground. What did you feel after that? Were there the normal emotions 3 days later? Where were you, Ted?
I can't really talk about that right now. That's
too painful.
I would like to be able to convey to you what that experience is like, but I can't. I won't be able to talk about that.
Okay.
Between these two dates, Bundy claimed the lives of more than 30 young women across multiple states, leaving a trail of devastation and fear. What drove Ted Bundy to such horrifying acts? In his final interviews before his execution, Bundy pointed to an obsession with violent, hardcore pornography as a significant factor in shaping his disturbing fantasies.
Are like that. They affect some people more than they affect others.
Well,
but there is a percentage of people affected by hardcore pornography in a very violent way, and you're obviously one of them.
That was a major component, and I don't know why I was vulnerable to it. All I know is that it had an impact on me that was just so central to the development of the violent behavior that I engaged in.
He claimed it fueled his compulsions, escalating them from thoughts to brutal actions. Whether this was an attempt to shift blame or a window into his dark psyche, Bundy's confessions offer chilling insights into the mind of a predator. To uncover the truth, we must go back to the beginning: his troubled childhood, his escalating crimes, and the psychological factors that turned him into a monster. Theodore Robert Cowell was born on November 24th, 1946, to Louise Cowell during her 3-month stay at the Elizabeth Lund Hospital for Unwed Mothers in Vermont. His biological father, an Air Force veteran, remained a mystery to Ted throughout his life. Soon after his birth, Louise returned with baby Ted to her parents' home in Philadelphia, setting the stage for a complicated childhood. As Ted grew up, he was told that his grandparents were actually his parents, and that his real mother was his older sister. This elaborate ruse was carefully crafted to shield his mother from the harsh judgment and stigma surrounding unwed motherhood. When Ted turned 4, he and his mother moved to Tacoma, Washington, to live with relatives, marking another chapter in his tumultuous early life. A year after their move, Louise found love with a military cook named Johnny Culpepper Bundy. In May 1951, they married, and Ted took on his stepfather's last name, a name he would carry for the rest of his life. Over time, the Bundy family grew with the addition of 4 more siblings, and Ted found himself often playing the role of babysitter after school, quietly shouldering the responsibility. Johnny Bundy made repeated efforts to bond with Ted, inviting him on camping trips and other father-son outings. But no matter how hard he tried, Ted remained emotionally distant, unable to connect with his stepfather.
Let's go back then to those roots. First of all, you, as I understand it, were raised in what you consider to have been a healthy home.
Absolutely.
You were not physically abused, you were not sexually abused, you were not emotionally abused.
No, no way. And that's part of the tragedy of this whole situation, is because I grew up in a wonderful home with two dedicated and loving parents, one of 5 brothers and sisters. A home where we as children were the focus of my parents' lives, where we regularly attended church, 2 Christian parents who did not drink, they did not smoke, there was no gambling, there was no physical abuse or fighting in the home. I'm not saying this was Leave It to Beaver.
It wasn't a perfect home.
Well, no, I don't know that such a home exists, but it was a fine, solid Christian home, and nobody, I hope no one will try to take the easy way out and to try to blame or otherwise accuse my family of contributing to this, because I know, and I'm trying to tell you as honestly as I know what happened, and I think this is a message I want to get across.
As Stephen Mycod and Hugh Ainsworth note in Ted Bundy Conversations with a Killer, Ted grew more uncomfortable around Johnny, retreating into his own world and seeking solace in solitude. Ted's growing need for solitude may have been the early signs of his later struggles with social interaction. As a young boy, he was painfully shy, plagued by self-doubt, and uneasy in any social setting. At junior high school, he became an easy target for bullies, often the subject of cruel teasing and pranks. Stephen Mycod, in his analysis of Ted's behavior, observed that Ted was different from other children. On the surface, he seemed just like them, yet beneath it all, he was haunted by something an undefined fear or doubt, a lingering unease that seemed to creep into his mind like a shadow. It stayed with him for years, but Ted wouldn't fully understand it until much later in life. Despite the humiliation of feeling different, Ted managed to keep his grades high throughout high school and into college. As he entered his teenage years, Ted seemed to come out of his shell, blossoming into a more social and charismatic young man. His popularity soared, and he was admired for his sharp sense of style and impeccable manners. Despite his growing popularity, Ted was not much of a dater. His interests veered more toward extracurricular activities like skiing and, intriguingly, politics. Politics became a particular passion for Ted, one that years later would pull him briefly into the political spotlight. After high school, Ted enrolled at the University of Puget Sound before transferring to the University of Washington. To support himself, he juggled a series of low-level jobs from busboy to shoe clerk, but his employers often found him unreliable, as he rarely stuck with any position for long. Despite his inconsistency in the workplace, Ted remained deeply committed to his academics, maintaining excellent grades. However, everything shifted in the spring of 1967 when he entered a relationship that would forever alter the course of his life. Ted met a woman who seemed to embody everything he'd ever dreamed of, a stunningly beautiful and sophisticated young woman from a wealthy Californian family. Ted was in awe, unable to believe that someone of her social standing could have any interest in someone like him. Despite their stark differences, they bonded over a shared love of skiing, and it was during their trips that Ted fell deeply in love. She was Ted's first true love, and according to Ann Rule, possibly the first woman he was sexually involved with. However, the feeling was not mutual. She was fond of Ted, but not as consumed by him as he was by her. She genuinely liked Ted, but she felt he lacked direction and didn't have clear goals for his future. In an attempt to win her over, Ted went to great lengths, even resorting to lies, a tactic she didn't appreciate. Mycod notes that Ted won a summer scholarship to the prestigious Stanford University, hoping to impress her. But when he arrived at Stanford, his immaturity became glaringly obvious. Mycod writes that Ted couldn't understand why the facade he'd carefully built had failed him. His first venture into the world of sophistication ended in humiliating disaster. In 1968, after his girlfriend graduated from the University of Washington, she ended their relationship. She was a practical woman, and she seemed to realize that Ted's character flaws made him unsuitable for a future together. Ted was devastated by the breakup, unable to move on. Nothing, not even school, could hold his interest anymore, and he eventually dropped out, consumed by sadness and confusion. He kept in touch with her through letters after she returned to California, but she showed no interest in rekindling their relationship. Instead, Ted's obsession with her deepened, and he could not shake her from his thoughts. Ted's fixation on his former girlfriend would linger for years, fueling events that would later horrify the world. Adding to his emotional turmoil, in 1969, Ted uncovered a shocking truth about his family. The woman he believed was his sister was actually his mother, and his so-called parents were his grandparents. The revelation had a profound impact on him. According to McCod, while Ted's attitude toward his mother remained relatively unchanged, he became increasingly hostile and rude toward Johnny Bundy. Whether this revelation directly influenced the darker aspects of Ted's character, which were beginning to emerge, remains uncertain. Even during his high school and college years, Ted's reputation for honesty was questionable. Those close to him often suspected him of petty theft. While they noticed his behavior, they didn't grasp the deeper implications of these tendencies, which hinted at a psychopathic nature. Psychopaths often feel no guilt when stealing. Instead, they experience a sense of entitlement and even thrill at the danger involved. For Ted, what began as stealing small items in school and work grew into shoplifting and eventually burglarizing homes for valuables like televisions. Ted's personality began to shift. He transformed from a shy, introverted boy into a more driven and assertive young man, seemingly determined to prove himself to the world. He re-enrolled at the University of Washington, where he excelled in psychology, earning honors and admiration from his professors. During this time, Ted met Elizabeth Kendall, a pseudonym, the author of The Phantom Prince: My Life with Ted Bundy. Elizabeth was a quiet, shy secretary and a divorced mother who saw in Ted the perfect father figure for her young daughter. She fell deeply in love with him and dreamed of marriage, but Ted told her he wasn't ready, claiming he still had too many goals to accomplish.
I started talking to him. As a single mom, I never wanted to be bringing men home, but I was too drunk to drive, really. And I said, so will you spend the night here? And he said, yes. So I just laid down on the top of my bed without changing my clothes or anything. But he didn't try to kiss me or do any of that. When I got up in the morning, he had gotten Molly up, and he was fixing breakfast for both of us. And it just was like, oh my gosh. It just took my breath away, basically.
Elizabeth sensed that Ted's feelings for her were not as deep as her own for him. She often suspected that he was meeting other women, yet she clung to the hope that with time, he would change and commit to her. What Elizabeth didn't know was that Ted was still in contact with his ex-girlfriend from California, occasionally visiting her. On the surface, however, Ted's life between 1969 and 1972 seemed to improve. He appeared more self-assured and ambitious, brimming with optimism for what lay ahead. Ted began applying to several law schools while immersing himself in politics. He worked on a campaign to re-elect a Washington governor, which gave him the opportunity to connect with influential figures in the Republican Party. Additionally, he volunteered at a crisis clinic as part of a work-study program. At this stage, Ted felt his life was on track, with everything moving in the right direction. He even earned praise from the Seattle police for rescuing a 3-year-old boy from drowning in a lake. In 1973, Ted reconnected with his old girlfriend during a business trip to California for the Washington Republican Party. She was astonished by how much Ted had changed. He was more confident, mature, and focused than the aimless young man she once knew. The two began meeting regularly, all without the knowledge of Ted's current girlfriend, Elizabeth. Ted charmed her with romantic gestures during these encounters, and she fell in love with him all over again. Marriage became a recurring topic in their conversations throughout that fall and winter. But just as quickly as their rekindled romance began, it took an abrupt and puzzling turn. The once affectionate and attentive Ted became distant and indifferent, losing all apparent interest in her within weeks. Confused and hurt, she struggled to understand this sudden change. In February 1974, without any explanation, Ted severed all contact. His calculated plan for revenge had succeeded. He rejected her, just as she had once rejected him. She would never see or hear from Ted again. Linda Ann Healy was an accomplished and admired young woman. At just 21, she had become a familiar voice to morning radio listeners, sharing updates on ski conditions for Western Washington's major resorts. Tall, slim, and beautiful, with long brown hair and a bright smile, Linda came from a supportive upper-middle-class family. A talented singer and a senior majoring in psychology at the University of Washington, She was deeply passionate about working with children with mental disabilities. Linda lived with 4 other young women in a shared house near the University of Washington. On the evening of January 31st, 1974, she and some friends grabbed a few beers at Dante's, a popular student hangout. They didn't stay long, and afterward, Linda returned home to relax, watch TV, and chat with her boyfriend on the phone. She went to bed as usual. That night, her roommate, who slept next door, heard no sounds from Linda's room. Linda's routine was to wake up early for her 5:30 a.m., shift at the radio station, and her roommate noted the familiar sound of Linda's alarm going off. But that morning, something felt wrong. The alarm kept buzzing and never stopped. When Linda's roommate went in to turn off the alarm, she noticed the phone ringing. It was the radio station calling, wondering where Linda was. Linda's bed was made, and nothing seemed out of place, so the roommate assumed Linda had already left for work. But as the day wore on, and Linda didn't show up for dinner with her parents, concern began to set in. No one had seen her. It was as though she had vanished without a trace. Linda's parents, growing increasingly frantic, contacted the police. When investigators searched Linda's room, they noticed something unsettling. The bed had been neatly made in a way that was unusual for Linda, who typically didn't make her bed. Even stranger, the pillowcase and top sheet were missing. There was a small blood stain on the pillow and bottom sheet, matching Linda's blood type. Blood was also found on her nightgown, which had been neatly hung in the closet. Additionally, one of Linda's outfits was missing. The most alarming discovery, however, was that one of the house's doors had been left unlocked in unusual lapse, as the housemates were always careful to keep it secured. At first, the police were skeptical that Linda's disappearance was the result of foul play, and no evidence such as fingerprints, hair, or fibers was collected. However, as the investigation continued, they pieced together a chilling scenario. An intruder had entered the house, removed Linda's nightgown, dressed her in other clothes, made her bed, and wrapped her in the top bedsheet before quietly carrying her away.
After you committed your first murder, what was the emotional effect on you? What happened in the days after that?
Well, again, please understand that even all these years later, it's very difficult to talk about it, and reliving it through talking about it is difficult to say the least, but I want you to understand what happened. It was like coming out of some kind of horrible trance or dream. I can only liken it to after, I don't want to over-dramatize it, but to have been possessed by something so awful and so alien, and then the next morning wake up from it, remember what happened, and realize that basically, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible. And to wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment, absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that.
You really hadn't known that before?
There is just absolutely no way to describe. First, the brutal urge to do that kind of thing, and then what happens is once it has been more or less satisfied and received, you might say, or spent, that sense, that kind of energy level received.
Over the following spring and summer, more young women disappeared under eerily similar circumstances. The pattern of these cases was disturbing, with many shared details that seemed to link them together. The missing women shared several key characteristics. All were white, slender, unmarried, and wearing slacks when they vanished. They also had long hair parted down the middle, and all disappeared in the evening hours. As investigators dug deeper, they interviewed college students who recalled seeing a strange man with a cast on his arm or leg around the time of the disappearances. Witnesses described him as struggling to carry books, often asking nearby women for help. One eyewitness described a suspicious man in the campus parking lot who had a cast on his arm and asked for help starting his VW Bug. Strangely, similar sightings of a man with a cast were reported near the areas where two young women had vanished. The search took a grim turn in August 1974, when skeletal remains of some of the missing women were discovered at Washington's Lake Sammamish State Park. 2 of the victims were later identified. The remains at Lake Sammamish were so minimal that it was remarkable police managed to identify 2 of the victims. Among the evidence recovered were strands of hair, 5 thigh bones, 2 skulls, and a jawbone. The victims were identified as Janice Auty and Denise Nasland, who had both vanished on the same day, July 14. The last sighting of Janice Auty came from a couple picnicking nearby, who saw her speaking with a handsome young man. The picnicking couple overheard snippets of the conversation between Janice Auty and the man. He introduced himself as Ted and explained that he was struggling to load a boat into his car because of a cast on his arm. Janice kindly agreed to help him, and that was the last time the 23-year-old was seen alive. Denise Nasland, meanwhile, had been enjoying a relaxing afternoon at the park with her boyfriend and friends when she walked toward the restroom. She never returned. That same afternoon, near the spot where Denise disappeared, a man wearing a cast was seen asking women for help with his boat. While several declined to assist the charming stranger, Denise, ever kind-hearted, decided to help. Tragically, her willingness to help someone in need cost her life. Denise Nasland would not be the last woman to vanish and later be found dead.
Help me understand this desensitization process that took place. What was going on in your mind?
Well, by desensitization, I describe it in specific terms is that each time I'd harm someone, each time I'd kill someone, there'd be an enormous amount, especially at first, enormous amount of horror, guilt, remorse afterwards. But then that impulse to do it again would come back even stronger. Now, believe me, I didn't. The unique thing about how this worked, Dr. Dobson, is that I still felt in my regular life the full range of guilt and remorse about other things, regret and...
But you had this compartmentalized...
very well-focused, very sharply focused area where it was like a black hole. It was like a, like a crack, and everything that fell into that crack just disappeared. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
This time, the killer extended his crimes across state lines. In Midvale, Utah, Police Chief Lewis Smith often cautioned his 17-year-old daughter, Melissa, about the dangers lurking in the world, a grim awareness shaped by his years on the job. Yet, despite his warnings, his worst nightmare came true on October 18, 1974, when Melissa disappeared. 9 days after her disappearance, Melissa's lifeless body was discovered. She had been strangled, raped, and sodomized. Just 13 days later, on Halloween, another tragedy struck. 17-year-old Laura Amy vanished. Her body was found on Thanksgiving Day by a river in the Wasatch Mountains. Laura had been brutally beaten with a crowbar, raped, and sodomized. Investigators believe she was killed elsewhere, as there was no blood at the scene. Apart from her body, no physical evidence was left behind for the police to follow. The Utah police couldn't ignore the chilling similarities between the murders in their state and those in Washington. They were desperate to track down the man behind these horrific crimes. As evidence began to pile up with each case, Utah authorities reached out to their counterparts in Washington. Most investigators agreed it was highly probable that the same man was responsible for the murders in both states. Eyewitness reports describing a man in a cast near the disappearance sites helped authorities create a composite sketch of the potential killer, a man who introduced himself as Ted. When one of Elizabeth Kendall's close friends saw the news about Melissa Smith's murder and the sketch in the paper, a chilling realization struck her: Ted Bundy fit the description all too well. Her suspicion wasn't only fueled by her dislike and distrust of Elizabeth's boyfriend, it was also the undeniable resemblance between Ted Bundy and the composite sketch. Deep down, Elizabeth likely knew her friend was right. Ted matched the description, a similar build, the same car as witnesses had described, and crutches in his room, despite never having injured his leg. As revealed in Kendall's book The Phantom Prints My Life with Ted Bundy, she anonymously contacted the Seattle Police Department in August 1974. She expressed concerns that her boyfriend might be linked to the recent murders. That fall, she called again, sharing additional information she thought could help the case. Kendall even provided investigators with recent photographs of Ted for witnesses to review. Despite the leads Kendall provided, witnesses were unable to positively identify Ted from the photos. As a result, her report was filed away, and investigators shifted their focus to other potential suspects. For a time, Ted Bundy faded from their radar only to resurface years later in the most chilling way. The killer remained one step ahead of law enforcement, relying on the fact that operating in different states would hinder the police from connecting the dots. Meanwhile, his actions grew bolder and more reckless as he targeted women. However, some of his intended victims managed to escape, and their accounts would later become critical in identifying him. On November 8, 1974, investigators got the breakthrough they had been waiting for. That evening, a charming yet suspicious man approached 18-year-old Carol Duranch in a Utah Mall bookstore. He claimed he had seen someone attempting to break into her car and urged her to come with him to check if anything was stolen. Carol assumed the man was a mall security guard, given how confident and composed he appeared. When they reached her car, she checked it and assured him everything was in order. However, the man, introducing himself as Officer Roseland, insisted on escorting her to the police station to identify the supposed suspect and file a report. When he led her to a VW Bug, Carol grew uneasy and demanded to see his identification. The man quickly flashed a gold badge before guiding her into the vehicle. The man drove off swiftly, heading in the opposite direction of the police station. Carol Duranch's fear began to grow. Without warning, the supposed officer stopped the car abruptly, grabbed her, and attempted to handcuff her. Carol screamed desperately for her life. Enraged, the man pulled out a handgun and threatened to kill her if she didn't stop. She managed to fall out of the car, but the man quickly forced her against its side, trapping her. Holding a crowbar in his hand, the man prepared to strike her. Overcome with terror, Carol acted fast. She kicked him in the groin and broke free. She ran frantically toward the road, flagging down a passing car. The car stopped, and Carol, hysterical and sobbing, jumped inside. She told the couple that a man had just tried to kill her. Without hesitation, they drove her straight to the police station. Still crying, with handcuffs dangling from her wrists, Carol explained to the police what had happened. She claimed the man was an officer named Roseland. However, the police quickly confirmed that no one by that name worked for them. Officers were immediately dispatched to the scene of the struggle, but the attacker was already gone. The police were able to gather a description of the man and his car. A few days later, they obtained a blood sample from Carol's coat. The blood type was O, the same as Ted Bundy's, though this connection wouldn't come until later. Later that evening, a handsome man approached the director of a play at Viewmont High School, asking for her help identifying a car. She declined, saying she was too busy. The man approached her again, repeating his request, but she refused once more. There was something unsettling about him, something that made her uneasy, but she dismissed it and focused on her work. When she saw the man again, lingering in the back of the auditorium, her unease deepened. She couldn't help but wonder what he truly wanted. Debbie Kent had attended the evening performance with her parents but left early to pick up her brother from the bowling alley. She promised her parents she'd be back soon, but she never returned. Her car was later found empty in the school parking lot. Debbie was nowhere to be found. However, police discovered a small handcuff key in the parking lot. When they tested it, they found it fit perfectly into the handcuffs Carol Duranch had worn earlier that evening. Nearly a month later, a man contacted the police, claiming he had seen a tan VW Bug speeding away from the high school parking lot the night Debbie Kent disappeared. Then, on January 12, 1975, Karen Campbell, her fiancé Dr. Raymond Godowski, and his 2 children went on a trip to Colorado. Karen looked forward to a relaxing break from work, hoping to spend time with the children while her fiancé attended a seminar. One evening, while relaxing in the hotel lounge with Dr. Godowski and his children, Karen realized she'd forgotten a magazine and returned to her room to fetch it. Her fiancé and the children waited for her to return, but she never came back. Concerned, Dr. Godowski went to check on her, knowing she hadn't been feeling well. Karen was nowhere to be found. She never made it back to her room. By mid-morning, Dr. Godowski, now frantic and confused, contacted the police to report her disappearance. Police searched every room in the hotel but found no sign of Karen. Nearly a month later, a worker found her nude body a short distance from the road, just a few miles from where she'd vanished. Animals had disturbed the body, complicating efforts to determine the exact cause of death. It was clear that Karen had suffered crushing fractures, likely fatal. Like many victims found in Utah and Washington, she had endured multiple blows to the head, possibly inflicted by a sharp object. According to Richard Larson's Bundy, the Deliberate Stranger, the force of the blows was so severe that one of her teeth had been dislodged from the gum line. There was also evidence that Karen had been raped. Authorities believed she had been murdered just hours after her disappearance. Aside from her brutalized body, there was little physical evidence at the scene. A few months after Karen Campbell's body was found, another set of remains were discovered 10 miles away. It was Brenda Ball, one of 7 women who had disappeared that summer. Like the others, she had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Police conducted searches in the Taylor Mountains, where the bodies had been found. Just days later, they discovered another victim, Susan Rancourt, who had also vanished earlier that summer. The Taylor Mountains had become a grim burial site for the man now known as Ted. 2 more bodies were discovered that month, including Linda Ann Healy. All the victims had suffered multiple head injuries, likely caused by a blunt object, possibly a crowbar. Despite their efforts, the police were still unable to track down the killer. 5 more women were found dead in Colorado, all under similar, chilling circumstances. Tragically, they would not be the last victims of Ted Bundy's murderous spree. On August 16, 1975, Sergeant Bob Hayward was patrolling just outside Salt Lake County when he noticed a tan VW Bug driving through the area. Familiar with the neighborhood and its residents, Hayward was certain he had never seen that vehicle before. When Hayward turned on his patrol car's lights to get a closer look at the VW's license plate, the driver of the Bug responded by turning off his headlights and speeding away. Hayward gave chase as the car ran through 2 stop signs before finally pulling over at a nearby gas station. Hayward stopped behind the vehicle and watched as the driver stepped out and approached his patrol car. When asked for his registration and license, the young man handed over documents identifying him as Theodore Robert Bundy. Moments later, 2 additional troopers arrived on the scene, pulling up behind the tan VW. Hayward noticed something unusual: the passenger seat in Bundy's car was missing. Growing more suspicious, the officers asked to search the vehicle, and Bundy gave them permission. Inside, they found a chilling assortment of items: a crowbar, a ski mask, rope, handcuffs, wire, and an ice pick. Bundy was promptly arrested on suspicion of burglary. Following his arrest, investigators began uncovering links between Bundy and Carol Duranch's attacker. The handcuffs found in Bundy's car were the same brand used on Duranch, and the tan VW matched the vehicle she had described. The crowbar discovered in Bundy's car also matched the description of the weapon used to threaten Carol Duranch earlier that November. Investigators began to suspect that Bundy was not only responsible for attacking Carol but also for the disappearances of Melissa Smith, Laura Amy, and Debbie Kent. The mounting similarities across the cases were impossible to dismiss.
Basically, I was a normal person. I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, you know, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell. I mean, I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret, very close to myself, and didn't let anybody know about it. And part of the shock and horror for my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy. And I mean, I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay. Okay, I was.
Despite the mounting suspicions, police knew they needed stronger evidence to build a case against Bundy. On October 2, 1975, they arranged a lineup at a Utah police station. Carol Duranch, the director of the Viewmont High School play, and a friend of Debbie Kent attended. Unsurprisingly, Carol identified Bundy as the man who attacked her. Both the play director and Debbie Kent's friend also identified Bundy in the lineup, recognizing him as the man they had seen lurking around the auditorium the night Debbie disappeared. Despite Bundy's continued claims of innocence, investigators were increasingly confident they had their suspect. Almost immediately after the lineup, they launched a thorough investigation into Theodore Robert Bundy. In the fall of 1975, investigators reached out to Elizabeth Kendall, hoping she could provide crucial insight into Ted's behavior, habits, and whereabouts. They believed she held the key to understanding the man they were growing more certain was the killer. What they learned from Elizabeth would later become pivotal in linking Bundy to several of the victims. On September 16, 1975, Elizabeth was summoned to the King County Police Major Crime Unit in Washington, where detectives Jerry Thompson, Dennis Couch, and Ira Beale interviewed her. Although visibly stressed and nervous, Elizabeth was eager to help. When asked about Ted, she revealed that she couldn't account for his whereabouts on the nights of the murders. Elizabeth also described Ted's strange habits, noting that he often slept during the day and went out at night, though she never knew where. She mentioned that his interest in sex had diminished over the past year, and when he did show interest, he increasingly pressured her into bondage. When Elizabeth told Ted she no longer wanted to engage in his bondage fantasies, he became visibly upset. During a later interview with investigators, Elizabeth recalled that Ted had a plaster of Paris kit to make casts in his room, something she'd noticed early in their relationship. She also mentioned that on another occasion, she'd seen a hatchet in his car. Elizabeth also remembered something crucial. Ted had visited Lake Sammamish Park in July, claiming he was there to water ski. A week after his visit, Janice Ott and Denise Nasland were reported missing from the park. After hours of interviews with Elizabeth, investigators shifted their attention to Ted's former girlfriend in California. When they contacted her, she revealed that Ted had abruptly changed from being loving and affectionate to cold and cruel. Further investigation revealed that Ted's relationship with his California girlfriend had overlapped with his relationship with Elizabeth, and neither woman knew about the other. Ted appeared to be living a double life, full of lies and betrayal. Investigators began to realize that there was far more to Ted than they had originally anticipated. Their growing investigation uncovered additional evidence that would eventually link him to more victims. Investigators found a connection between Ted and Linda Ann Healy through one of his cousins. Additionally, more eyewitnesses identified him as being at Lake Sammamish Park around the time Janice Ott and Denise Nasland vanished. An old friend of Ted's even came forward, recalling that he had once seen pantyhose in the glove compartment of Bundy's car. Plus, Ted had spent a lot of time in the Taylor Mountains, where the bodies of victims had been found. Bundy's credibility was further dented when police discovered he purchased gas on credit cards in the towns where some of the victims had disappeared. Furthermore, a friend had seen him with his arm in a cast when there was no record of him ever having a broken arm. The evidence against Ted Bundy was building up, yet he still continued to profess his innocence. On February 23, 1976, Ted was put on trial for the kidnapping of Carol Duranch. Bundy sat in a relaxed manner in the courtroom, confident that he'd be found innocent of the charges against him. Bundy was confident there wasn't enough solid evidence to convict him, but he was wrong. When Carol Duranch took the stand, she recounted the terrifying ordeal she had endured 16 months earlier. Overcome with emotion, she cried as she pointed directly at Ted Bundy, identifying him as the man who had pretended to be Officer Roseland. All eyes in the courtroom shifted to Ted Bundy as Carol pointed him out. he responded with a cold, emotionless stare. During the trial, Bundy claimed he had never seen Carol before, but he was unable to provide an alibi for the day of the attack. The judge took the weekend to carefully review the case before delivering a verdict. 2 days later, the judge found Ted Bundy guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of aggravated kidnapping. On June 30th, Bundy was sentenced to 1 to 15 years in prison, with the possibility of parole. While in prison, Bundy underwent a psychological evaluation as ordered by the court. According to Ann Rule's book, The Stranger Beside Me, psychologists concluded that Bundy was not psychotic, neurotic, or suffering from any organic brain disease, addiction, character disorder, amnesia, or sexual deviance. Instead, psychologists determined that Bundy had an intense dependency on women, which they found suspicious. Further evaluation suggested that Bundy harbored a deep fear of humiliation in his relationships with women. While Bundy served time in Utah State Prison, investigators worked tirelessly to connect him to the murders of Karen Campbell and Melissa Smith. Unbeknownst to Bundy, his legal troubles were about to worsen. Detectives found hair samples in Bundy's VW that were later analyzed by the FBI and determined to be consistent with both Campbell's and Smith's hair. A closer examination of Karen Campbell's remains revealed skull impressions consistent with blows from a blunt instrument. These marks matched the crowbar found in Bundy's car a year earlier. On October 22, 1976, Colorado police officially charged Bundy with Karen Campbell's murder. In April 1977, Bundy was transferred to Garfield County Jail in Colorado to await trial for Karen Campbell's murder. As preparations for his trial began, Bundy grew dissatisfied with his attorney, deeming him incompetent. Ultimately, he decided to fire his lawyer and represent himself. Having some knowledge of the law, Bundy believed he could handle his defense better than anyone else. Confident in his abilities, he began preparing for his trial, which was scheduled for November 14, 1977. However, Bundy faced an uphill battle. Bundy was granted permission to leave the jail at times to use the courthouse library in Aspen for legal research. What authorities didn't realize was that he was plotting an escape. On June 7th, during one of these visits, Bundy leaped from an open window, injuring his ankle but successfully fleeing. Without leg irons or handcuffs, Bundy blended easily with Aspen's residents, drawing no attention. His escape had been carefully planned for weeks. Although police quickly set up roadblocks around the town, Bundy wisely stayed within Aspen city limits, keeping a low profile. Authorities launched a massive manhunt, deploying scent-tracking bloodhounds and over 150 searchers to locate Bundy. Despite their efforts, he managed to evade capture for days. During this time, Bundy survived by stealing food from local cabins and campers, sometimes even sleeping in abandoned properties. Bundy realized he needed a car to successfully bypass police roadblocks and knew he couldn't hide in Aspen indefinitely. Deeply convinced of his own cleverness, Bundy believed freedom was his destiny. In an interview with McCaud and Ainsworth, Bundy described feeling invincible, as though nothing could truly go wrong. Even when things did go awry, he believed a fortunate turn of events would always follow. This belief seemed validated when Bundy stumbled upon an unlocked car with the keys left inside his ticket out of Aspen. However, Bundy's luck soon ran out. As he attempted to drive the stolen car out of Aspen, he was spotted and recaptured. From that point forward, he was required to wear handcuffs and leg irons during his library visits. Bundy, unwilling to accept confinement, made another escape attempt nearly 7 months later. This time, his efforts proved far more successful. On December 30th, Bundy climbed through the ceiling of the Garfield County Jail and navigated to another section of the building. He eventually found an opening that led into the closet of a jailer's apartment. After ensuring the apartment was empty, he calmly walked out the front door, regaining his freedom. Bundy's escape wasn't discovered until the next afternoon, over 15 hours later. By the time authorities realized he was gone, Bundy was already far away en route to Chicago. Chicago was just one of several stops Bundy made on his way to his ultimate destination, sunny Florida. By mid-January 1978, Bundy, now using the alias Chris Hagen, had settled into a modest one-room apartment in Tallahassee. There, Bundy reveled in his freedom, living in a city where few, if any, people knew of his dark past. Surrounded by the vibrancy of youth and intellectual energy, Bundy felt at ease near Florida State University. He spent much of his time wandering the campus, occasionally slipping into classrooms to listen to lectures unnoticed. When Bundy wasn't exploring the FSU campus, he stayed in his apartment, watching a stolen TV. Theft had become second nature to him. Nearly everything in his apartment had been stolen, from the furniture to the food he bought using stolen credit cards. Despite his meager setup, Bundy appeared satisfied with the material things he had gathered. However, what he truly craved and missed the most was companionship. On the night of Saturday, January 14th, several of the Chi Omega sorority sisters were out dancing or attending keg parties on campus. It was common for them to stay out late. There were no curfews, and they often returned to the house in the early hours of the morning. But that night, none of them could have anticipated the horrifying scene that awaited them at the sorority house. At 3 a.m., Nita Neary was dropped off at the Chi Omega house by her boyfriend after a night at a campus keg party. As she approached the front door, she noticed it was wide open. Stepping inside, she immediately heard movement from above, as if someone was running through the rooms on the upper floor. Then, she heard footsteps on the stairs. Terrified, Nita ducked into a doorway, trying to stay out of sight. As the figure came closer, she saw a man wearing a knit blue cap, with a log wrapped in cloth in his hands. He hurried down the stairs and bolted out the door. At first, Nita thought the house had been burglarized. She quickly ran upstairs to wake her roommate Nancy and told her about the strange man she had seen leaving. Unsure of what to do next, the two girls made their way to the house mother's room. But before they could reach it, they encountered another roommate, Karen, stumbling down the hallway, her head drenched in blood. While Nancy tended to Karen, Nita rushed to wake the house mother. The two of them hurried to check on another roommate, Kathy. When they found her, she was still alive, but in a horrific state, her head covered in blood seeping from open wounds. Panicked, Nancy ran to the phone and dialed 911. When the police arrived, they discovered the bodies of two girls in their rooms, lifeless on their beds. They had been viciously attacked while they slept. The first victim found was Lisa Levy. Pathologists later determined that she had been beaten on the head with a log, sexually assaulted, and strangled. Upon further examination, they discovered bite marks on her buttocks and one of her nipples. Lisa's injuries were horrifying. Her nipple had been bitten so severely that it was nearly severed, and she had been sexually assaulted with a hairspray bottle. Margaret Bowman, the second victim, suffered similarly gruesome injuries but showed no signs of sexual assault or bite marks. She had been strangled with a pair of pantyhose found at the scene and beaten so brutally that her skull was fractured, exposing part of her brain. Both women appeared to have been attacked in their sleep, as neither showed signs of a struggle. When investigators spoke to the surviving victims, they discovered the girls had no memory of the attack. Like Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman, they had been asleep when it happened. The only lead came from Nita Neary, who managed to glimpse the killer's profile as he fled the scene. Yet, before long, the attacker struck again that same night, this time targeting another victim nearby. Less than a mile from the Chi Omega house, a young woman was startled awake by loud banging sounds coming from the apartment next door. At first, she wondered what her neighbor could be doing at 4 a.m. to cause such noise. But as the banging continued, she grew concerned and woke her roommate. Together, they listened carefully and heard their neighbor, Cheryl, moaning in distress. Frightened, the women called Cheryl's apartment to check on her, but no one answered. Alarmed, they contacted the police, who arrived quickly since they were already investigating the Chi Omega crime scene just blocks away. When officers entered Cheryl's apartment and reached her bedroom, they found her sitting on the bed, half conscious and partially undressed. Her face was swollen from being severely beaten, but she was alive. At the foot of her bed, police discovered a mask that closely resembled one found in Ted Bundy's car during his 1975 arrest in Utah, as noted in Ann Rule's The Stranger Beside Me. Investigators worked tirelessly to analyze the evidence left at the scene. They managed to obtain a blood type, sperm samples, and fingerprint smudges from the attacker. However, most of the evidence turned out to be inconclusive. The only solid leads were hairs found inside the mask, bite mark impressions from the victims, and the eyewitness account provided by Nita Neary. At this point, Ted Bundy was not yet on their radar as a suspect. On February 9, 1978, Lake City police received a frantic call from the parents of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, reporting that their daughter had gone missing earlier that day. A massive search effort was launched, focusing on her disappearance from the school grounds. A friend, Priscilla, was the last person to see Kimberly. She had witnessed her getting into a car with a stranger. Unfortunately, Priscilla couldn't clearly recall details about the car or the driver. 8 weeks later, Kimberly's body was discovered in a state park in Suwannee County, Florida. Due to significant decomposition, little evidence could be gathered from her remains. Crucial evidence linking Kimberly's disappearance to Ted Bundy would later be discovered in a van he had stolen. Just days before Kimberly went missing, a suspicious man in a white van approached a 14-year-old girl while she waited for her brother to pick her up. Claiming to be from the fire department, he asked if she attended the nearby school. The girl found his appearance odd and off-duty fireman in plaid pants and a navy jacket and began feeling uneasy. Remembering her father's frequent warnings about strangers, she avoided engaging with the man. Relieved, the girl quickly got into the car when her brother arrived. Her brother, suspicious of the man, followed him and noted his license plate, later reporting it to their father, Detective James Parmenter. Detective Parmenter traced the plate to a man named Randall Reagan and decided to investigate further. When Detective Parmenter questioned Reagan, he learned that the license plates had been stolen and replaced with new ones. Investigating further, Parmenter discovered the white van was also stolen. Suspecting a connection, he took his children to the police station to review a series of mugshots, including Ted Bundy's. It was only then that Parmenter realized how narrowly his own daughter had escaped danger. Both children identified Bundy as the man in the van. By the time the van had been discarded, Bundy had stolen a new car AVW Bug and was heading toward Pensacola, Florida. On February 15th, Officer David Lee, patrolling West Pensacola, noticed an orange VW Bug at 10 p.m. He was familiar with the area and its residents but had never seen this car before. Suspicious, Officer Lee ran a check on the license plates and quickly discovered they were stolen. He activated his lights and began to follow the vehicle. Just like in Utah years earlier, Bundy attempted to flee once Officer Lee began to follow him. He eventually pulled over, and Officer Lee ordered him out of the car and instructed him to lie face down with his hands in front. But as Lee began to handcuff Bundy, he rolled over and attacked the officer. Bundy fought hard and briefly managed to break free, running away. Lee fired his weapon, and Bundy collapsed to the ground, pretending to have been shot. As Officer Lee approached, Bundy suddenly attacked him again, but this time the officer was able to subdue him. Bundy was handcuffed and taken into custody. His capture was finally complete. Over the following months, investigators compiled crucial evidence to link him to Kimberly Leach's murder. They recovered the stolen white van, and 3 eyewitnesses confirmed seeing Bundy driving it the day Kimberly disappeared. Forensic tests revealed fibers from Bundy's clothing inside the van, and blood matching Kimberly's type was found on the carpet. Furthermore, semen matching Bundy's blood type was discovered on her underwear. Additional evidence came in the form of shoe impressions found in the soil near where Kimberly's body was located. With this mounting evidence, police were certain of Bundy's involvement in the Leach case. On July 31, 1978, Ted Bundy was officially charged with Kimberly's murder. Not long after, charges related to the Chi Omega murders were also brought against him. Facing the death penalty, Bundy insisted on defending himself, pleading not guilty to the charges.
204 Florida statute.
I'll plead not guilty right now.
And your grand jury.
Ted Bundy faced 2 murder trials within 3 years. The first trial, set for June 25, 1979, in Miami, focused on the brutal Chi Omega attacks. His second trial, scheduled for January 1980 in Orlando, would address the murder of Kimberly Leach. Both trials would deliver devastating results for Bundy. Ultimately, it was the Chi Omega trial that would seal Bundy's fate. The trial's opening ignited a media frenzy and widespread public interest. Ted Bundy, suspected of at least 36 murders across 4 states, had become a symbol of terror and evil. To many, he represented pure monstrous evil, and his crimes set the stage for one of the most publicized trials of the decade. During the Chi Omega trial, Bundy chose to represent himself, convinced of his legal skills and confident he would receive a fair trial. The jury, primarily composed of African Americans, listened as Bundy defended himself against the charges. However, it quickly became apparent that Bundy was fighting a losing battle. 2 key moments during the trial would ultimately seal his fate. The first pivotal moment was the testimony of Nita Neary, who recounted seeing Bundy fleeing down the stairs and out the door of the Chi Omega house on the night of the murders. The second critical moment came with the testimony of forensic odontologist Dr. Richard Suviron, who analyzed and described the bite marks found on Lisa Levy's body. As Dr. Suviron explained his findings, the jury was presented with full-scale photographs of the bite marks taken the night of the murder. The doctor highlighted the unique indentations and compared them to detailed images of Bundy's teeth. The match was undeniable. Bundy had left the bite marks on Lisa Levy's body. These photographs became the most compelling evidence linking Bundy to the crime. On July 23rd, Bundy waited in his cell as the jury deliberated his fate. After nearly 7 hours, they returned to the courtroom with their verdict. Bundy showed no visible reaction as the jury declared him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on all counts of murder. In Florida, sentencing trials are conducted separately from the main trial. Bundy's sentencing took place on July 30th, 1 week after his conviction, before the same jury. During the hearing, Bundy's mother took the stand, tearfully pleading for her son's life.
Objection.
What are your feelings on the death penalty with regards to your son?
Same objection.
Have you considered the possibility that Ted might be executed?
Yes. I'll let her answer that.
Yes, I've considered that possibility. I had to, because of the existence of such in this state. I consider it, the death penalty itself, to be the most primitive, barbaric thing that a human being can impose upon another. And I've always felt that way. It has nothing to do with what's happened here. My Christian upbringing tells me that to take another's life under any circumstances is wrong. And I don't believe the state of Florida is above the laws of God. Ted can be very useful in many ways to many people living. Gone from us would be like taking a part of all of us, throwing it away.
And if Ted were to be confined to spend the rest of his life in prison, do you anticipate that you would maintain your close ties with him?
Oh, of course. Yes.
I have no further questions.
No questions. You may step down.
Bundy was allowed to address the court, using the opportunity to argue against the prosecution's recommendation for the death penalty. He maintained his innocence, blaming media bias for tarnishing his image and calling the entire trial a farce that he refused to accept. Judge Edward Cowart, who had presided over the trial, delivered his final judgment after Bundy's statement. Upholding the jury's recommendation, he sentenced Bundy to death by electric chair for the murders of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. After numerous delays, Bundy's trial for the murder of Kimberly Leach began on January 7, 1980, at the Orange County Courthouse in Orlando, Florida. This time, Bundy chose not to represent himself, entrusting his defense to attorneys Julius Africano and Lynn Thompson. The defense opted for the risky strategy of pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, one of the few options available to them. The defense's insanity plea might have been convincing to the 7-woman, 5-man jury. However, unlike in previous trials, Bundy grew increasingly agitated throughout the proceedings. At one point, he lost control, standing up and shouting at a witness with whom he disagreed. McCaud and Ainsworth noted that Bundy seemed barely able to keep his composure, expending enormous amounts of energy just to prevent himself from completely unraveling. Ted's once confident facade began to crack, likely because he realized that the trial would not change the inevitable outcome of his fate. The prosecution's case was devastating. Assistant State Attorney Bob Deckley presented 65 witnesses who linked Bundy, either directly or indirectly, to the disappearance of Kimberly Leach on the day she vanished. One of the prosecution's star witnesses described seeing a man who resembled Bundy leading an upset young girl matching Kimberly Leach's description into a white van outside the school. However, the defense team attempted to undermine this testimony, pointing out that the witness couldn't remember the exact day he had seen the man and the girl. Despite the defense's arguments, Deckley pressed on with an even stronger case. The most damning evidence came from the fiber analysis, which directly linked Bundy's clothing and the van he had driven that day to the crime scene. Fibers matching those from Kimberly Leach's clothes were found both in the van and on Bundy's clothing from the day of the crime. The prosecution's expert witness testified that the fiber evidence suggested Bundy and Kimberly Leach had come into contact around the time of her death. McCaud and Ainsworth later described the testimony as fatal to Bundy's defense. Exactly 1 month after the trial began, Judge Wallace Jupling instructed the jury to begin deliberations. On February 7th, after less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned their verdict guilty. The courtroom erupted in jubilation from the prosecution team and their supporters. February 9th marked the second anniversary of Kimberly Leach's death, and it was also the day the sentencing phase of the trial began. During the penalty phase of the trial, Bundy shocked the courtroom by interviewing defense witness Carol Ann Boone. In an unexpected move, Bundy and Boone exchanged vows during the questioning, surprising everyone present. Under Florida law, a verbal promise made under oath was enough to legally marry them, and the two. Soon after, Bundy was sentenced to death by electric chair for the third time in less than a year. His honeymoon was spent alone on death row at Florida State's Rayford Penitentiary. Despite the overwhelming evidence and his multiple death sentences, Bundy refused to give up, convinced he still had a chance to escape execution. In 1982, Bundy enlisted the help of a new lawyer and appealed his conviction in the Chi Omega case to the Florida Supreme Court. His appeal was swiftly denied. Not discouraged, Bundy then turned his focus to appealing the verdict in the Kimberly Leach trial. In May 1985, Bundy's request for a new trial was denied once again. Undeterred, he continued his fight and enlisted another lawyer in 1986 to help him avoid the death penalty. Bundy's execution date was initially set for March 4, 1986, but it was postponed as his new attorney, Polly Nelson, worked on further appeals for his previous convictions. 2 months later, Bundy's appeal was denied and Florida issued another death warrant. Undeterred, Bundy continued the appeal process. As detailed in Polly Nelson's book, Defending the Devil, his final appeal reached the U.S. Supreme Court, which ultimately rejected it on January 17, 1989, sealing Bundy's fate. In his final days, Bundy decided to confess to additional crimes, speaking with Dr. Bob Keppel, the chief investigator for the Washington State Attorney General's Criminal Division. Bundy had previously assisted Keppel in the mid-1980s with the investigation into the Green River Killer and seemed to trust him. Keppel met Bundy in the prison's interview room, bringing only a tape recorder. What Keppel learned during the interview was both shocking and horrifying. Bundy admitted to keeping the severed heads of some of his victims as trophies. Even more disturbing, Bundy confessed to engaging in necrophilia with the remains of several victims. Keppel later detailed these revelations in his book, The Riverman Ted Bundy and I Hunt for the Green River Killer, describing Bundy's actions as compulsive necrophilia and extreme perversion. This dark compulsion drove Bundy to kill scores of women, many of whom remain unidentified to this day. Both Rule and Keppel, in their respective works, suggested that Bundy was likely responsible for the deaths of over 100 women, far surpassing the official count of 36 victims. The true number of Bundy's victims may never be known.
I were able to ask you the questions that are being asked out there. One of the most important as you come down to perhaps your final hours. Are you thinking about all those victims out there and their families who are so wounded, years later, their lives have not returned to normal. They will never return to normal.
Absolutely.
Are you carrying that load, that weight? Is the remorse there?
Again, I know that people will accuse me of being self-serving, but we're beyond that now. I mean, I'm just telling you how I feel. But through God's help, I have been able to come to the point where much too late, but better late than never, feel the hurt and the pain that I am responsible for. Yes, absolutely. In the past few days, myself and a number of investigators have been talking about unsolved cases, murders that I was involved in. And it's hard to talk about all these years later because it revives in me all those terrible feelings and those thoughts that I have steadfastly and diligently dealt with, and I think successfully, with the love of God. And yet it's reopened that, and I felt the pain and I felt the horror again of all that. And I can only hope that those who I have harmed and those who I've caused so much grief, even if they don't believe my expression of sorrow and remorse, will believe what I'm saying now, that there is loose in their towns and their communities people like me today whose dangerous impulses are being fueled day in and day out by violence in the media in its various forms, particularly sexualized violence. And what scares me, and let's come into the present now, because what I'm talking about happened 30 years ago, that is, in my formative stages. And what scares and appalls me, Dr. Dobson, is when I see what's on cable TV, some of the movies, some of the violence in the movies that come into homes today with stuff that they wouldn't show in X-rated adult theaters 30 years ago. This stuff,
The slasher movies that you're talking about.
that stuff is, I'm telling you from personal experience, the most, that is graphic violence on screen, particularly as it gets into the home to children who may be unattended or unaware that they may be a Ted Bundy who has that vulnerability to that predisposition to be influenced by that kind of behavior, by that kind of movie, that kind of violence. There are kids sitting out there switching the TV dial around and come upon these movies late at night, or I don't know when they're on, but they're on and any kid can watch them. It's scary when I think what would have happened to me if I had seen. It's scary enough. I mean, that I just ran into stuff outside the home, but to know that children are watching that kind of thing today, or can pick up their phone and dial away for it or send away for it.
On January 24th, 1989, at approximately 7 a.m., Ted Bundy met his end in the electric chair. Outside the prison, hundreds of onlookers and members of the media gathered, eagerly awaiting confirmation of Bundy's death. When the prison spokesman announced Bundy's death, the crowd erupted into cheers, and fireworks illuminated the sky. Shortly afterward, a white hearse emerged from the prison gates, carrying the remains of one of America's most infamous serial killers. As the hearse made its way to the crematorium, the crowd celebrated, applauding the end of a real-life nightmare. On December 6, 1973, a young couple discovered the remains of 15-year-old Kathy Devine in McKinney Park, Washington. Kathy had been last seen by friends on November 25th, hitchhiking from Seattle to Oregon in an attempt to escape home. Pathologists later determined that she had been strangled, sodomized, and had her throat slit. For years, many believed Kathy Devine to be one of Ted Bundy's victims. It wasn't until 28 years later, with the advent of DNA evidence, that the truth came to light. Jim Carlisle of the Olympian reported that despite Bundy's execution, Thurston County Sheriff's Captain Dan Kimball kept the case files open, unwilling to close the book on Kathy's murder without answers. Kathy's clothing was shown on a Seattle news program, and one of her sisters recognized an embroidered patch on the jeans that matched those of the murder victim. At the time, William E. Cosden Jr. was living nearby and had been seen at a local truck stop with bloodstains on his clothes. Cosden had been released from a mental institution in 1973 after being confined for the 1967 murder of another woman. Police reports quoted by Carlisle later linked Cosden to the crime. Witnesses reported seeing Cosden on the night of Kathy's murder with stains on his clothes. They called the police. Later, Cosden's truck was found burned 3 miles from the truck stop. When initially questioned by authorities, Cosden denied ever meeting Kathy Devine. In 1986, authorities obtained a search warrant for Cosden's blood, hair, and saliva as he was incarcerated at the time for a rape conviction. In 2001, DNA testing on these samples confirmed Cosden's involvement in Kathy Devine's murder. At 55, Cosden admitted to having sex with Kathy, but continued to deny killing her. DNA made the case, said Sheriff Gary Edward. This was the result of both technological advances and hard work. Cosden, already serving a 48-year sentence for first-degree rape, is unlikely to be released. Sally Ann Devine, Kathy's mother, reflected on her daughter, saying she was beautiful inside and out, but she was just a normal, troubled teenager. I don't think she had any more issues than others her age back then. She added, "It's comforting to know that this case has finally been solved. We've been wondering for 28 years. It feels like a dream. I keep thinking I'll wake up and it will all be over." In 2001, in Seattle, Washington, a man seemingly ordinary was arrested for the brutal murders of dozens of innocent women.
"You are a loser, you're a coward, you are nobody, you're an animal."
Most of these women were vulnerable individuals, including sex workers trying to survive on the margins of society or runaways who had nowhere else to turn.
He created the perfect recipe for serial murder by picking victims who were prostitutes, who a lot of people didn't really care about, and some might not even be noticed that they'd gone missing.
Known as the most prolific serial murderer America had ever seen, his 19-year reign of terror left the area surrounding Seattle littered with corpses.
He enjoyed treating these women like trash and dumping their body like so much garbage once he'd used them and abused them.
A man who had spent over 30 years working at a body shop, a devoted family man, and someone who appeared to be a church-going citizen.
I couldn't believe it. I was just devastated and in shock, and I think I went into denial. I wasn't believing it.
Ridgway, a man with children of his own, seemed like any other law-abiding citizen. But behind this facade of normalcy lay a dark and twisted secret. The women he murdered were of all ages, young and old, and many were struggling to survive: sex workers, runaways, and those abandoned by society. They were brutally strangled, discarded like garbage, and often abused after death. Some were even mothers, trying to care for their families.
The one thing that I want you to know, I was that daughter at home, waiting for my mom to come home.
For years, Ridgway managed to evade capture, leaving no physical evidence that could definitively link him to these heinous crimes.
Rivers are very good places to dispose of bodies because they rot quite quickly. They have the water washing all the forensic evidence away. We found that when the police did start finding the bodies, that they were decomposed, which made it very difficult for the police to even identify many of the victims for some time.
Despite an extensive investigation, both the police and FBI were at a loss. One profiler, Mary Ellen O'Toole, worked tirelessly on Ridgway's case, attempting to extract confessions from him during long, grueling interrogations.
My strategy was to get him talking and to have him do most of the talking.
Despite hours of questioning, Ridgway remained tight-lipped, his demeanor cold and uncooperative.
I would also sit very close to him so that I could maybe touch his elbow and say, "Gary, tell me what it feels like."
However, in a desperate attempt to avoid the death penalty, Ridgway eventually struck a deal.
Started at an early age, but sex and hurting the woman.
And he loved being able to talk, finally, after all these years. And in doing so, he kind of walked us down the path of all of his murders. At one point, Gary referred to himself as something like the lean, mean killing machine.
He confessed to killing at least 71 women, making him the second most prolific serial killer in U.S.
Explain that process to me.
Let's say she's always in the car, driving down the road, so I whip out my ID, and with my ID would be I put my finger over my driver's license to hide my name. But on the opposite side was pictures. And a picture of my son. They would know I was probably a normal person.
But you were really using your son as part of your ruse.
As Ridgway's chilling confessions unfolded, a shocking truth emerged, one that forever changed the trajectory of the investigation. Authorities, including the FBI and local police, were stunned to learn how a seemingly devout, church-going family man had been methodically killing women from the early 1980s until his arrest in 2001.
He came across as being a very meek and mild, safe person. As a matter of fact, in one situation, he had his child in the car with him when he picked up a prostitute.
Ridgway revealed that his killing spree began in 1982, the same year authorities made a grim discovery: 5 corpses found in the same location along the Green River. This revelation traced back to an ordinary day for Robert Ainsworth, who was passing through the river as usual. That discovery not only marked the start of Ridgway's spree, but also the beginning of this haunting documentary. Robert Ainsworth climbed into his rubber raft and began his familiar journey south along the Green River, edging towards Seattle's city limits. This routine trip, however, would soon take a chilling turn. As he floated downstream, his gaze caught sight of a middle-aged, balding man standing motionless on the riverbank, while a younger man waited idly in a nearby pickup truck. Assuming the men were out for a casual day of fishing, Robert called out to the older man, asking if he had caught anything. The man's simple response noble-eyed the eerie undertones of what lay ahead. As chronicled in Smith and Cullen's The Search for the Green River Killer, the man on the bank turned the question back to Robert, asking if he had discovered anything. Robert's light-hearted reply, "Just this old single tree," marked the end of their brief exchange. Moments later, the two men drove off in the weathered pickup truck, leaving Robert to continue his serene journey downstream. Moments later, the tranquil scene shattered as Robert found himself engulfed by an air of death. Gazing into the crystal-clear waters, he was met with an unsettling sight: lifeless eyes staring back at him. A young black woman's face emerged beneath the surface, her lifeless form swaying gently with the current. Initially mistaking the figure for a mannequin, Robert reached for it with a pole. In his attempt to dislodge her from a rock, his raft capsized, plunging him into the icy water. It was only after falling into the river that Robert realized the horrifying truth: the figure wasn't a mannequin but a dead woman.
A man on the water in a boat, and he saw underneath the water what he thought was a mannequin. It wasn't a mannequin, it was a human being, and there were 2 of them there. Well, one of the victims in the water, her hand was just waving with the current of the water. And it was like, "Here I am, please help me." But of course, it was too late.
Just as the shock set in, he spotted another body, this time a partially submerged black woman, her lifeless form eerily still in the current. Panicking, he swam frantically toward the riverbank where the truck had once been parked. Shaken and drenched, Robert collapsed onto the riverbank, paralyzed by the gruesome scene. Nearly 30 minutes passed before he spotted a man with 2 children riding bicycles. Desperately, he flagged them down, recounting his horrifying discovery and pleading with them to contact the police. A police officer arrived shortly after, questioning Robert about what he had seen. Skeptical yet cautious, the officer waded into the shallow river to inspect the ghostly form. Upon confirming the grim reality, he immediately radioed for backup. Reinforcements soon flooded the scene, and detectives cordoned off the area to begin their meticulous search for evidence. In the midst of their investigation, one detective stumbled upon an even more chilling discovery, a third body, this time of a partially clothed young girl. Unlike the first two victims, this young girl was discovered on a grassy patch, mere feet from where the other bodies lay submerged. The grim cause of death was immediately apparent. She had been asphyxiated, with a pair of blue pants cruelly knotted around her neck. Her body bore clear evidence of a struggle, with bruises marking her arms and legs.
When I got through having a climax with her, I jumped on her.
What are you pulling on her neck?
I'm pulling really hard on her neck.
How?
Just like this.
What are you saying to her?
Don't fight, and I'll let you go. I'm feeling, I gotta kill her, I gotta kill her, I gotta kill her.
She was later identified as 16-year-old Opal Mills, and investigators believe she had been killed just 24 hours before her tragic discovery. Chief Medical Examiner Donald Ray, after a preliminary examination, confirmed that all three victims had died by strangulation. The two women found in the river were later identified as 31-year-old Marcia Chapman and 17-year-old Cynthia Hines. Both had endured unspeakable brutality. Pyramid-shaped rocks had been forced into their bodies, and additional stones held them submerged beneath the water's surface. Dr. Ray concluded that Chapman, a mother of two reported missing 2 weeks earlier, had been deceased for over a week, with her body showing advanced stages of decomposition. In contrast, Hines appeared to have been in the water for just a few days, her remains far less degraded. Tragically, these were not the only lives claimed along the Green River. Just days prior, another victim, identified as Deborah Bonner, had been discovered. Her nude body was found slumped over a log, another grim addition to the river's deadly legacy. Bonner, like the others, had been strangled to death. Just a month earlier, Wendy Lee Caulfield, another young woman, was found floating lifeless in the Green River, her life also stolen by strangulation. Even earlier, 6 months prior, Caulfield's friend, Leanne Wilcox, had been discovered in an abandoned lot several miles from the river. While Wilcox's death was not attributed to the Green River killer, the chilling pattern was undeniable. Within just 6 months, 6 women's bodies had surfaced in or near the river.
We did not know this was only the beginning of a reign of terror, and we wouldn't know who was doing this for a very long time.
Detectives on the scene began to piece together a horrifying realization: a serial killer was at large. The urgency was clear. The killer had to be stopped before more lives were claimed. In response, King County authorities assembled a special task force to confront the Green River murders. As reported by the Seattle Times, this operation would become the largest police task force since the infamous Ted Bundy investigations nearly a decade prior. The team was spearheaded by Major Richard Kraske, head of the Criminal Investigation Division, and Detective Dave Reichert of the King County Major Crime Squad. To bolster their efforts, they enlisted renowned FBI profiler John Douglas and criminal investigator Bob Keppel, celebrated for his groundbreaking work on the Ted Bundy case 8 years prior. Despite their determination, the investigation faced immediate challenges. The sheer volume of incoming information overwhelmed the police force, leaving them ill-equipped to manage the deluge of evidence and leads. Vital data was misplaced, overlooked, or lost entirely in the chaos. The situation became so dire that volunteers were brought in to support the overwhelmed task force. As detectives delved deeper, they uncovered a troubling connection. Many of the victims knew one another and shared a common history of prostitution. Investigators focused their search on the area where the victims were known to work: the bustling Main Strip in Seattle, spanning South 139th Street to South 272nd Street.
This was the area that I was working in. This is the area where the bulk of the Green River victims were picked up from. And we would sit here and look, trying to identify who might be the suspect. We had very dedicated detectives who were determined to solve this case.
Conducting hundreds of interviews, they questioned local prostitutes, hoping to unearth leads or details about suspicious individuals. Despite investigators' efforts, many of the women were hesitant to cooperate, their deep mistrust of law enforcement hindering progress. However, a breakthrough came when one prostitute reported a man on the Strip who had referenced the Green River murders. Acting on this tip, the task force began hunting for the suspect. By August 20th, 1982, police detained a potential suspect in the Green River murders. However, the case against him quickly unraveled. There was no concrete evidence linking him to the crimes. With no choice, authorities released the man, and the desperate search for the killer pressed on. Other reports from local prostitutes soon captured the task force's attention, sparking suspicion they might be tied to the Green River murders. Two separate women recounted chillingly similar encounters a man driving a blue and white truck had abducted and attempted to kill them. One victim, 21-year-old Susan Widmark, recalled a harrowing encounter. She described how a middle-aged man in a blue and white truck solicited her services. Once inside, he pulled a pistol, pressing it to her head as he sped toward a remote road. There, he cut the engine and brutally assaulted her. After the attack, the man allowed Widmark to dress as he drove her away from the desolate area. During the drive, he chillingly referenced the recent Green River murders. With a gun still aimed at her, Widmark seized a fleeting moment of courage, escaping from the truck at a stoplight and fleeing for her life. Before the man sped off, Widmark managed to catch a glimpse of part of the truck's registration number. Another horrifyingly similar account surfaced from 15-year-old Deborah Estes, who filed a police report in late August 1982. She described how a man in a blue and white pickup truck had approached her on a highway, offering her a ride. Trusting the man's offer, Estes climbed into the truck. Moments later, her trust turned to terror as he drew a pistol and pointed it at her head. He violently assaulted her, forcing her into submission before abandoning her in the woods, handcuffed and alone, as he sped away. Estes managed to free herself and fled, desperately seeking help. Detectives, noticing a chilling pattern in the attacks, focused their efforts on tracking down the blue and white truck and its driver, hoping it might provide a crucial break in the Green River case. In September, the investigation led authorities to Charles Clinton Clark, a meat butcher driving a blue and white truck along Seattle's main strip. A background check revealed Clark owned 2 handguns, raising suspicions that he might be the predator they were desperately seeking. Investigators presented Clark's driver's license photo to both Widmark and Estes. Each woman unhesitatingly identified him as their attacker. Clark was promptly arrested, and his home and truck were thoroughly searched for evidence. During the search, police recovered 2 handguns matching the descriptions provided by the victims. Under interrogation, Clark confessed to the attacks. Yet doubts lingered about whether he was the Green River killer, as his known pattern involved releasing his victims after the assaults. Further complicating the case, Clark had a verifiable alibi during the disappearances of several Green River victims. While Clark was being booked for the attacks on Widmark and Estes, tragedy struck again. 19-year-old Mary Bridget Meehan, over 8 months pregnant, vanished during a walk near the Western 6 Motel.
Bridget was the much-loved daughter of a Catholic family in Bellevue, a very rich suburb of Seattle. She skipped school a lot. She joined up with a boyfriend named Ray, and they were living in a cheap motel on Highway 99. She left. I think she was still possibly turning a few tricks, and she didn't come back. Her family was so upset because she was 8.5 months pregnant.
The Western 6 Motel, situated along the Strip, was a well-known hub for many of the prostitutes targeted by the Green River killer. Acting on a hunch, Detective Reichert began to suspect that the killer might be hiding in plain sight among the civilian volunteers assisting with the case. A 44-year-old unemployed taxi driver soon became the focus of the investigation and was subjected to intense police questioning. Detectives were particularly alarmed because, just 2 weeks before Meehan's disappearance, 2 16-year-old girls, Kazan Lee and Terry Renee Milligan, had vanished under similar circumstances. Both were known to have a history of prostitution. Authorities suspected that Lee and Milligan were also victims of the Green River Killer. The taxi driver appeared to align closely with the psychological profile crafted by FBI profiler John Douglas. According to Douglas, the killer was likely a confident yet impulsive middle-aged man who revisited his crime scenes to mentally relive the horrors he had committed. Douglas theorized that the killer was intimately familiar with the area and possibly harbored deep-seated religious convictions. He also believed the murderer might display an unsettling interest in police work, potentially inserting himself into the investigation to stay informed or even to manipulate it. Throughout the winter of 1982, police kept the taxi driver under close surveillance. Despite his staunch denials of involvement, he eventually became their primary suspect. With no concrete evidence linking him to the murders aside from his connections to 5 of the victims, authorities arrested him on unrelated charges of unpaid parking tickets. On September 26, 1982, the case grew even darker when the decomposed remains of 17-year-old Giselle A. Lavorne were found. Missing for over 2 months, her nude body was discovered by a biker near abandoned houses south of the SeaTac International Airport. She had been strangled to death with a pair of men's black socks. Curiously, Lavorne's appearance had changed. She was blonde at the time of her disappearance, but her body was discovered with her hair dyed black. Although her remains were located away from the infamous Green River, investigators were convinced she, too, had fallen victim to the killer. Between September 1982 and April 1983, the nightmare deepened as approximately 14 girls vanished without a trace.
Were young, and some of them had troubled past, but all of them are somebody's daughter and somebody's sister.
A lot of the young girls had grown up in abusive homes, and that was why they were running away.
Among the missing were Mary Meehan, Deborah Estes, Denise Bush, Shawanda Summers, Shirley Sherrill, Rebecca Marrero, Colleen Brockman, Alma Smith, Dolores Williams, Gail Matthews, Andrea Childers, Sandra Gabbert, Kimi Kai Pitzer, and Marie Malvar. The majority of the victims, aged between 15 and 23, were known to work as prostitutes along the main strip.
Everybody assigned to that investigation was committed to solving it, committed to bringing this person to justice, because these were, somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, somebody's mother, and we cared about them. We cared about them like they were our own kids or our own family members, and we wanted to solve it.
The Green River Task Force soon turned its attention to a potential lead in the disappearance of the most recent victim, Marie Malvar. On April 30th, 1983, Marie Malvar's boyfriend witnessed her speaking with a potential client in a dark-colored truck while she solicited on the strip.
Maria Malvar, with her boyfriend, were at a restaurant on the highway. Her boyfriend went to make a phone call. When he came back, Maria wasn't in the restaurant. And he was very concerned, and he thought, well, I'll go out on the highway and see if I can find her. And he realized that Maria was in the truck ahead of him. There was a man driving, and then she was talking to the man. And so he determined to follow the truck because he wasn't sure what was going on. He worried about her. And they got up to the stoplight at Highway 99 and 216th, but when he turned left, he couldn't see the car.
Maria's boyfriend, already distressed by the recent disappearances of other young women in the area, became increasingly worried. Determined to find her, he enlisted Maria's family, and together they searched the streets for the pickup truck she had entered. Their search led them to a quiet cul-de-sac just a few blocks from the strip, where they found the truck parked outside the modest home of a local truck painter.
And they asked local police, please, to go there because they believed Maria was in that house. One of the sergeants did go there, knocked on the door, a man answered, and he said, there's nobody here but me. And they didn't press it.
A truck similar to Ridgway's was also linked to the disappearance of Kimi Kai Pitzer, a young prostitute who went missing in April. According to her pimp, Pitzer was last seen entering a dark green pickup truck with a camper attached. The driver, he recalled, had a pockmarked face. The pimp watched helplessly as the truck drove away, taking Pitzer with it. She was never seen again. While he reported the incident to police, investigators failed to connect her disappearance to Malvar's case. By spring 1983, the Green River Killer investigation was unraveling. Task Force detectives began to doubt the likelihood of the taxi driver being the murderer, yet he remained their primary suspect due to a lack of stronger leads. With no fresh leads, the killer continued his grim spree, and prostitutes vanished at an alarming rate. Overwhelmed by a flood of tips and evidence, the task force struggled to manage the sheer volume of information. Detectives turned to renowned investigator Bob Keppel for assistance in sorting through the overwhelming mountain of data. Beginning in late April, Keppel dedicated 3 months to meticulously reviewing every piece of information tied to the suspected Green River murders. After completing his exhaustive analysis, Keppel presented a detailed report to King County Sheriff Vern Thomas. To the dismay of the task force, the report delivered a harsh critique of their handling of the case. In his book, The Riverman, Keppel stressed that significant changes were imperative if the killer was to be caught. His report revealed that much of the evidence, files, and witness statements were in complete disarray, hampering progress at every turn. Keppel emphasized that the first critical step was a thorough reorganization and precise categorization of all available data. Only then could investigators analyze the cases for patterns identifying key similarities and differences that might link the murders to one or more suspects. Keppel's findings made it clear that a successful investigation would demand far more time and resources than initially anticipated. Already, the Green River investigation was the largest and most costly operation in the nation's history. Implementing Keppel's recommendations would push the budget well beyond the projected $2 million. Yet, despite the staggering cost, action was imperative to halt the killer's relentless spree. On May 8, 1983, the horror continued when the body of 21-year-old Carol Ann Christensen was discovered. Her remains were stumbled upon by a family foraging for mushrooms in a wooded area near Maple Valley. Christensen's body was staged in a grotesque display, further showcasing the killer's depravity. Her head was shrouded in a brown paper bag, and when it was removed, investigators found a fish deliberately placed atop her neck, a macabre and chilling signature. According to Smith and Gullen, the killer staged the body with grotesque precision. A second fish was placed on her left breast, a bottle positioned between her legs, and freshly ground beef set atop her left hand, which was folded across her stomach. A later examination confirmed she had been strangled with a cord. Oddly, evidence suggested that her body had been submerged in water at some point, despite the river being miles away. Investigators theorized she was yet another victim of the Green River Killer.
Rivers are very good places to dispose of bodies because they rot quite quickly. They have the water washing all the forensic evidence away. We found that when the police did start finding the bodies.
Tragically, during the spring and summer of 1983, 9 more young women, most of them prostitutes, vanished without a trace. The missing women included Martina Arthur Lee, Cheryl Lee Wims, 18, Yvonne Antosh, 19, Carrie Royce, 15, Constance Neon, 21, Tammy Lillies, 16, Kelly McGinnis, 18, Tina Thompson, 22, and April Buttram, 17. Most were added to the ever-growing list of suspected Green River Killer victims. However, some were excluded because their bodies were discovered beyond the known dumping sites associated with the killer. That summer brought more grim discoveries. In June, investigators found the unidentified remains of a young white woman, estimated to be between 17 and 19 years old, along Southwest Tualatin Road. On August 11th, the body of missing Shonda Summers was uncovered near SeaTac Airport. The very next day, another unidentified body was found at the SeaTac Airport North site. The fall and winter of 1983 proved equally harrowing, with disappearances escalating and more bodies unearthed.
Some of them were in the mountain foothills, some of them were down in the Green River Valley. There would be 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 in one spot.
Unbelievable.
And then again, between September and December, 9 women mysteriously disappeared, and 7 bodies were found suspected to be the work of the Green River Killer. The missing women, primarily prostitutes, included Debbie Abernathy, 26, Tracy Ann Winston, 18, Patricia Osborne, Maureen Feeney, Mary Sue Bello, 25, Pammy A. Venti, 16, Delise Plaisir, 22, Kim Nelson, 26, and Lisa Lorraine Yates. Among the recovered bodies was 17-year-old Dolores Williams, who had disappeared on March 8, 1983, and whose remains were found on September 18th at Star Lake. On the same day, September 18th, the body of 23-year-old Gail Matthews was also uncovered at Star Lake. In the following months, 5 more women's remains surfaced. On October 15th, skeletal remains identified as 19-year-old Yvonne Antosh, who had last been seen on May 31st, were found near Seuss Creek along Auburn Black Diamond Road. Antosh was among the rare few victims with an active missing persons report. 12 days later, on October 27th, the partially buried remains of 21-year-old Constance Neon were discovered south of SeaTac Airport. Believing more victims lay undiscovered in the area, investigators organized a search with the help of a team of teenage explorer Boy Scouts. On October 29th, during a sweep of a vacant lot near the airport, one scout uncovered a skeleton hidden beneath a pile of trash and bushes. The remains were later identified as 22-year-old Kelly Ware. Before the year ended, the killer's rampage claimed 2 more victims. On November 13th, an extensive search of lots near South 192nd Street, south of SeaTac, led to the discovery of Mary Meehan's badly decomposed remains.
The much-loved daughter of a Catholic family in Bellevue, a very rich suburb of Seattle. She skipped school a lot. She joined up with a boyfriend named Ray, and they were living in a cheap motel on Highway 99. She left. I think she was still possibly turning a few tricks. And she didn't come back. Her family was so upset because she was 8.5 months pregnant.
Tragically, her unborn child was also among the grim findings. As noted by Cold Serial, Meehan and her child were the only victims of the Green River Killer to have been fully buried. Surrounding her remains, investigators uncovered puzzling items: small pieces of plastic, a clump of hair near the pubic area, a patch of skin with fibers still attached, 3 small bones, 2 broken yellow pencils, and clear plastic tubing.
To every serial killer, human beings are objects. There's no emotional connection. There's nothing there.
A month later, on December 15th, the skull of Kimikai Pitzer was discovered near Mountain View Cemetery in Auburn, Washington. This site appeared to mark the killer's newest burial ground, the 5th known location used to dispose of his victims. Just 2 weeks after Pitzer's remains were found, the Green River Task Force expanded by more than 50% in response to the escalating murder toll. Fears mounted that the killing spree would intensify in the months ahead, a prediction that tragically proved accurate. At the time, the official count of Green River victims stood at 11 or 12. However, this figure has been, and continues to be, the subject of dispute. To this day, the true number remains unknown, with many believing it to be far higher than originally estimated. By late 1983, approximately 18 bodies had been discovered in the Seattle area. Strangely, several victims were excluded from the official list, despite being killed in a manner strikingly similar to the others. No explanation was provided for their exclusion. January 1984 saw a shift in the Green River Task Force's leadership. Captain Frank Adamson, formerly of the Police Department's Internal Affairs Unit, assumed command of the investigation. Adamson wasted no time implementing drastic changes. Early in his tenure, he relocated the task force headquarters to the Berrien County Precinct, positioning it closer to the airport and the epicenter of the crimes. Acting on Keppel's advice, Adamson restructured the task force by delegating specific responsibilities to individual team members. This method aimed to streamline the organization and analysis of the overwhelming amount of information, increasing the likelihood of breakthroughs in the case. According to Smith and Gullen, Adamson formed a specialized team of 7 investigators led by a sergeant to focus solely on the victims of the Green River killer. A second, similarly structured team was tasked with analyzing information related to potential suspects. 3 detectives were assigned to a newly established crime analysis section. Their responsibilities included following up on leads, identifying potential patterns and methods employed by the killer, and analyzing other critical details tied to the investigation. Adamson also reinforced the task force by assigning 22 officers to the proactive squad. Their mission was to implement strategies for monitoring prostitution activities along the Strip and identifying unusual behavior or interactions in the area. Keppel introduced a pivotal strategy shift. Investigators were instructed to focus not on proving a suspect's guilt, but rather on establishing their innocence. This approach enabled investigators to swiftly eliminate suspects with verifiable alibis, allowing them to direct their efforts toward individuals more likely connected to the crimes. Remaining suspects were categorized based on the degree of threat they posed. Individuals most closely linked to the victims or matching the killer's profile and movements were classified as Category A. Less compelling suspects were placed in Categories B or C and systematically ruled out. The newly restructured task force appeared poised to make progress, but the horrors continued. On February 14, 1984, skeletal remains identified as Denise Louise Plager were discovered 40 miles from Seattle near Interstate 90. She was the first victim found that year, but far from the last. In the following 2 months, the discovery of victims escalated, with approximately 9 bodies unearthed. Among the identified victims were Cheryl Wims, 18, Lisa Yates, 26, Debbie Abernathy, Terry Milligan, 16, Sandra Gabbert, 17, and Alma Smith, 22. The identities of several others remained unknown. Most of the victims shared a significant commonality: a history of prostitution. While the task force seemed to struggle in making concrete progress, emerging patterns helped them refine the killer's profile and gain deeper insights into his movements. The killer appeared to favor multiple dumping grounds for disposing of his victims. Apart from Mary Meehan, most of the bodies were found partially buried or concealed beneath garbage or dense foliage. Many of the bodies were uncovered along remote roads, often near illegal waste dumping sites. FBI profiler John Douglas theorized that the killer chose these locations deliberately, reflecting his dehumanizing perception of his victims as disposable human garbage. By 1983, the killer had shifted his dumping sites from the river to areas around SeaTac Airport and Star Lake. By 1984, remains were increasingly discovered near Mountain View Cemetery and North Bend, often in proximity to Interstate 90. Disappearances were heavily concentrated in 2 areas: Seattle's downtown core and the Strip. Investigators hypothesized that the killer either lived or worked near the locations where he was disposing of the bodies. When task force members plotted the dumping sites on a map, the locations formed a triangular pattern. This led investigators to believe the killer likely resided somewhere within this geographic zone. In April, investigators made a critical discovery near the skeletal remains of some victims. Hidden beneath the brush concealing the bodies, they found shoe impressions potentially left by the killer. Further analysis revealed the impressions were from a man's walking shoe, size 10 or 11. This crucial piece of evidence offered a tangible link between the killer and his victims. In mid-April, volunteer task force worker and self-proclaimed psychic Barbara Kubik Pattern reported having a vision of another victim's body located near Interstate 90. Frustrated by the police's lack of response, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Kubik Pattern, accompanied by her daughter, began searching for the body based on details from her vision. Their efforts led to the discovery of human remains. The two immediately drove to a nearby area where police were conducting a search. When Kubik Pattern informed an officer about her discovery, she was met with skepticism and even threatened with arrest for obstructing the search perimeter. Frustrated, she turned to reporters stationed nearby to share what she had found. Eventually, task force members approached her during her conversation with reporters and asked her to lead them to the body. What they found confirmed her claim a grisly discovery awaited them. The remains were identified as those of 36-year-old Amina Agashev, who had last been seen on July 7, 1982, at a restaurant in downtown Seattle. Unlike most of the Green River Killer's victims, Agashev didn't fit the usual profile. She was older, a waitress rather than a prostitute, and had been in a stable relationship. She was also a mother of two. Despite the differences in her lifestyle and the location of her body, investigators believed Agashev was another victim of the Green River Killer. Agashev was classified as one of the killer's earliest victims, despite evidence of other murders fitting his modus operandi that occurred before her disappearance. On May 26th, two children playing along Javita Road in Pierce County stumbled upon a skeleton, a discovery that left them horrified. The police and task force were quickly notified. A medical examination later identified the remains as those of 15-year-old runaway Colleen Brockman. Despite the new discovery, investigators were no closer to identifying the killer, relying only on the mapped locations of bodies and a single shoe print as potential clues. Nearly 3 years into the investigation, the killing showed signs of slowing, but the task force's determination to capture the perpetrator remained unwavering. In August 1984, hope surged when 2 inmates in a San Francisco jail confessed to the Green River murders. However, after extensive interviews, investigators determined their claims were nothing more than an elaborate hoax. Months later, infamous serial killer Ted Bundy, from his death row prison cell, extended an unusual offer to help Kemper and the task force catch the Green River Killer. Bundy provided Kemper with a rare opportunity to delve into the mind of a serial killer and offer too valuable to decline. Their correspondence, conducted primarily through letters, allowed Kemper to pose detailed questions that Bundy answered with chilling insight. Bundy's responses intrigued Kemper and the task force, offering valuable perspectives. He theorized that the Green River Killer likely knew his victims, possibly even befriending them before leading them to their deaths. In The Riverman, Kemper detailed Bundy's suggestion that the killer may have disposed of additional bodies in the same areas where recent remains had been found. Bundy also believed the disposal patterns pointed toward the killer's home being nearby. Bundy offered a uniquely disturbing perspective that proved useful in understanding the behavior of serial killers. His insights helped detectives refine their approach to the case and gain a deeper understanding of the Green River Killer's mindset. Bundy became an unexpected yet significant contributor to the task force, working alongside experts like Douglas and Kemper to refine the killer's profile. Despite his unsettling insights, the task force remained no closer to identifying the Green River Killer. While the pace of murders appeared to slow, they did not stop entirely. Between October and December 1984, the bodies of 2 more victims, 25-year-old Mary Sue Bello and 18-year-old Martina Otherly, were discovered. Both women's remains were found near Highway 410, bringing the total known body count to 31. However, only 28 victims were officially included in the Green River murder list, while 14 more women remained missing and unaccounted for. On March 10, 1985, a partially buried body was unearthed near Star Lake Road. The remains were later identified as 15-year-old Carrie Ross, who had vanished in the summer of 1983. In mid-June, a man clearing land with a bulldozer in Tigard, Oregon, uncovered the skeletal remains of 2 more women. They were later identified as 23-year-old Denise Bush and 19-year-old Shirley Sherrill, both known to work as prostitutes in Seattle. The discovery of Bush and Sherrill's remains confirmed a chilling development. The Green River Killer's activity had expanded beyond state lines. Tigard appeared to serve as a new dumping ground. Amid these revelations, FBI profiler John Douglas re-evaluated the case and proposed a startling new theory: the possibility of 2 separate killers. Douglas theorized that while the 2 killers shared strikingly similar profiles, their disposal methods diverged. Some bodies were carefully hidden, partially buried, or concealed in isolated areas, while others were left openly exposed, such as those found in the Green River. While plausible, Douglas's theory lacked concrete evidence or suspects to substantiate it. The case had grown cold, with no viable connections to any of the murders. As the investigation stretched beyond 3 years without resolution, public pressure on the task force intensified.
You know, the unfortunate thing is some of the women of the street felt like the sheriff's office wasn't investigating the case as hard as we could have because they were street kids and runaways, and that's not true.
Authorities were already under significant pressure from the public, and to make matters worse, the skeletal remains of 3 more victims were unearthed. The first discovery was identified as Mary West, whose skeletal remains were found in a wooded section of Seward Park in Seattle. The other remains belonged to Kimikai Pitzer, and an unidentified white female estimated to be between 14 and 19 years old. A particularly unusual detail emerged in Pitzer's case. Her remains were found in 2 separate locations. Her skull had been discovered in December 1983 at Mountain View Cemetery, while the rest of her body was located 2 years later in a nearby ravine. While it was possible that animals had moved the skull from the body post-mortem, investigators found no evidence to support this. Instead, they suspected this was another deliberate act by the killer. The motive for separating Pitzer's remains across 2 locations puzzled investigators. They speculated that the act was intended to either taunt law enforcement or deliberately mislead the investigation. In February 1986, the Green River Task Force appeared to receive the break they had long awaited. A man described as a person of interest was brought in for questioning and search by investigators. The incident attracted widespread media attention. An FBI agent, alongside Detective Jim Doyton from the task force, conducted extensive questioning of the suspect. It didn't take long for investigators to conclude that he wasn't the perpetrator. The man was subsequently released.
The killings appeared to have stopped. Many thought that he was gone.
It's incredibly unusual for a serial killer simply to stop killing. A serial killer will usually only cease murder when he's apprehended or when he dies himself.
Meanwhile, public frustration with the task force's lack of results continued to grow. Despite multiple suspects being detained over the years, none had any proven connection to the murders. Public outrage and fear reached a breaking point, with the media labeling the Green River Task Force a failure. Adding to the turmoil, the summer brought another grim discovery: the skeletal remains of 3 women found off Interstate 90, east of Seattle. The victims were identified as 19-year-old Maureen Feeney, 26-year-old Kim Nelson, and an unidentified young woman. Of the 3, only Feeney could be tied to a history of prostitution. The total number of victims edged closer to an astonishing 40. By late 1986, the task force staff had been slashed by 40%, and Captain Frank Adamson was reassigned. Leadership transitioned to Captain James Pompey, who quickly set about reorganizing the team and streamlining the investigation's massive trove of data. Before Pompey could fully implement his plans, December brought another chilling discovery: 2 bodies found far from the usual sites, in an area north of Vancouver, British Columbia. Once again, it seemed as though the killer was mocking investigators. More disturbingly, partial remains of several other women were found scattered near the 2 bodies. Despite the location's distance from previous dump sites, investigators were certain the killings bore the unmistakable signature of the Green River Killer. In early 1987, investigators turned their attention to a new suspect. Already known to police, the man had been apprehended in May 1984 for attempting to solicit an undercover officer posing as a prostitute. However, he was released after passing a lie detector test. A deeper dive into the man's history revealed a troubling incident from 1980. He had been accused of choking a prostitute near SeaTac International Airport. Claiming self-defense and alleging that the woman had bitten him, he was released from custody. Task Force Detective Matt Haney grew increasingly suspicious of the man and delved further into his background. Haney uncovered a 1982 incident where police had stopped and questioned the suspect after finding him in his truck with a prostitute. Haney discovered that the woman in the truck was Kelly McGinnis, later identified as one of the Green River Killer's victims. Further investigation revealed that in 1983, police had questioned the same man in connection with the disappearance of Marie Malvar. A key witness, Malvar's boyfriend, had followed the suspect's truck to his home after recognizing it as the vehicle his girlfriend had entered before disappearing. Haney began to believe he was closing in on the Green River Killer. Haney uncovered more damning evidence from the suspect's ex-wife, who revealed that he frequently visited the dump sites where many victims were found. Additionally, several prostitutes reported seeing a man matching his description routinely cruising the strip between 1982 and 1983. Investigators learned that the suspect drove through the strip almost daily on his commute to work. Most incriminating of all, records showed that this truck painter had been off-duty or absent during every instance of a victim's disappearance. On April 8, 1987, police secured a warrant to search the suspect's house. According to the Seattle Times, they also collected bodily samples to compare with forensic evidence recovered from Green River victims. Despite the search and collected evidence, there wasn't enough to make an arrest. The suspect, identified as Gary Ridgway, was released from custody. Weeks after Ridgway's release, tragedy struck the task force when Captain Pompey suffered a fatal heart attack during a scuba diving accident. The media quickly sensationalized the incident. Some media outlets even floated an unsubstantiated theory that the Green River Killer was a police officer and had orchestrated Pompey's death, a claim entirely unsupported by evidence. One newspaper went so far as to demand an official investigation into Pompey's death, reflecting the heightened tension and frayed nerves gripping the public after years of relentless murders. In June, under the leadership of Captain Greg Boyle, the task force was drawn back into action. 3 boys searching for aluminum cans stumbled upon partially buried skeletal remains. The remains were identified as 17-year-old Cindy Ann Smith. Her body was found in a ravine near Green River Community College 3 years after her disappearance. In the year that followed, additional remains of missing young women surfaced, including 14-year-old runaway Debbie Gonzalez and 15-year-old Deborah Estes, who had disappeared 6 years prior. Their deaths were attributed to the Green River Killer. While the discovery of bodies continued, there were no reports of new killings tied to the Green River Killer within the Seattle area. In 1988, the discovery of over 20 bodies of prostitutes in San Diego sparked speculation that the Green River Killer had relocated and resumed his deadly spree in California. Detective Reichert, along with new task force commander Bob Evans, collaborated with the San Diego Police Department in a joint effort to track down the elusive killer. In December 1988, investigators identified a new suspect, William J. Stevens. He came under scrutiny after multiple viewers of the popular crime show Crime Stoppers called in to report him as a potential lead. Stevens, a prison escapee, had been on the run for 8 years following a 2-year sentence for burglary. By the time police rediscovered him, he was a pharmacology student at the University of Washington. As investigators dug into Stevens' past, they found that he had already been a suspect in the Green River murders. He was also known for his outspoken contempt for prostitutes and had, on several occasions, talked openly about killing them. A search of Stevens' home revealed a disturbing cache of firearms, multiple driver's licenses, credit cards under assumed names, and explicit photographs of prostitutes. Stevens supported himself through extensive robbery and credit card fraud. Throughout the summer and fall of 1989, task force investigators interrogated him extensively about the Green River murders and conducted repeated searches of his home. Investigators expanded their search to include Stevens' father's home, but no evidence surfaced to connect him to the murders. Further investigation revealed a strong alibi. Credit card records and photographs from Stevens' brother placed him traveling across the country during the summer of 1982, when many of the murders took place. Ultimately, Stevens was cleared of any involvement in the Green River murders. In October 1989, 2 more sets of skeletal remains were discovered. One of the victims, Andrea Childers, was found in a vacant lot near Star Lake and 55th Avenue South. As with many previous victims, the cause of Chelder's death remained undetermined due to the advanced state of decomposition. In early 1990, Denise Bush's skull was discovered in a wooded area of Southgate Park in Tukwila, Washington. The rest of her remains had been found 5 years earlier in Oregon. Once again, it appeared the killer had deliberately moved Bush's remains to different locations, seemingly to mislead investigators. As the case dragged on, task force members began to fear the killer had eluded them entirely. Morale among investigators plummeted to an all-time low. By July 1991, as reported by the Seattle Times, the task force had dwindled to a single investigator, Tom Jensen. After 9 years, nearly 49 victims, and $15 million spent, the task force had yet to catch the Green River Killer. The case was now infamously regarded as the nation's largest unsolved murder investigation. For a decade, the case remained dormant. In April 2001, nearly 20 years after the first known Green River murder, Detective Dave Reichart, now the King County Sheriff, reopened the investigation. Refusing to let the case fade into obscurity, Reichart was determined to finally bring the killer to justice. This time, technological advancements gave investigators an edge. Reichart assembled a new task force, starting with 6 members, including DNA and forensic experts, as well as seasoned detectives. The team quickly expanded to over 30 personnel. The team re-examined all evidence collected from the case, sending several forensic samples to modern laboratories for analysis. Among the first samples tested were those connected to 3 victims: Opal Mills, Marcia Chapman, and Carol Christensen, all murdered between 1982 and 1983. The samples included semen believed to be from the killer. These underwent advanced DNA testing, a method unavailable during the original investigation, and were compared to samples collected from Gary Ridgway in 1987. On September 10, 2001, Reichart received the long-awaited news. DNA analysis confirmed a match between the semen samples from the victims and Gary Ridgway. The revelation brought the seasoned detective to tears. On November 30, 2001, investigators intercepted Ridgway on his way home from work, arresting him on 4 counts of aggravated murder. The charges included the murders of 3 victims linked by DNA evidence and Cynthia Hines, whose death was tied to Ridgway through circumstantial evidence. After 20 years, the manhunt for the Green River Killer had finally ended with Ridgway in custody. This time, there would be no release. Ridgway, born in Salt Lake City, Utah, on February 18, 1949, was employed by a computer company at the time of his arrest. During the murders, Ridgway worked as a truck painter, a job he held for 30 years at the Kenworth Truck Factory in Renton, Washington. Ridgway owned several trucks over the years, one of which a 1977 black Ford F-150 caught investigators' attention. According to Seattle's King 5 News, the vehicle was allegedly linked to several victims. As reported by Time magazine's Terry McCarthy, Ridgway exhibited an unusually high sexual appetite. His 3 ex-wives and several former girlfriends described him as sexually insatiable, often demanding intimacy multiple times a day.
He was very much into having sex, often, repeatedly, throughout the day, as frequently, pretty much, as women would agree.
They would go out in the truck, and he loved to have sex in public where they could be discovered at any time.
Ridgway frequently insisted on having sex in public spaces or wooded areas, including locations later identified as the sites where he dumped his victims' bodies. Ridgway's obsession with prostitutes bordered on a disturbing love-hate dynamic, fueling both his desires and his violent tendencies. This violent obsession may have taken root during his childhood, as he often accompanied his father on his county bus route.
Gary sometimes would ride with him on the bus, and his dad would say, see her, she's a prostitute, she's, the scum of the earth, and would berate prostitutes and talk about how filthy and bad they were. And then there are a couple of episodes where Gary recalls him leaving him in the vehicle while Dad went and had sex with a prostitute.
Neighbors recalled Ridgway's frequent complaints about prostitutes operating in his neighborhood, yet he routinely sought their services, creating a stark contradiction in his behavior. Ridgway appeared conflicted, torn between his overpowering lusts and his deep-seated religious convictions. According to McCarthy, one of Ridgway's ex-wives described him as a religious fanatic who often wept after sermons and spent hours reading the Bible.
When I first met him, I thought he was quite the gentleman and so polite and nice. He loved the country music and the dancing. And he was always smiling. He never got angry. And I just thought he was the greatest. It was like love at first sight.
As investigators continued collecting evidence linking Ridgway to the Green River murders, he maintained his innocence during preliminary hearings.
Up to this point, Gary had been maintaining that they had the wrong person, that he had had sex with many prostitutes, he hadn't killed any, and that was essentially going to be the defense.
However, authorities believed the mounting evidence would ultimately secure his conviction. Ridgway's attorney, Tom Savage, anticipated the trial would begin in 2004, with prosecutors planning to seek the death penalty. Meanwhile, Ridgway remained in custody, awaiting his fate. As the case captured global attention, one pressing question loomed: was Ridgway the sole perpetrator of the Green River killings? On November 5, 2003, Ridgway, then 54, avoided the death penalty in King County, Washington, by confessing to the murders of 48 women, the majority of whom he killed between 1982 and 1984.
Mr. Ridgway, how do you plead to the charge of aggravated murder in the first degree as charged in count 1?
Guilty.
When he confessed, and when I sat and listened to him say guilty after every one of the names that they had said.
For the death of Mary B. Meehan.
Guilty.
I just sat there and cried, and that's when
Based
it
upon my observations,
finally sunk in that this is real. He did it. There's someone else inside of him. When he went through the door and left to go to work, he wasn't the man that I knew. I would think back and think about all those years that I was with him. Were they real? Or was he just using me?
how do you plead to the charge of aggravated murder in the first degree as charged in count 48?
Guilty.
I lived with him all those years. He could have killed me. He could have killed my daughters. He could have killed my grandbabies.
Ridgway struck a deal with prosecutors, agreeing to cooperate in closing these cases in exchange for 48 life sentences without the possibility of parole. His formal sentencing took place in January 2004. However, because some victims were buried or potentially killed outside King County, including in Oregon, Ridgway still faced the possibility of the death penalty in other jurisdictions. Before Ridgway was led away, Judge Richard Jones ordered him to turn and face the families of his victims.
I don't wish for him to die. I wish for him to have a long, suffering, cruel death.
I can only hope someone gets the opportunity to choke you unconscious so you can live through the horror that you put our daughters, our sisters, our mothers through.
The one thing that I want you, Gary Ridgway, to know, I was that daughter at home, waiting for my mom to come home.
I think for all of us, as we brought the families up and introduced them, it was really emotional.
There are people here that hate you. I'm not one of them. What God says to do, and that's to forgive all. So you are forgiven, sir.
You took from me my firstborn child. May her soul and the soul of the other 47 victims rest in peace.
Having been led to believe prosecutors would pursue the death penalty, instead, it was sacrificed in the plea bargain. Legal scholars questioned whether this case marked a turning point for the death penalty in Washington state. If a man who methodically murdered 48 women avoided execution, they asked, who could be deemed eligible? Ridgway exhibited classic psychopathic tendencies, showing no remorse and struggling to remember many of his victims. He never learned their names and dismissed them as disposable, viewing their murders as impersonal thrills. I killed some of them outside, Ridgway admitted. I remember leaving each woman's body in the place where she was found. I killed most of them in my house near Military Road, and a lot in my truck, not far from where I picked them up. Ridgway insisted all his killings occurred in King County, likely hoping this would deter prosecutors from pursuing charges in other jurisdictions. Ridgway's deep-seated contempt for women, particularly prostitutes, was evident in his plea statement. I picked prostitutes as my victims because I hate most prostitutes, and I did not want to pay them for sex. I also picked prostitutes because they were easy to pick up without being noticed, he added. I knew they wouldn't be reported missing right away. Some might never be reported at all. I chose prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without ever getting caught, Ridgway confessed with chilling candor. Ridgway displayed classic serial killer behavior, admitting that reliving the murders brought him a sense of control and power that he lacked in his daily life. He deliberately buried his victims in clusters, allowing him to revisit the sites and relive the gratification he derived from their murders. King County officials attempted to present the plea bargain as a form of closure for the case. However, for many, it felt far from over. There was skepticism surrounding Ridgway's claims. The timeline suggested he went on a killing spree from 1982 to 1984, stopped entirely, and then resurfaced with isolated murders in 1990 and 1998, an unusual pattern for a serial killer. This pattern defies typical serial killer behavior. While killers may slow down during periods of intense law enforcement activity, they rarely stop altogether. Is it plausible that Ridgway ceased killing after 1984, having murdered 46 women in just a few years? Many investigators suspect there are additional victims, buried both within and beyond King County, yet to be discovered. Uncovering the bodies that formed part of Ridgway's plea deal took years. Finding the others may take even longer. For many, the case feels far from over. On April 24, 1973, a quiet phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado, became the setting for a chilling confession. A towering man, standing at 6 feet 9 inches, dials a number that will shock the nation. His deep, steady voice confesses to a series of brutal murders, including his own mother, his grandparents, and several young women.
It started coming to a head again, so I went back down. I ran away back down there. And then a month later, I'm up living with my grandparents in the mountains, and 10 months later, I murdered them. It made it worse to be on top of a mountain. I was literally on top of a mountain when it happened. And I sensed everybody in the world just stopping what they were doing, turning around, saw what I did, and are coming to get me. And I knew I was paranoid at that moment. I knew anybody that came up there and gave me a funny look or a fishy eye or quizzical look, I'd have blown their brains out thinking they were coming to get me. And if it had been in a city, I would have been a mass murderer at age 15.
The police officer on the other end of the call asked, "Who is this?" The reply came, "I'm Edmund Kemper, the man who's turning himself in." But who is Edmund Kemper? How did this seemingly soft-spoken, intelligent man become one of America's most notorious serial killers? To uncover the answer, we must go back to where it all began. From his chilling first act of violence at age 15 to his years of manipulation and murder, this is the story of a man who took control in the most unimaginable way by confessing. Join us as we delve into the twisted mind of Edmund Kemper, piecing together his dark journey from the murder of his grandparents to his horrific spree as the co-ed killer. Through his own words, interviews, and confessions, we uncover the shocking truth.
My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. And I watched the alcohol increase. I watched her social life drop off. I watched her get bizarre. She had terrible pain from her life, earlier life, her upbringing, a failed marriage with my father. I'm a constant reminder of that failure. I hate to distill it down into such into one-word realities like that. There's a lot that leads into that happening, but that is what happened. They represented not what my mother was, but what she liked, what she coveted, what was important to her, and I was destroying it.
He had first arrived during the Christmas holidays, stayed through the school year, and now found himself sent back again. But Edmund wasn't happy about it. Already 6'4" tall and socially awkward, he was an imposing figure who made others uneasy. People shuffled him from one home to another, treating him like a burden. Frustrated and seething with anger, Kemper later described himself as a walking time bomb, yet, instead of diffusing his growing rage, those around him seemed to fuel it further.
Younger sister's 2 years younger, and I developed some morbid games. My life had started going that way at about 8. At a certain time of the evening, the family left the center room, the living room of the house. My mother and my sisters, or my sisters themselves, would go up to bed upstairs, where I used to go to bed, upstairs. I had to go down to the basement. And an 8-year-old child had a tough time differentiating the reason in that. Why am I going to the basement? I'm going to hell, they're going to heaven.
Kemper despised the way his mother treated him, and his grandmother wasn't much better. Both women constantly bossed him around and dictated his every move, fueling his resentment. By his own admission, he began harboring dark fantasies of killing and mutilating them, and they weren't his only targets.
What were those fantasies?
What were they?
Yes.
Possessing the severed heads of women. Men didn't turn me on. That wasn't I couldn't appreciate the appearances of a guy. That when I was young, I was about 8 or 9 years old, I went to this little come-on. It was like at a record store or something, and they had this crowd of kids there, and there was a magic show. And this guy, you've probably seen it, the fake guillotine, hand pressed, and they put the potato there, and someone puts their neck in the brace, and they slam this thing down, and the potato down below chops in two, but the person's head doesn't fall off, right? And everybody gets very fascinated by that. Oh my God. And then when he puts the blade in place and he pushes it down, it goes through that neck hole. But it never chops anybody's head off. Okay, so he wanted to volunteer I'm not standing in this crowd watching this show. And he wanted to volunteer out of the audience. And some quite beautiful little 16-year-old girl gets up there and it's a big laugh and you're all giddy and stuff. And I started getting caught up in this. I said, wow. Right at that moment, I departed reality because logically, I should have been able to ascertain that that could not happen. You're not going to get away with chopping somebody's head off in the middle of, in the middle of Helena, Montana, the capital city.
Psychiatrist Donald Lundy, in Murder and Madness, wrote that as a child, Kemper wished for everyone in the world to die, and often imagined carrying out those killings himself. His cruelty also extended to animals. He buried a cat alive, later exhumed it, decapitated it, and mounted its head on a stick, a chilling foreshadowing of what was to come. One August afternoon, Kemper had a heated argument with his 66-year-old grandmother, Maud, in the kitchen. According to psychiatrist Donald Lundy, Kemper's pent-up rage toward his mother was often displaced onto Maud, making her a frequent target of his anger. On this day, it didn't take much to set him off. Enraged, Kemper grabbed a rifle. When Maud scolded him for aiming at birds, he turned the weapon on her instead. He shot her in the head, killing her instantly, then fired 2 more rounds into her back. Margaret Cheney, in Why the Serial Killer in America, reports that Kemper also stabbed her with a kitchen knife, while David K. Frazier, in Murder Cases of the 20th Century, specifies it was 3 times in the back. Kemper's first murder appeared to be impulsive, a violent outburst, rather than a premeditated act of evil. Now faced with the gruesome reality of what he'd done, Kemper panicked. He knew he had to conceal the crime, especially from his grandfather, who would be arriving home soon. At his towering size, thanks to a 6-foot mother and a 6 father, he had no trouble dragging Maud's lifeless body into the bedroom. Moments later, his 72-year-old grandfather, also named Edmund, pulled into the driveway. This was the man who had gifted him the very rifle he'd used to kill his grandmother the previous Christmas. Watching from the window, Kemper made a chilling decision to silence his grandfather too. As the elderly man stepped out of his car, Kemper raised the rifle and shot him without hesitation. According to Margaret Cheney, Kemper then dragged the body into the garage, completing his gruesome double murder. According to Lundy, in his twisted mind, Kemper saw the murders as a form of revenge for the rejection he had faced from both his father and his mother. Unsure of what to do next, he made a fateful call to his mother, Clarnell, in Montana. When he confessed to her, she urged him to contact the police. Perhaps Clarnell remembered the grim warning she had once given Edmund's biological father that their son might kill his grandparents one day. Following her advice, Kemper dialed the authorities. When officers arrived at the ranch, they found him sitting calmly on the porch, waiting for them to take him away. Kemper was placed in the custody of the California Youth Authority, where his chilling lack of remorse began to surface. During an interview, he casually told officers that he had shot his grandmother simply to see what it felt like. This haunting statement would become one of his most infamous quotes, cementing his image as a cold-blooded killer, even at a young age. He later claimed he killed his grandfather to spare him the pain of discovering Maud's body. For the California legal system, the idea that a 15-year-old could commit such horrific acts was almost impossible to comprehend. Kemper underwent psychiatric testing, where he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, a condition that would shape how authorities handled him moving forward. Despite his violent tendencies, Kemper was found to possess a near-genius IQ. Instead of being sent to a typical youth authority facility, he was placed in the high-security Atascadero State Hospital for the criminally insane. His intelligence quickly set him apart, so much so that he was given access to psychological assessment tools and even allowed to administer them to other patients. As John Douglas explains in Mindhunter, Kemper used this opportunity to memorize responses for 28 different psychological tests, arming himself with the knowledge to manipulate future evaluations. His efforts paid off. By the time his 21st birthday approached, Kemper had successfully convinced doctors that he was rehabilitated. With his mother's help, he was released back into society. The most detailed insights into Kemper's case emerged from those who studied him closely in the 1970s, immediately following his trial. Psychiatrist Donald Lundy and authors Ward D. Mayo and Margaret Cheney had access to his trial transcripts, with Cheney describing his confessions as compulsive and deeply unsettling. Kemper also participated in a 1978 interview for Court TV's Mugshots, offering chilling reflections on his crimes. Former FBI profilers Robert R. Ressler and John Douglas spent significant time interviewing Kemper and later documented their encounters in their books. While self-reported accounts are often unreliable, Kemper's descriptions of his life and crimes proved both revealing and disturbing. His imposing physical stature, standing at 6'A", and weighing nearly 300 pounds, always drew attention, but it was his sharp intellect and unnervingly articulate manner that left the most lasting impression. By the time Kemper began his reign of terror, San Jose, California, was already reeling from a wave of violent crimes. His string of murders marked the third major case to grip the area since 1970, adding to an atmosphere of widespread fear and paranoia. After his release from Atascadero, Kemper moved to the beachside town of Santa Cruz, just south of San Francisco, surrounded by mountains, the ocean, and iconic redwood trees. Known as both a tourist destination and an upscale community, the town seemed an unlikely setting for such horrors. However, during the early 1970s, tensions were already simmering as young people, particularly hippies, flocked to the area following the opening of a new University of California campus. While the influx brought energy and change, many longtime residents viewed these newcomers as undesirable, adding to the town's growing unease. According to D. Amio, 95% of murders in America during this time were situational acts of violence stemming from domestic disputes or arguments between acquaintances. But the murders plaguing Santa Cruz in the 1970s shattered this norm. These killings were random, senseless, and terrifying. While one murderer was apprehended shortly after his crime, other cases remained unsolved for months, leaving residents gripped with fear. By 1973, the panic had reached such heights that people began arming themselves, desperate for protection against predators bold enough to invade the homes of ordinary families. In late 1970, Santa Cruz was rocked by the horrifying crimes of John Lindley Frazier, who murdered 5 people, the Ota family, and Dr. Ota's secretary, claiming he was protecting the environment from the evils of modern progress. Frazier, an extremist deeply entrenched in the hippie lifestyle, was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia but still deemed sane and convicted. His trial descended into chaos as Frazier attempted to feign insanity to mislead the jury. Public mistrust of the hippie counterculture grew, fueled by memories of Charles Manson's infamous Los Angeles murders just a year earlier. Like Manson, Frazier had invaded a home and brutally slaughtered its occupants, including 2 children, in service of his deranged ideology. In late 1972 and early 1973, Santa Cruz was gripped by terror as a series of grisly murders unfolded over just 4 months. The victims included 4 campers, a priest, a man working in his garden, a young girl, and a mother with her 2 children. The killer was eventually identified as 25-year-old Herbert Mullen. Despite a history of institutionalization and being flagged as dangerous, Mullen was released as an outpatient, free to wander the streets. Having stopped taking his antipsychotic medication, Mullen claimed he heard voices commanding him to kill. In his deluded mind, these murders were necessary sacrifices to prevent a catastrophic earthquake that, he believed, would submerge California into the ocean. Mullen believed he was destined to perform a twisted ritual he called the Die Song. He claimed telepathic messages instructed him to find 13 people willing to either sacrifice themselves or be killed by him to save California from disaster. Armed with knives, guns, or even baseball bats, he carried out his chilling mission, murdering his chosen victims one by one until the police finally apprehended him. Although he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, the courts found him legally sane, and he was convicted of 10 murders. Even before Mullen's killing spree, female hitchhikers had begun vanishing in May 1972. Desperate to calm public fear, authorities initially speculated that Mullen was behind these disappearances, hoping to convince the community that the nightmare was over. However, they soon realized they were dealing with a completely different predator, one who was even more calculated and monstrous. The Santa Cruz Sentinel, the local newspaper, later chronicled the city's dark history in a special publication, spotlighting the grim activities of 3 killers who turned the idyllic town into a scene of terror. Reporter Tom Honig described the era as the actions of a world gone crazy. The 1970s were marked by escalating violence, and Santa Cruz became infamous for the chilling addition of Edmund Kemper to the ranks of its killers. Together, Frazier, Mullen, and Kemper claimed 28 lives, each embodying a distinct type of murderer. Frazier committed his atrocities in one brutal event, Mullen's spree was driven by delusions of a higher purpose, and Kemper meticulously operated as a serial killer. Kemper's reign of terror began before Mullen's and ended shortly after, fueled according to his interviews by years of relentless humiliation and psychological torment from his mother. When Kemper was released from Atascadero in 1969, psychiatrists strongly advised against him returning to live with his mother, Clarnell, fearing it could spark further violence. Yet, with no financial support or guidance from the youth authority, Kemper had little choice. Moving back in with Clarnell, he found himself subjected to her relentless verbal abuse once again. By this time, Clarnell had divorced her 3rd husband and started working as an administrative assistant at a new university in Santa Cruz, where she lived in a duplex on Ord Drive in Aptos. Their frequent, heated arguments could often be heard by neighbors. Whether Clarnell's behavior directly influenced Kemper's eventual actions remains a subject of debate, but their toxic and volatile relationship undoubtedly left deep scars. In compliance with his parole, Kemper enrolled in a community college and performed well academically. However, his real aspiration was to join the police academy. When he discovered that his towering height disqualified him, he found solace by spending time in the jury room where local officers gathered. They nicknamed him Big Ed and regarded him as a polite and respectful young man. Kemper's soft-spoken demeanor, articulate speech, and intelligence left a favorable impression. He was particularly fascinated with law enforcement and idolized actors like John Wayne, a fact well known among the officers. None of them could have imagined that one day, the man they welcomed into their circle would become the subject of one of the most horrifying cases they would ever encounter. Kemper held a series of odd jobs before securing a position with the California Highway Department. With enough savings, he briefly moved out of his mother's home to Alameda, near San Francisco, where he shared an apartment with a friend. However, financial instability often forced him to return to Clarnell's toxic environment. During this time, he purchased a motorcycle but was involved in 2 separate accidents. One of them resulted in a settlement of $15,000, which he used to buy a yellow Ford Galaxy. This car would later become an infamous part of his crimes. As Kemper cruised the area, he observed young women hitchhiking, a common and carefree practice for college students along the West Coast in the 1970s. But for Kemper, these encounters were anything but innocent. In later interviews, he admitted that he would evaluate these women, considering what unspeakable acts he could commit against them. Kemper meticulously prepared his Ford Galaxy for his sinister intentions, equipping it with plastic bags, knives, a blanket, and handcuffs hidden in the trunk. All that remained was the right opportunity. For a while, he practiced restraint, picking up hitchhikers and letting them go without incident. By his own account, he gave rides to approximately 150 young women, any of whom could have been chosen as his victim. But as time went on, the dark urges he referred to as his little zapples became impossible to ignore. Eventually, he gave in to the compulsion and began his horrifying spree. On May 7, 1972, with the Frazier trial still fresh in the public's mind, Marianne Pesca and Anita Lachessa set off from Fresno State College, hitchhiking to meet friends at Stanford University. Their journey began like so many others in those days, 2 carefree college students thumbing a ride. However, when the girls failed to reach their destination, their families contacted the police. Unfortunately, hitchhiking was so common and runaway cases so frequent that investigators had little to go on. Months passed without answers until August 15th, when the severed remains of a female head were discovered in the mountains. It was identified as Marianne Pesca. Though no other remains were found, authorities concluded that both young women had met a tragic and violent end. On September 14, 1972, 15-year-old dance student Aiko Koo vanished while hitchhiking from Berkeley. A month later, on October 13th, Herbert Mullins' murders began to grip public attention. Meanwhile, in early 1973, another young woman disappeared, 18-year-old Cindy Schall. She was hitchhiking to Cabrillo Community College after stopping briefly at a friend's house. Witnesses saw her get into a car, but she was never seen alive again.
Kid to drive. I started driving when I was 10 or 12 years old, but I got a license when I was 15 up in Montana, and then I got locked up, and then here in California, and I got out, got a license, and I just started driving. And that was my main hobby, I'd say. And I saw a lot of people out hitchhiking, and I didn't select girls to pick up. I picked up anybody who wanted a ride. And over that whole 3-year period, it was the same way. If someone needed a ride, I picked them up, unless specifically I was looking for someone to do in. All that driving around, it wasn't rehearsing. I made a game out of driving around, picking people up, and later on I discerned that some people wouldn't get in my car because of the situation. I'm a young man by myself, it's unsafe. So I thought, well, gee, that kind of put me off. I'm not doing anything to anybody, so I want to see if I can change that situation where they'll want to get in and I can take them where they're going. Because I know I'm not going to do anything. And I got to where I could diffuse that situation. It's how you're looking. If you look, oh boy, all right, you start cranking the car over there. They're not going to get in your car because they can see you from half a block away drooling. But if you look at your watch and say, geez, I don't know if I have enough time, and you're kind of in the mirror and looking around, and you pull over, this guy's just a businessman going somewhere, and get in his car, we'll go where we're going. And it's little games I played so they'd get in the car. And then we chatted, and I talked about things, and I found out where their orientations were and their little, what they used to judge and who could get in and who they could get in with and who they couldn't, right? In that sense, it's been interpreted as what do you call it, rehearsing. It's not true, it's like playing chess.
Within 2 days, gruesome discoveries began: dismembered arms and legs found on a cliff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Shortly after, an upper torso washed ashore and was identified as Schall's through lung x-rays. A lower torso followed, and a surfer discovered her left hand, identifiable by fingerprints. However, her head and right hand were never recovered. As these grisly findings unfolded, local newspapers began referring to the perpetrator as the Chopper and the Butcher. On January 25, 1973, 2 local families were brutally murdered in their homes, escalating the fear already gripping Santa Cruz. Shortly afterward, 4 young men camping together were found executed, each shot at close range in the head. The community's horror deepened on February 5th, when two female hitchhikers, Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Liu, vanished without a trace. Police had no leads on their disappearances. Then, on February 13th, a witness reported another shocking incident: a man shot dead while gardening. This time, authorities acted swiftly, arresting Herbert Mullen. Mullen was tied to most of these recent shootings, but his methods didn't match the other crimes, particularly the disappearance of Thorpe and Liu or the earlier murders of Cindy Shaw and Marianne Pesca. Unlike Mullen's straightforward executions, kidnapping and dismemberment weren't part of his modus operandi. Following Mullen's arrest, the local media played a significant role in amplifying the climate of fear. According to DAMEO, television reporter Marilyn Baker became particularly notorious for sensationalizing events. She frequently exaggerated rumors and presented unverified information as fact, much to the frustration of law enforcement and the alarm of citizens. Baker's reports often featured claims of satanic rituals and attempted to connect unrelated murders under a single narrative. She described the Butcher murders as unique, claiming the decapitations and dismemberments displayed a level of precision that suggested professional expertise. Baker further alleged that bodies were placed in slanted positions to ensure blood drained efficiently, facilitating the dismemberment process, a chilling detail that only deepened the public's unease. Baker further fueled the hysteria by claiming that one or more victims had been held captive before their deaths. She highlighted grisly details, such as the slicing of Cindy Shaw's Achilles tendon, and went as far as suggesting the killer might be a lesbian or transvestite. Her sensational reports frequently criticized law enforcement for perceived missteps in the investigation. Baker even speculated that the murders followed a specific pattern, occurring on Mondays after dark and during full moons, claims that were entirely unfounded but conveniently fed into the narrative of cult activity. Her dramatic theories, while captivating for the public, created more confusion and frustration for investigators. On March 4th, two hikers made a grim discovery near Highway 1 in San Mateo County: a human skull and a jawbone. Police quickly realized these remains did not belong to the same person. A search of the area revealed a second skull that matched the jawbone, confirming the presence of two victims killed and discarded together. Comparing the remains to reports of missing hitchhikers, authorities identified them as Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Liu. The investigation revealed that Liu had been shot twice in the head, while Thorpe had been shot once.
Losing a grasp on something that was too violent to keep inside forever. As I'm sitting there with a severed head in my hand, talking to it, or looking at it, and I'm about to go crazy, literally. I'm about to go completely flywheel loose and just fall apart. I say, wow, this is insane. And then I told myself, no, it isn't. You're saying that, and that makes it not insane. I said, I'm sane, and I'm looking at a severed... I said, well, wait a minute. I see old paintings and drawings of Viking heroes talking to severed heads and taking them to parties, old enemies in leather bags. Part of our heritage. This is me back then, in 1972 and 73. Unable to live with the fact that I just stabbed to death and cut the throat of an innocent young woman. Innocent in the sense that she did not plan on that happening. She didn't do anything specifically for that to happen to her. Yet she was a very active participant in her own death. And in my memory of that, she was 19 years old, and her roommate in the trunk, who died right after that, was 18. I didn't go hog wild and totally limp. What I'm saying is, I found myself doing things in an attempt to make things fit together inside. I was doing sexual probings and things. I mean, in the sense of striking out and reaching out and grabbing and pulling to me, but appalled at the sense that it wasn't working. That isn't the way it's supposed to be. It isn't the way I want it. See what I'm saying?
The chilling discovery prompted the university to implement a bus system to provide safer transportation for off-campus students, hoping to prevent more tragedies. Authorities were overwhelmed as the Santa Cruz area spiraled into a nightmare of murders and missing young women. Leads were scarce, and the killings showed no signs of stopping. The crisis even caused a sharp decline in university enrollment as fear took hold. Then, in an unexpected twist, the killing spree came to an end not through police intervention, but by the killer's own actions. On April 23, 1973, the Santa Cruz police received a startling phone call. On the line was a 24-year-old man calling from a phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado. This wasn't just any caller. It was Big Edmund Kemper, the man who had shared meals and conversations with police officers, now calmly confessing to murder. Kemper's confession wasn't limited to 1 or 2 murders, it was far worse. Just 4 days earlier, on Good Friday, he had killed his mother, Clarnell Strandberg, in a fit of rage. After the murder, he calmly went out drinking with his police friends, showing no sign of the horror he had just committed.
She came home, went to sleep. I was woken up by that. Came out. I walked up to her bed. She's laying there reading a paperback, as many thousands of nights before. And she said, "Oh, I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now." Shit. I looked at her. I said, "No." I said, "Good night." And I knew I was going to kill her, you know? And I was so cold and so hard. And that's the first time in 10 years I've looked at it that way. I mean, that intensely, that honestly. It hurts. Because I'm not a lizard. I'm not from under a rock. I came out of her vagina. See? I came out of my mother. And in a rage, I went right back in. For 7 years, she said, I haven't had sex with a man because of you, my murderous son. It's one of our arguments. And I cut off her head, and I humiliated her corpse. I said, there, you know? A 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk. God, I wish I had.
Later that night, he invited his mother's friend, Sarah Sally Hallett, over for dinner and a movie. Sally eagerly accepted, unaware of the fate awaiting her. Upon her arrival, Kemper killed her as well and decapitated her. He stuffed both women's bodies into closets in the duplex on Ord Drive. Afterward, Kemper fled, driving aimlessly for several days. He eventually abandoned one car, rented a green Chevy Impala, and finally decided to surrender himself to the police. Kemper revealed that he had been awake for 3 days, fueled by no-dose pills, and described himself as feeling half crazy over the phone. He calmly confessed to a string of unsolved murders, repeatedly referring to the victims as the co-eds. Despite his disturbing admissions, his primary request was simple: he wanted someone to come and pick him up. Kemper explained that he had 200 rounds of ammunition and 3 firearms in his car, which he found terrifying, and he was ready to surrender. However, the officer who answered his call assumed it was a prank, a claim noted by David Everett in Human Monsters. The officer dismissed him, advising him to call back later. Undeterred, Kemper made multiple calls, struggling to convince anyone to take his shocking confession seriously. To those who knew Kemper, his claims seemed too bizarre to be true, a dark joke from a man with a strange sense of humor. Undeterred by the skepticism, Kemper persisted, calling repeatedly until he convinced an officer to investigate his mother's house. He pointed out that Sergeant Alufi, an officer who had recently confiscated a .44 caliber revolver from him, would recognize the significance of the situation. Alufi, familiar with Kemper and his demeanor, decided to act. The sergeant went to the duplex on Ord Drive himself to confirm the unsettling claims. As Sergeant Alufi stepped inside, the stench of decomposition hit him immediately. Opening the closet, he discovered blood and hair, exactly as Kemper had described. He quickly secured the scene and called in the coroner and detectives, who confirmed the presence of 2 bodies, just as Kemper had confessed. Both bodies had been decapitated, with Clarnell's head showing signs of severe battering, allegedly used for dart practice. Kemper revealed that her tongue and larynx had been chopped up and stuffed into the garbage disposal, which had rejected the grisly remains. It was now clear to investigators how the co-ed butcher had managed to evade capture for so long. John Douglas noted that Kemper had used his access to the jury room and investigation details to refine his methods. By studying law enforcement strategies, Kemper was able to stay one step ahead, evading capture. Despite the warnings issued to students, he had mastered the art of appearing harmless, a skill that allowed him to lure unsuspecting girls into his car with ease. Peter Chang and a team of detectives traveled across 3 states to retrieve Kemper from the detention center where local police had placed him. They found him waiting calmly, fully aware of his own dangerous nature and the need to be confined. Kemper showed no hesitation to talk, waiving his right to an attorney twice, though he later claimed to have requested one. The story Kemper told was unlike anything the detectives had ever encountered. For hours, he detailed his murders: 6 co-eds, his mother, her friend, and his grandparents years earlier, bringing his total to 10. To back up his claims, he led detectives to locations where he had hidden or discarded parts of his victims. Kemper also confessed to having sex with the severed heads, describing how it gave him a twisted sense of possession and control over his victims. As the trial progressed, the revelations became even more disturbing, fueled by intensive psychiatric evaluations. Both the defense and prosecution worked tirelessly to determine how to handle this profoundly unsettling young man. I was born in Burbank, California, on December 18, 1948, as the middle child of E.E. Edmund Jr., he had an older sister by 6 years and a younger sister by 2.5 years. While Edmund shared a bond with his father, their family fractured when E.E. divorced Clarnell in 1957, leaving 9-year-old Edmund to move to Montana with his mother and siblings. The separation hit him hard, and he later claimed that his mother, in an attempt to toughen him up, began locking him in the basement. Kemper would later offer varying motives for his actions, tailoring them to whoever was interviewing him. He often expressed the belief that his very existence served as a painful reminder to his mother of her failed marriage. While he harbored deep hatred for her, he sometimes spoke with an air of understanding about her motives and behavior. "My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman," Kemper once said. "I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. I watched as the alcohol took over, as her social life faded away, and as she became more and more bizarre. She carried terrible pain from her past, her childhood, her upbringing, and her failed marriage to my father. I was a constant reminder of that failure." In various interviews, Kemper recounted the fear and anger that defined his childhood, alongside the dark fantasies that consumed him. He admitted that killing the family cat and placing its head on an altar made him feel powerful, especially after he managed to lie convincingly about it. This incident marked the beginning of his ability to maintain a trustworthy public facade, even as his inner world grew increasingly sinister. Everett indicates that by the time he was 10, he was already thinking about females in sexual terms. He was also developing a violent inner world. "When I was in school," Kemper said in a taped interview, "I was called a chronic daydreamer, and I saw a counselor twice during junior high and high school, and that was very routine. They didn't ask me a lot of questions about myself, and that was probably the most violent fantasy time I was off into." Accounts from Kemper's sisters painted a disturbing picture of his childhood. Frazier noted that one sister once dared him to kiss a teacher, to which he chillingly replied that if he did, he'd have to kill her afterward. His younger sister recalled his habit of decapitating her dolls, a sinister precursor to his later crimes. Their mother, seemingly sensing his troubling tendencies, confined him to the basement to keep him away from the girls, a decision that, in hindsight, proved to be alarmingly justified. Kemper once reflected, "I lived as an ordinary person most of my life. Even though I was living a parallel and increasingly violent other life at the age of 13, he killed his own pet cat with a machete, hiding the remains in his closet." The gruesome discovery was later made by his mother. Cheney provides chilling details of this incident, drawn directly from Kemper's own accounts. That same year, Kemper ran away from home, determined to live with his father. He believed life with his father would be better, but upon arrival, he realized that his father, now remarried with another son, was not as welcoming as he had hoped. Although E.E. allowed him to stay for a short time, he ultimately sent Kemper back to Montana. Clarnell, however, was equally unwilling to take him back. She was preparing to marry her third husband and viewed her overgrown adolescent son as too much to handle. Her solution was to send Kemper to live with his paternal grandparents on their ranch in California. According to Kemper, as detailed in mugshots, it was actually his father who decided to send him there. Frazier notes that Kemper ran away twice, with his second attempt landing him at his grandparents' home. "I went to live with Dad," Kemper recalled, "and he sends me up to Grandma. Now she's going to undo all the terrible things my mother did to me. I'm going to be a showpiece. She's going to show the world that my mother was a lousy parent. I'm going to be a pawn in this little game." This arrangement, as Kemper later recounted, was deeply unpleasant for him. It was at his grandparents' ranch, living with Maud and Edmund Kemper SR, that Edmund's descent into murder began. After his release from the psychiatric hospital years later, Kemper expressed a desire to become a police officer. As Lundy noted, the parole board that approved his release included no psychologists or psychiatrists, nor was there any follow-up psychiatric care plan for him. Disheartened by his inability to find suitable employment, Kemper grew increasingly frustrated. Though he shared an apartment with a friend for a time, he feared that he might eventually have to move back in with his mother. This fear became reality, and living with Clarnell would ultimately seal both of their fates. Much like she had with her 3 ex-husbands, Clarnell relentlessly berated Edmund, targeting his masculinity and self-worth. He expressed a desire to socialize, but she refused to introduce him to any women on campus. "She's holding up these girls who said they were too good for me to get to know," he recalled. Her cutting remarks stung deeply. "You're just like your father. You don't deserve to get to know them." Enraged by her constant ridicule, Kemper began cruising the streets, seeking the women he believed he could never have. Kemper knew how to lure women on his terms. He often picked up hitchhikers, recounting in an interview, "I'm picking up young women. And I'm going a little bit further each time. It's a daring kind of thing." Initially, he carried no weapon, simply driving to secluded areas where he could act, but then hesitated. "I say no, I can't." Over time, he began hiding a gun in his car. This craving, this awful raging, eating feeling inside this fantastic passion, it was overwhelming me, he described. It was like drugs, like alcohol. A little isn't enough. Everything shifted for Kemper on May 7, 1972. Long before Mullen's murderous spree gripped the area, Kemper decided it was time to act. It was stupid for anyone to hitchhike, he later remarked. But to these people who thought it was fun and exciting, maybe even a little daring, it is as if they're dead drawing strategies from police novels. He learned tactics like keeping the car door locked once his victims were inside. He also mastered how to create a false sense of security, ensuring they felt safe with him. Clarnell had obtained a university parking sticker for Kemper's Ford, enabling him to move freely around the campus without arousing suspicion. Interestingly, her colleagues at the university described her as charming and easy to get along, with a stark contrast to Edmund's accounts of her. Despite their toxic relationship, Clarnell still provided him with support and allowed him to live under her roof. On this fateful day, Kemper picked up 2 18-year-old college students, Marianne Pesky and Anita Lachessa, who were hitchhiking. His initial plan was to sexually assault them, but he quickly decided on murder to ensure there would be no witnesses. "It was the first time I went looking for someone to kill," Kemper later admitted. "And it's 2 people, not 1, and they're dead." Very naive, too painfully naive, and they thought they were streetwise. At first, the girls were genuinely grateful for the ride. Their destination, Stanford, was about an hour away, and Kemper had assured them he'd take them all the way. They couldn't believe their good fortune. However, their relief quickly turned to fear as Kemper veered off the highway and stopped on a secluded dirt road. It was then the girls began to realize something was terribly wrong. Kemper escalated the situation, taunting the girls by telling them he planned to sexually assault them and take them to his apartment. However, his time in Atascadero had taught him one thing from listening to other rapists: it was safer to leave no witnesses. Acting on this dark logic, he handcuffed Marianne Pesky to the back seat and forced Anita Lachessa into the trunk of the car. Kemper's attempt to smother Pesky failed, as did his initial effort to stab her. The knife blade struck her backbone, causing pain but no fatal injury. Pesky fiercely fought back, even biting through the bag he had placed over her head. Frustrated, Kemper ultimately slit her throat, killing her. He then turned to Luchesa, whose murder proved to be more difficult and chaotic than he had anticipated. With 2 lifeless bodies in his possession, Kemper faced an unnerving close call. While driving toward Alameda, he was pulled over by a police officer for a broken taillight. Remaining calm and polite, Kemper managed to avoid suspicion, receiving only a warning. Later, he admitted that the encounter had thrilled him. If the officer had decided to check the trunk, Kemper chillingly confessed he was prepared to kill him without hesitation. When Kemper arrived in Alameda, he found his roommate was out, giving him the privacy he needed to carry out his gruesome plans. He wrapped the bodies in blankets, moved them from the car trunk, and brought them into his apartment. Laying the corpses on the floor, Kemper began his macabre work, later detailing every disturbing step during his confession. Kemper brought the bodies into his bedroom, where he began taking photographs of them. As he dismembered them, he continued capturing images, pausing intermittently to indulge in the twisted satisfaction of having complete control over his victims. He later admitted to performing sexual acts with the severed body parts, a grim extension of his need for dominance. Kemper placed Pesky's dismembered remains in a bag and buried them in a shallow grave in the mountains, carefully noting the location for potential return visits. Before discarding their heads in a ravine, he used Pesky's head for sexual gratification. After disposing of both heads, Kemper resumed the facade of normalcy, picking up hitchhiking girls and dropping them off safely, as if nothing had happened. Kemper often engaged his hitchhikers in conversation about the ongoing hunt for the killer targeting young women, all the while silently evaluating them as potential victims. When someone put their hand on my car door handle, he chillingly remarked, "They were giving me their life." This twisted routine carried on until September 14, 1972. On September 14, 1972, Kemper picked up 15-year-old Aiko Ku, who had grown tired of waiting for her bus and decided to hitchhike. By then, Kemper had been consumed by the dark energy fueling his murderous fantasies. Though surprised to learn she was so young, he was undeterred. This girl, he decided, would become his next victim. Reflecting on his encounter with Aiko, Kemper said, "I pulled the gun out to show her I had it. She was freaking out. Then I put the gun away, and that had more of an effect than pulling it out." At one point, Kemper accidentally locked himself out of the car, briefly giving Aiko an opportunity to escape. She could have reached over and grabbed the gun, he later remarked. But I think she never gave it a thought. Instead, paralyzed by fear, she unlocked the door and allowed him back inside. Kemper forced Aiko into unconsciousness by pinching her nostrils shut, according to Fraser, and then sexually assaulted her. He later strangled her to death, stashing her lifeless body in the trunk of his car. Afterward, Kemper casually stopped for a few drinks before returning home, where he dismembered and dissected her body just as he had done with his previous victims. After experiencing the twisted thrill of exerting complete control over his victims, Kemper knew he wouldn't be able to stop for long. But before he could continue his murderous spree, he needed to deceive the psychiatrist monitoring his case into believing that he was fully rehabilitated. Just one day after killing Aiko Ku, Kemper appeared before a panel of psychiatrists for a routine parole review. On paper, he seemed like a success story. He was excelling in school, actively seeking employment, and appeared to have avoided any trouble. Knowing exactly what they wanted to hear, Kemper skillfully delivered a convincing performance. The first psychiatrist spent some time speaking with Kemper and concluded there was no reason to view him as a threat. The second went even further, describing Kemper as normal and safe according to Cheney. Both doctors recommended sealing his juvenile records, believing it would aid his reintegration into society as a better citizen. While the psychiatrists praised their success in rehabilitating a child killer, Kemper quietly reveled in the dark truth they couldn't see. According to D'Amio, not only had Kemper murdered a girl just the day before, but her severed head sat hidden in the trunk of his car during the evaluation, an accusation Kemper later denied. Regardless, he had successfully fooled the system once again, resuming his deadly game. Kemper had masterfully deceived the psychiatrists into believing he was reformed, leading them to misjudge him as no longer a threat. Although the judge harbored doubts, there was no legal basis to reject the request to seal Kemper's juvenile records. As a result, 8 years after murdering his grandparents, Kemper walked free once again. Driving away with a clean bill of mental health, Kemper felt a grim satisfaction. Now unburdened by oversight, he was free to resume his dark experiments. Shortly afterward, he buried Aiko Ku's head and hands in a remote area above Boulder Creek, where they would remain hidden until their discovery the following May. Kemper, however, was far from done. Though Kemper kept a low profile for a time, his mind remained consumed by fantasies of killing young women. To relive his gruesome acts, he held on to trophies and photographs from his victims. Meanwhile, frequent clashes with his domineering mother only fueled his growing urge to kill again. Kemper later attempted to rationalize his crimes, attributing them to deep frustrations and insecurities. "My frustration, my inability to communicate socially and sexually," he explained. "I wasn't impotent. I was scared to death of failing in male-female relationships." Kemper acquired a .22 caliber pistol and began searching for his next victim, a young, attractive hitchhiker. On January 7, 1973, he picked up Cindy Shaw, who willingly accepted a ride. Driving her to a secluded area, he wasted no time and shot her quickly. This time, his goal wasn't prolonged suffering, but simply possessing a body to fulfill his disturbing desires. Living with his mother once more, Kemper brought Cindy Shaw's lifeless body home and dismembered her in the bathtub. He kept her remains in his room overnight before beheading her and burying the head in the backyard. The rest of the body was disposed of over a cliff, but the ocean soon carried the parts ashore. Despite this, Kemper was confident he wouldn't be linked to the crime. He had meticulously removed the bullet from her skull, and his hunch was correct. No one suspected him. On February 5th, following a particularly explosive argument with his mother, Kemper went hunting for victims once more. That day, Rosalind Thorpe and Allison Liu vanished from campus. Kemper first picked up Rosalind, whose calm demeanor seemed to reassure Allison enough for her to climb into the car without hesitation. Miss Liu was sitting in the back, right behind Miss Thorpe, Kemper later recalled. Driving calmly, he commented on the beautiful view, even hesitating for a few moments before acting. Slowly, he moved his pistol from his lap, raised it, and fired. Thorpe slumped against the window as the shot hit her. Liu panicked, flailing her hands as she tried to defend herself. "I had to fire through her hands," Kemper explained, missing twice before finally striking her. Kemper eventually struck Liu in the temple with a shot, then aimed and fired again. However, as he neared the university gate, she was reportedly still alive, her labored breathing and faint moans breaking the silence. Some accounts claim she had already succumbed to her injuries by this point, but others describe her lingering signs of life during the drive. At the university security gate, 2 young men on duty spotted Kemper's university sticker and waved him through without hesitation. The bodies of Thorpe and Liu, wrapped in blankets, were hidden in plain sight, one even placed in the front passenger seat. Kemper later revealed he had casually told the guard the women were drunk and he was helping them back to their dorms. The guard believed him, and at that moment, Kemper felt invincible. Kemper later admitted, "It was getting easier to do. I was getting better at it." He brought Thorpe and Liu's bodies back to his mother's home, where he dismembered and beheaded them while his mother and neighbors remained obliviously close by. Some reports suggest he beheaded them in the car before carrying a headless corpse inside to fulfill his grotesque fantasies. Kemper knew the risk he was taking. Any neighbor passing by and glancing through the window could have witnessed his unspeakable acts, but no one did. The following morning, he disposed of the dismembered limbs in the ocean and scattered other body parts in the hills, discarding the heads separately. His 4th spree of killing was complete, but soon, his growing rage would lead him to a much closer target. After taking the lives of 6 young women, the towering 6, Kemper directed his fury toward his ultimate target, his mother. While many experts later theorized that his earlier murders were symbolic rehearsals for killing her, and that her death marked the end of his spree, Kemper himself offered a very different explanation. In an interview, Kemper claimed that he sensed law enforcement closing in after Sergeant Alufi questioned him about his firearm. He stated that he killed his mother to spare her the humiliation of discovering he was the notorious co-ed butcher. However, the brutal way he handled her corpse painted a much darker and vengeful picture. Kemper admitted he feared his mother might have discovered the trophies he had taken from his victims. This left him torn between fleeing or killing her. "I can't get away from her," he confessed. "She knows all my buttons, and I dance like a puppet." The decision to kill her was inevitable, but Kemper waited patiently for the right moment to strike. One evening, after returning home from a night out with friends, Kemper's mother appeared tipsy, though some reports dispute her inebriated state. Kemper entered her room, and as he later recounted, she greeted him with the words, "I suppose you want to talk now." His response was chillingly simple, "No." In a 1978 interview, Kemper revealed that he began to cry, covering his mouth with his hand, a rare moment where his composure broke. Unlike the emotionless demeanor he displayed when recounting his other murders, his mother's death stirred something deeper, revealing just how significant this act was to him. Kemper waited for his mother to fall asleep before entering her room, claw hammer in hand. It was so hard, he later admitted, acknowledging the pain of recalling the moment. After killing her, he decapitated her and desecrated the body. "I cut off her head, and I humiliated her," of course he confessed, blaming her for the way she had shaped him. Later, Kemper admitted he wished his mother had stayed awake to talk to him that night. Instead, after her death, he placed her severed head on the mantle and spoke to it, finally saying everything he had always wanted. In a twisted act of closure, he threw darts at the head, relishing the fact that, for the first time, she couldn't argue back. Yet, even in his satisfaction, he knew this was the end for him. Kemper knew there was no escaping the consequences of this crime. Before leaving, he wrote a chilling note, as quoted in Cheney's book approximately 5:15 a.m., Saturday. "No need for her to suffer any more at the hands of this horrible, murderous butcher. It was quick. Sleep. The way I wanted it." These words marked the conclusion of his violent rampage. Some reports suggest that Kemper believed adding a second victim might divert suspicion. Acting on this, he invited his mother's friend, Sally Hallett, to the house. Once she arrived, Kemper punched and strangled her before placing her naked body on his bed. He spent the night in the house with both corpses, surrounded by blood. Disturbingly, one account alleges that he attempted necrophilia with Hallett's body. Kemper decapitated Hallett as well before fleeing the next morning, Easter Sunday, in her car. While driving, he tuned into the radio, expecting to hear reports of the gruesome discovery. To his dismay, there was no news coverage. Disappointed and restless, Kemper drove nearly 1,500 miles to Pueblo, Colorado, where he decided to take matters into his own hands and ensure the bodies were found. Kemper stopped at a phone booth and calmly called the police, confessing to his crimes. He made no effort to hide the evidence, directing authorities to where he had buried Cynthia Schall's head in his mother's backyard. As Kemper chillingly explained to a detective, he buried it there so he could take satisfaction in knowing she was on my property, looking toward the sky. While being transported back to California, Kemper provided law enforcement with chillingly precise details about each murder. He even guided them to the locations where he had disposed of his victims' remains. On May 7, 1973, he was formally indicted on 8 counts of first-degree murder. His defense was led by Santa Cruz County's chief public defender, Jim Jackson, who had previously represented other notorious killers like Frazier and Mullen. Jackson mounted an insanity defense for Kemper, though the case was already challenging. Kemper's exhaustive confession, given without legal counsel, left the defense with few options. However, convincing the jury would be no small task. Kemper's calm, articulate manner and the methodical planning of his crimes painted a portrait of a man fully aware of his actions. Despite psychiatric evaluations declaring Kemper sane, his earlier diagnosis of psychosis gave Jackson a glimmer of hope for the insanity defense. Kemper's mental instability appeared evident when, while awaiting trial, he attempted suicide twice by slashing his wrists, both attempts unsuccessful. The trial commenced on October 23, 1973, with 3 prosecution psychiatrists asserting that Kemper was sane. Dr. Joel Fort, who delved into Kemper's juvenile records and earlier psychotic diagnosis, presented his findings. After extensive interviews, including sessions under truth serum, Fort testified that Kemper had likely engaged in acts of cannibalism. Fort testified that Kemper had allegedly cooked and consumed parts of his victims after dismembering them. Despite these grotesque acts, Fort concluded that Kemper was fully aware of his actions and the moral implications, even deriving a twisted satisfaction from his infamy. This clarity of intent was enough for the court to deem him sane. California applied the widely accepted legal standard for determining sanity. A defendant could be considered insane if a mental disease or defect prevented them from understanding their actions were wrong. In Kemper's case, his actions demonstrated a clear awareness of their immorality, along with meticulous premeditation and planning solidifying the court's judgment of sanity. One defense psychiatrist argued that Kemper's actions were the product of a diseased mind, citing the product standard of insanity. While this approach differed subtly, it didn't align with California's legal definition. Kemper's younger sister provided unsettling details about his strange behavior, while Jackson relentlessly cross-examined the prosecution's experts, trying to highlight the extreme abnormality of Kemper's actions. Despite some acknowledgement of the defense's arguments, the prosecution experts maintained their original stance. They also challenged the diagnosis Kemper received at Atascadero, suggesting that a vivid fantasy life alone didn't equate to psychosis. On November 1st, Kemper took the stand. The jury had already heard much of his chilling confession and was well aware of the details of his crimes. Kemper explained his mental state to the jury, suggesting that his compulsive need to possess women and engage in necrophilia reflected his instability. He had previously expressed remorse to his interrogators, admitting that he turned to alcohol to cope with his guilt. However, he also revealed the disturbing thrill he felt from decapitating his victims, describing murder as a narcotic that fueled his desires. Kemper also spoke of feeling like 2 separate personalities inhabited his body, with his killer persona taking over in a blackout-like state. He claimed this was the case when he murdered his grandmother as well. The trial itself lasted just under 3 weeks, and the veracity of his disturbing confessions remains uncertain. Although he initially confessed to cannibalism during Dr. Fort's assessment, he later recanted, explaining that it was part of his attempt to secure an insanity defense. On November 8th, after 5 hours of deliberation, the 6-man, 6-woman jury found Kemper sane and guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder. Despite his hope for the death penalty, Kemper's conviction came during a period when the Supreme Court had imposed a moratorium on capital punishment, meaning all death sentences were automatically commuted to life imprisonment. The death penalty was only applicable to crimes committed after January 1st, 1974. When the judge asked Kemper what punishment he thought was appropriate, Kemper quickly responded, having contemplated this moment since childhood. He suggested that he should be tortured to death. However, his wish was not granted. Instead, he was sentenced to life in prison. Initially sent to the California Medical Facility in Vacaville for observation, Kemper was later transferred to the maximum security prison at Folsom. During his time there, he requested psychosurgery, a procedure that would insert a probe into his brain to destroy certain tissues and possibly cure his compulsive sexual aggression. His request was denied, likely due to concerns that he might use it as grounds to seek release. Kemper became a model inmate, assisting with reading books on tape for the blind, yet when he appeared before the parole board, he admitted he was unfit to return to society. In prison, he was described as cooperative and kind, expressing a desire to forget his past. While he willingly participated in interviews and self-examination, hoping to provide insights into offenders like himself, he often disagreed with how some interviewers portrayed him. Cheney noted that when she requested access to his juvenile records, Kemper refused to cooperate. However, his interactions with other professionals reveal a different side. FBI Special Agents John Douglas and Robert R. Ressler, both part of the behavioral science unit in the 1970s, had the idea to visit prisons and interview infamous killers while working with local law enforcement. The goal was to incorporate these interviews into a growing database of traits and behaviors of known killers, which would provide a foundation for their work in profiling unknown suspects. Both Douglas and Ressler have written about these prison visits in their books, and they were often the primary team conducting these interviews. In Mindhunter, Douglas writes, "If you want to understand the artist, look at his work. The team reached out to various offenders, mass murderers, assassins, and serial killers, gathering data from 118 victims, including some who had survived attempts on their lives. Their objective was to learn how the crimes were planned and executed, what the killers thought and did afterward, the fantasies driving them, and their behavior before committing their next act." Edmund Kemper was one of the 36 men who agreed to be interviewed, and Ressler recounts a chilling encounter with him. Kemper, in conversations with private correspondents, mocked the stories told by a psychiatrist who claimed these interviews were perilous. He might have fabricated such tales to heighten the danger, or perhaps simply enjoyed deceiving people for amusement. Cheney shares a similar account about a female correspondent who may have reminded Kemper of Sarah Hallett. Ressler, who includes a photo of himself with Kemper, recounts that during his third interview at Vacaville Prison, Kemper made his move. On the previous visits, Ressler had been accompanied by a colleague, but this time, believing he had gained Kemper's trust, he decided to go in alone. Ressler and Kemper were locked in a small cell near death row for 4 hours. Ressler pressed the button to call for a guard, but no one came. He continued to press it, but still, no one responded. Ressler later reflected that Kemper seemed to sense his growing anxiety. At one point, Kemper told him to relax, adding, "If I went apeshit in here, you'd be in a lot of trouble, wouldn't you? I could screw your head off and place it on the table to greet the guard." Ressler tried to buy time, mentally sparring with Kemper and attempting to project confidence, as if he had a way to defend himself. Eventually, a guard arrived, and Kemper nonchalantly claimed he had been joking. After that, Ressler never interviewed him alone again. In Mindhunter, Douglas describes similar encounters with Kemper, noting that he and Ressler conducted several interviews over the years. They found Kemper to be one of the most intellectually sharp inmates they had ever spoken with. Douglas provides a detailed impression of Kemper, admitting he was surprised that Kemper had agreed to speak with them. Douglas believed Kemper's interest was driven by curiosity about them and their motives. His first impression of Kemper was that he was massive, someone who could easily overpower any of them. But it quickly became apparent that Kemper was not just physically imposing, he was also highly intelligent and self-aware. He clearly enjoyed talking as well. Douglas recalls that Kemper spoke with them for hours, and because they had thoroughly studied his case, they quickly picked up on his attempts to deceive them. Realizing they were not fooled, Kemper relaxed and began to speak openly. Kemper came across as distant and analytical, only becoming emotionally charged when discussing his mother. He believed she hated him because he resembled his father, and that she used him as a scapegoat for her own frustrations. Kemper claimed that his mother made him sleep in a windowless basement, fearing he would molest his sister. In that dark space, Kemper said, he allowed his hatred for women to fester. His mother made him feel dangerous and ashamed, which led him to kill 2 family cats. As he got older, his feelings grew even stronger, yet he continued to live with his mother, the person he despised most. Having studied psychological assessments in detail, Kemper knew exactly how to present himself using the right psychiatric terminology, mastering the key phrases, as Douglas noted. What intrigued both Douglas and Ressler the most was how Kemper viewed his actions as a game. Kemper learned how to put girls at ease, making them believe they were safe with him. This, Douglas wrote, hinted at something more troubling. The usual cues, common sense assumptions, body language, verbal signals don't work when assessing sociopaths. From their conversations, Douglas summarized Kemper's approach: manipulation, domination, control. Douglas emphasized the importance of violent fantasies for sexual predators. Kemper had developed these fantasies early in life, using them to rehearse the connection between sex and death. To truly possess someone, he believed, meant to take their life. His confession confirmed this. Kemper explained that he wanted his victims to belong to him entirely, viewing it as a way to exact revenge on the kids who had rejected him throughout his childhood. Ultimately, Kemper's greatest fantasy was to rid himself of his mother. He told Douglas that before killing anyone, he would quietly enter her room while she slept and imagine striking her with a hammer. Based on what Kemper shared about her, Douglas believed that Clarnell had played a pivotal role in shaping him into a serial killer, one who practiced on other victims before finally targeting his true frustration. Despite everything, Douglas admitted that he liked Ed. He was friendly, open, sensitive, and even had a good sense of humor. Douglas believed Kemper's fascination with dismemberment was more fetishistic than sadistic. However, Dr. Donald Lundy, who was deeply involved in the fear and panic in Santa Cruz, offered a different perspective in murder and madness. Lundy had also worked on cases involving John Lindley Frazier and Herb Mullen, and when Kemper's case came up, he was granted access to the trial transcripts by Kemper's defense attorney. Lundy, however, saw Kemper differently from Mullen or Frazier. He believed that Kemper was fully aware of his actions and took pleasure in their perversion. According to Lundy, Kemper's sexual aggression was rooted in childhood anger and violent fantasies. He also noted that Kemper's complicated relationship with his mother was typical among sexual sadists, who often incorporate the killing of their mother into their fantasies. For them, the act of killing becomes an intensely sexual experience. Lundy noted that Kemper's anger began at a young age, especially after being separated from his father. He blamed his mother entirely for this, even though she had expressed concern about the absence of a father figure in his life. Lundy also recorded troubling memories shared by Kemper's younger sister. She recalled how he would stage his own execution as a childhood game, having her lead him to a chair, blindfold him, and then pretend to die in a gas chamber after pulling an imaginary lever. Kemper also revealed to Lundy his intense interest in weapons and his growing desire to kill women. Instead of people, Kemper took his violent fantasies out on cats. He even imagined killing everyone in town and having sexual relations with corpses. While he seemed to desire a relationship with a woman, he felt so inadequate that he concluded his only option was to kill them. He would also engage in necrophilia. Lundy expressed regret that the time Kemper spent in psychiatric care as a child hadn't stopped his violent development. He suggested that for sexual sadists like Kemper, sexual and violent impulses may eventually merge into a dangerous, inseparable force. Effective treatment for someone like Kemper would have needed to start much earlier in his childhood. The challenge, however, is identifying such children, as they often keep their fantasies hidden and deny involvement in even minor offenses. Kemper, however, is one of the few serial killers who has openly shared an extensive amount of detail about his crimes and his dark fantasies. Despite how unsettling his revelations are, his willingness to talk has given us valuable insight into the development of a sexual predator. Kemper stands out among serial killers for the extraordinary level of detail he has provided about his crimes and fantasies. Although his revelations are deeply unsettling, we can take away valuable knowledge about the development of a sexual predator from his willingness to share them. In 1990, in a quiet town along Florida's I-75,
at very early stages, we didn't know who this victim was. But eventually, this victim was identified as a white male, 51 years of age, by the name of Richard Mallory.
After Mr. Mallory's case goes cold, bodies start being found throughout Central Florida.
As investigators followed Aileen Wuornos, with evidence mounting against her, she was sentenced to death for the murder. And before the sentencing for the Richard Mallory murder, Aileen underwent several trials, each one marked by her persistent claims of innocence.
He was choking me and I was holding it like this, and he said, "Do you want to die, slut?" And I just nodded no.
Despite being found guilty of 7 murders, she repeatedly altered her story.
The majority of the jury, 5-0, 12-0, advise and recommend to the court.
Heck with what?
But over time, a dramatic shift took place within her. Her defiance turned to resolve.
Okay, I cannot go in the execution chamber and die in the execution chamber as a liar.
She no longer sought to delay the inevitable. Instead, she demanded her execution. The torture she endured in prison became the catalyst, and she no longer wanted to maintain her innocence. She sought no further delay in her execution. Consider this: It was her last chance before her execution. She spoke of every suffering she had endured in prison. She revealed to the judge why she had accepted the murder, still maintaining her innocence despite the weight of her action.
Not everybody is killing 7 people. So there must have been something in you that was getting you to do
you
that.
are
Killers.
We are all evil in some form or another, are we not?
I'm asking you the questions, my friend.
Did Aileen have the same troubled childhood that Richard Ramirez had, or was it even worse than the backgrounds of other notorious serial killers? To uncover the truth, we must go back to the beginning. Her troubled childhood, her escalating crimes, and the psychological factors that turned her into the woman who would come to be known as the Damsel of Death. Aileen's life began on February 29, 1956, as Aileen Carol Pittman. From the very start, it was nothing short of tragic. Ironically, one of the few blessings in her early years was never meeting her biological father, Leo Dale Pittman, a convicted child molester with a psychopathic streak. Pittman's life spiraled even further into darkness when he hanged himself in prison in 1969. Before his death, his grandmother doted on him, showering him with affection, cakes, and money. But he repaid her kindness with cruelty. After his grandfather's death from throat cancer, Pittman's grandmother tried to fill the void with love and care. She spoiled him relentlessly, baking him cakes and offering him money, but her kindness was met with horrifying cruelty. As a teenager, Pittman turned on her, subjecting her to physical abuse. His twisted nature extended to shocking acts of animal cruelty. He would tie 2 cats together by their tails and throw them over a clothesline to watch them fight. Amid this chaos, Diane was just 14 when she fell in love with Leo, a man with a dark past. Her father and mother certainly didn't approve of their relationship, but before they could stop them, they were married. The newlyweds' first child, Keith, was born. Soon after, Leo was arrested for a series of petty crimes. To avoid prison, he was allowed to enlist in the army. He left home, and Diane saw an opportunity to flee. 7 months later, Diane gave birth to Aileen. She tried to struggle on her own with 2 young children, but the burden was too much. Ultimately, she ran home to her parents. Diane abandoned Aileen and Keith and would never reclaim them. Aileen would never meet her biological father. 10 years later, Leo was convicted of raping a 7-year-old girl. In 1969, he hanged himself in his Kansas prison cell. Diane's parents, Lowry and Britta Wuornos, adopted Aileen and Keith, raising them alongside their own children, Barry and Lori, in nearby Troy, Michigan. However, the truth of this arrangement was hidden. Aileen and Keith were led to believe Lori and Britta were their parents. It wasn't until Aileen was around 12 years old that she uncovered the painful truth, adding yet another layer of heartbreak to her already troubled life. Lori Wuornos was a heavy drinker and ruled the household with a strict, often harsh hand. When Aileen and Keith uncovered the secret of their true parentage, they reacted with rebellion. Tragedy struck in 1962 when 6-year-old Aileen suffered severe burns while she and Keith recklessly played with lighter fluid, setting fires. The incident left her with permanent scars, both physical and emotional. Though Aileen physically recovered from the burns, her face bore permanent scars, cruel reminders of her tumultuous childhood. Life under Lori's roof was anything but kind. Punishments were severe and relentless. The sting of a doubled-over belt would strike her bare skin, leaving her sobbing in terror. At times, the young Aileen was forced to lie face down, utterly exposed, awaiting the next lashing, a haunting glimpse into the harsh realities she endured. Aileen's life spiraled into chaos from a young age. She became sexually active at a shockingly young age and later claimed to police that she had been involved with her own brother, Keith, though others cast doubt on this disturbing claim. By age 14, Aileen was pregnant and sent to an unwed mother's home. In 1971, she gave birth to a baby boy who was quickly placed for adoption, sparing the child from the tumult of Aileen's troubled world. Thankfully, Aileen's baby was spared the chaos of her life as he was placed for adoption. However, tragedy struck again in July of the same year when Britta Wuornos, Aileen's grandmother, passed away, allegedly due to liver failure. Diane, Aileen's biological mother, suspected foul play, believing Lori had a hand in her death. Aileen and Keith's rebellious behavior, along with Aileen's pregnancy, had placed immense strain on Britta, driving her to drink heavily once more. On the night of her death, Britta suffered violent convulsions, and Lori's failure to call for medical help, supposedly due to a lack of money, only deepened the shadows of suspicion. Aileen, often called Lee by those who knew her, abandoned school and home, plunging into a life of hitchhiking and prostitution. The following years brought more heartbreak. Her beloved brother Keith succumbed to throat cancer at just 21 years old, and Lori, her grandfather, took his own life. Seeking escape from her tragic past, Aileen made her way to Florida. At the age of 20, while hitchhiking, she crossed paths with a wealthy 69-year-old yacht club president named Louis Fell, an encounter that would briefly alter the course of her life. Louis Fell was captivated by Aileen almost immediately. Their whirlwind romance led to marriage in 1976, a union so noteworthy that it even made the society pages. For Aileen, this could have been a chance at a stable, prosperous life, but her turbulent nature wouldn't allow it. She mistreated Fell, indulged in bar fights, and even landed in jail for assault. Within weeks, Fell came to regret his decision. Unable to withstand her destructive behavior, he had the marriage annulled just a month later. The next decade of Aileen's life was a chaotic downward spiral. She drifted through one failed relationship after another, surviving through prostitution, forgery, theft, and armed robbery. Despair consumed her, leading to a failed suicide attempt. Years of drinking, drug use, and a self-destructive lifestyle left her emotionally shattered and physically worn down, a shadow of the person she might have been. In 1986, Aileen's life took a turn when she met 24-year-old Tyria Moore at a gay bar in Daytona. At the time, Aileen was consumed by loneliness and anger, desperately searching for connection. Tyria, or Ty, offered her something Aileen had rarely experienced: love and stability. For a while, their relationship flourished. Ty quit her job as a motel maid and depended on Aileen's prostitution earnings, which Aileen willingly provided, hoping to keep Ty close. Over time, the passion between Aileen and Ty began to fade, and financial struggles set in. Despite their hardships, Ty remained by Aileen's side, moving with her from one rundown motel to another, occasionally resorting to sleeping in abandoned barns or the woods. Aileen's dwindling appeal as a prostitute only deepened their financial despair. Their meager existence grew increasingly unsustainable, and it became clear something had to give. Richard Mallory was no stranger to sudden changes. The middle-aged owner of an electronics repair shop in Clearwater, Florida, often vanished without warning, indulging in drinking and sex binges that could last for days. Paranoia ruled his life. He changed the locks on his apartment 8 times in just 3 years. His erratic behavior extended to his business, where he hired employees only long enough to catch up on repair orders before letting them go, retreating into his unpredictable cycles once again. Alcohol, sex, and paranoia were the only constants in Richard Mallory's life. So, when he failed to open his shop in early December 1989, it didn't raise much alarm. Mallory lived such an isolated life that no one was close enough to notice or care that he had disappeared. It wasn't until his 1,977 Cadillac turned up abandoned near Daytona that anyone suspected something was wrong. Days later, on December 13, 1989, 2 young men scavenging for scrap metal along a dirt road near Interstate 95 in Volusia County, Florida, stumbled upon a horrifying discovery: Mallory's lifeless body wrapped in a rubber-backed carpet runner. Despite the body's advanced state of decomposition, investigators managed to extract fingerprints, confirming the victim as Richard Mallory, who had vanished 13 days earlier. He had been shot 3 times with a .22 caliber weapon. Months of investigation into Mallory's dark and shady lifestyle yielded no solid leads. Early suspicion fell on a local stripper known as Chastity, but the case would soon take a much darker turn. Sue Russell recounts that Chastity, in a fit of rage at her boyfriend, claimed she had partied with Mallory for days and even killed him. Investigators arrested her, but it didn't take long to uncover the truth. Her confession was nothing more than a heated outburst. With no credible leads to follow, the investigation into Mallory's murder eventually went cold. On June 1, a grim discovery was made in the woods of Citrus County, Florida, roughly 40 miles north of Tampa. The body of a naked male, initially unidentified, was found abandoned among the trees. Days later, on June 7, 1990, the victim was identified as David Spears, a 43-year-old heavy equipment operator from Sarasota who had last been seen on May 19th. David Spears had told his boss he was heading to Orlando, but he never arrived. Shortly after his disappearance, his truck was discovered abandoned on Interstate 75, its doors unlocked and the license plate missing. Spears had been brutally shot multiple times with a .22 caliber weapon. Adding a disturbing layer to the scene, a used condom was found near his lifeless body. Just days later, on June 6, another grim discovery was made 30 miles south in Pasco County. A naked body was found a few miles from Interstate 75, so badly decomposed that medical examiners couldn't retrieve fingerprints or determine the exact time of death. Despite the state of the remains, 9 bullets recovered from the body were identified as being fired from a .22 caliber weapon, deepening the mystery. Pasco County Detective Tom Muck struggled to identify the remains of the unknown victim, who was later identified as Charles Carskaddon. However, Muck had already noted eerie similarities between this case and the murder in Citrus County. Acting on his instincts, he contacted Citrus County Sheriff's investigator Marvin Paget and urged him to stay connected as the investigations unfolded. On July 4, chaos erupted near State Road 315 in Orange Springs, Florida, when a car veered off the road and crashed into some brush. Rhonda Bailey, watching from her porch, witnessed the commotion. She saw 2 women scramble out of the wreckage, frantically throwing beer cans into the woods while arguing and swearing at each other. The brown-haired woman remained mostly silent, while the blonde, bleeding from an injured arm, did most of the talking. The blonde woman pleaded with Bailey not to call the police, claiming her father lived just up the road. She and her companion managed to get their battered car, windshield shattered and body damaged, out of the brush. However, the car didn't make it far before breaking down completely. Abandoning the crippled vehicle, the pair continued their journey on foot. Hubert Hewitt, a member of the Orange Springs Volunteer Fire Department, arrived at the scene after receiving a call about the accident. When he approached the 2 women and asked if they had been involved, the blonde snapped at him, cursing and denying their involvement. She made it clear they didn't want any help, so Hewitt left them alone as they continued walking down the road. Marion County Sheriff's deputies soon located the abandoned car left behind by the 2 women. It was a gray, 4-door 1988 Pontiac Sunbird. The vehicle was in shambles. The windshield and front door windows were shattered, bloodstains were visible throughout the interior, and the license plate was missing. A VIN number search revealed the car belonged to Peter Seams, a retired seaman from Jupiter, Florida, who had mysteriously disappeared on June 7th while traveling to visit family in Arkansas. Peter Seams, a 65-year-old retired merchant seaman, was known for dedicating much of his time to a Christian outreach ministry. When he was reported missing, John Wisniewski of the Jupiter Police took charge of the investigation. He distributed a nationwide teletype with descriptions of the 2 women spotted near Seams's car and provided a detailed synopsis and sketches to the Florida Criminal Activity Bulletin. Despite his efforts, Wisniewski held little hope of finding Seams alive. On the morning of July 30th, Troy Burris began his delivery route for Gilchrist sausage as usual. However, when he failed to return that afternoon, concern quickly grew. Gilchrist manager Johnny May Thompson began making calls and discovered that Burris hadn't completed his last few delivery stops. Late that evening, Thompson and her husband went searching for him, but their efforts came up empty. At 2 a.m., Burris' wife officially reported him missing. By 4 a.m., Marion County Sheriff's deputies discovered Burris's truck abandoned along the shoulder of State Road 19, about 20 miles east of Ocala. The truck was unlocked, the keys were missing, and there was no sign of Burris. 5 days later, a family on a picnic in the Ocala National Forest made a horrifying discovery: Burris's lifeless body in a clearing just 8 miles from where his truck had been found. The intense Florida heat and humidity had accelerated decomposition, but his wife confirmed his identity by recognizing his wedding ring. Troy Burris had been killed by 2 shots from a .22 caliber gun, one to the chest and another to the back. Investigator John Tilley initially focused on a drifter named Curtis Michael Blankenship, who had been hitchhiking along Highway 19 the day Burris disappeared and was found near the abandoned truck. However, as the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Blankenship was not connected to the murder. With no further leads, Tilley was left at a standstill. Dick Humphreys vanished on September 11, 1990, the day after celebrating his 35th wedding anniversary. At 56, he was wrapping up his final day at the Sumterville office of Florida's Department of Health and Rehabilitation Services, where he worked as a protective investigator specializing in cases of abused and injured children. Humphreys had already lived a distinguished life, having previously served as a police chief in Alabama. But on what should have been a routine day, he never made it home. On the evening of September 12, 1990, Dick Humphreys' lifeless body was discovered in Marion County. He had been shot 7 times, with 6.22 caliber bullets recovered from his body. The 7th bullet, which tore through his wrist, was never found. Later that month, his abandoned car was located in Suwannee County, further deepening the mystery surrounding his murder. Roughly a month later, on November 19, 1990, the nude body of Walter Gino Antonio was discovered on a logging road in Dixie County. Antonio, a 60-year-old trucker, part-time security guard, and reserve police member, had been shot 4 times with a .22 caliber weapon. Investigators determined he had been dead for less than 24 hours. 5 days later, his car was found abandoned across the state in Brevard County. Captain Steve Binniger of the Marion County Sheriff's Criminal Investigation Division was well aware of the murders in Citrus and Pasco counties. As the cases piled up, he couldn't ignore the striking similarities between them. Working with a multi-agency task force, Binniger began piecing together a theory. By 1990, hitchhiking had become rare, with most people wary of strangers. This led Binniger to a bold conclusion. The perpetrator or perpetrators must have appeared non-threatening, perhaps even women. Binniger's suspicions centered on 2 women, those seen abandoning Peter Siems's car after the crash. To expand the search, he enlisted the help of the media. In late November, Reuters published a story about the murders, revealing that police were searching for 2 women. Newspapers across Florida quickly picked up the story, featuring police sketches of the suspects. The coverage works. By mid-December, tips began flooding in, all pointing to the same pair of women. One tip came from a man in Homosassa Springs, who claimed the women had rented a trailer from him about a year earlier. He identified them as Tyria Moore and Lee. Another lead came from a woman in Tampa who said the pair had worked at her motel south of Ocala under the names Tyria Moore and Susan Blahovec. An anonymous caller added that the women had purchased an RV in the area, describing Lee Blahovec as the dominant one in the relationship and a known truck stop prostitute. Both women were reported to be lesbians. The breakthrough came from Port Orange, near Daytona, where police had been monitoring the movements of Lee Blahovec and Tyria Moore. They provided a detailed timeline of the couple's activities between late September and mid-December. The women primarily stayed at the Fairview Motels in Harbor Oaks, where Blahovec used the alias Cammie Marsh Green. They also briefly lived in a small apartment behind a nearby restaurant before returning to the motel. In early December, the 2 left the Fairview, but Blahovec, under the Green alias, returned alone and stayed until December 10. A computer search revealed the driver's license and criminal record information for Tyria Moore, Susan Blahovic, and Cammie Marsh Green. Moore's record was clean, apart from a breaking and entering charge from 1983 that had been dropped. Blahovic had a single trespassing arrest, while Green had no criminal record at all. However, investigators noticed a crucial detail. The photograph on Blahovic's license didn't match the one for Green. It was the Green alias that ultimately provided the key lead investigators needed. Volusia County officers began investigating local pawn shops, uncovering a critical piece of evidence. In Daytona, Cammie Marsh Green had pawned a camera and a radar detector, leaving her thumbprint on the receipt. Both items were traced back to Richard Mallory. In Ormond Beach, Green had also pawned tools matching the description of those stolen from David Spears' truck. The thumbprint left behind would prove to be the key to unraveling the case. Jenny Ahern, an expert with the automated fingerprint identification system, initially came up empty in her computer search for a match. Determined, she traveled to Volusia County and began manually searching fingerprint records. Within an hour, she found the breakthrough: a match linked to a prior weapons charge and an outstanding warrant for a woman named Lori Grote. To solidify the case, a bloody palm print found in Peter Seam's Sunbird was also matched to Lori Grote. This critical information was immediately sent to the National Crime Information Center. Information poured in from Michigan, Colorado, and Florida, confirming that Lori Grote, Susan Blahovic, and Cammie Marsh Green were all aliases for one person, Aileen Carol Wuornos. With her true identity revealed, the hunt for Wuornos intensified. On January 5, 1991, law enforcement launched a full-scale search. Pairs of officers, including 2 undercover agents posing as drug dealers nicknamed Bucket and Drums, hit the streets, determined to track her down. On the evening of January 8, 1991, undercover agents Mike Joyner and Dick Martin, working as Bucket and Drums, spotted Wuornos at the Port Orange pub. Their plan was to proceed cautiously, building an airtight case before making an arrest. However, their strategy was abruptly disrupted when Port Orange police unexpectedly intervened and escorted Wuornos outside. Alarmed, Joyner quickly called the command post at the Pirates Cove Motel, where law enforcement from 6 jurisdictions had gathered to coordinate the case. The sudden action wasn't due to a leak. It was simply a case of officers doing their jobs without realizing the larger operation at play. Bob Kelly of the Volusia County Sheriff's Office quickly contacted the Port Orange Police Station, instructing them not to arrest Wuornos under any circumstances. His message arrived just in time, and Wuornos was allowed to return to the bar, unaware of how closely she was being watched. Back inside, Joyner and Martin resumed their undercover roles, striking up a conversation with her and buying her a few beers. Around 10 p.m., Wuornos left the bar, declining their offer for a ride. Yet again, the operation nearly unraveled. As Wuornos walked down Ridgewood Avenue, 2 Florida Department of Law Enforcement officers unknowingly trailed her with their lights off, jeopardizing the undercover efforts. A swift call from the command post redirected the officers, allowing Wuornos to reach her next stop, a biker bar fittingly named The Last Resort. Joyner and Martin followed her there, continuing their ruse by chatting with her and sharing more beers. They left shortly after midnight, but Wuornos stayed behind. That night, she slept on an old car seat inside the bar, completely unaware that it would be her last night of freedom. The next afternoon, Joyner and Martin returned to The Last Resort in their undercover roles as Bucket and Drums. They continued chatting with Wuornos while wearing hidden transmitters, keeping the command post informed of every move. Initially, they planned to delay the arrest until later that evening, but the bar was preparing for a large barbecue event, and bikers were expected to flood in at any moment. Realizing the growing risk of losing control of the situation, the command post made the call. It was time to move forward with the arrest. Joyner and Martin casually invited Wuornos to their motel room, suggesting she might like to freshen up. She agreed and left the bar with them. However, as they stepped outside, Larry Horspa of the Volusia County Sheriff's Office approached her. Calmly, he informed Wuornos that she was being arrested on an outstanding warrant for Lori Grote. No mention was made of the murders, and no statements were given to the media about her arrest. This cautious approach was intentional. Without the murder weapon or Tyria Moore in custody, investigators needed to proceed carefully. On January 10th, investigators finally located Tyria Moore. She was staying with her sister in Pittston, Pennsylvania. Detectives Jerry Thompson from Citrus County and Bruce Munster from Marion County traveled to Scranton to question her. Moore was read her rights but was not charged with any crimes. Munster emphasized the seriousness of perjury, swore her in, and then allowed her to recount her story, which would soon play a pivotal role in the case. Moore admitted to detectives that she had known about the murder since the day Lee returned home driving Richard Mallory's Cadillac. According to Moore, Lee openly confessed to killing a man that day. "I told her I didn't want to hear about it," Moore explained to Munster and Thompson. Each time Lee came home and mentioned something suspicious, such as how she obtained certain items, Moore would cut her off, insisting, "I don't want to hear it." While she had her suspicions, Moore deliberately avoided learning too much, fearing what that knowledge might mean. Moore explained that the less she knew, the less responsibility she felt to report Lee to the authorities, a line she wasn't ready to cross. "I was just scared," she admitted. Although Lee had reassured her time and time again that she would never harm her, Moore confessed, "You can't believe her. I didn't know what she would have done." Her fear of Lee's unpredictable behavior kept her silent. The following day, Moore agreed to return to Florida with detectives Munster and Thompson to assist in the investigation. They shared their strategy with her during the flight. A confession from Lee would solidify their case. To achieve this, they planned to place Moore in a Daytona motel and have her contact Lee in jail. Moore would tell Lee that she had received money from her mother and had traveled to Florida to collect the rest of her belongings. The hope was that Lee's loyalty to Moore would lead to a confession. The phone calls between Moore and Wuornos would be carefully recorded as part of the plan. Moore was instructed to tell Wuornos that the authorities had been questioning her family and that she feared being falsely implicated in the Florida murders. Munster and Thompson believed Wuornos' loyalty to Moore would compel her to confess. On January 14th, the first call came in. At the time, Wuornos still believed she was only being held for the Lori Grody weapons violation. When Moore expressed her fears and suspicions, Wuornos tried to reassure her. "I'm only in here for that concealed weapons charge from '86 and a traffic ticket," she insisted. Wuornos even mentioned reading the newspapers, confidently adding, "I wasn't one of those little suspects." However, she was acutely aware that the jailhouse phone was being monitored. To protect herself, she spoke in vague, coded language and attempted to construct alibis. During their conversations, Wuornos continued to insist, "I think someone at work, where you worked, said something that it looked like us, but it's not us, it's a case of mistaken identity." Over the next 3 days, the calls continued. Moore became increasingly urgent, claiming that the police were closing in on her. It became evident that Wuornos understood what was expected of her. She even voiced concerns that Moore wasn't alone, that someone else might be listening in and recording their conversations. As time went on, Wuornos grew less cautious about what she said. Her sense of loyalty to Moore became clearer. She refused to let her partner take the fall. "Just tell them what they need to know, what they want to know, or anything," Wuornos said. "I'll cover for you because you're innocent. I'm not going to let you go to jail." "Listen, if I have to confess, I will," Wuornos told Moore. And on the morning of January 16th, she did just that. During her confession to detectives Larry Horzippa and Bruce Munster, Wuornos repeated 2 key points. First, she adamantly insisted that Moore had no involvement in the murders. Second, she emphasized that nothing was her fault, not the killings, nor the series of tragic events that had led her down the path of crime. Wuornos insisted that all the killings were acts of self-defense. She claimed each victim had either assaulted, threatened, or raped her. As she spoke, her story seemed to evolve. When she felt she had said something too incriminating, she would quickly revise it, altering details to fit her narrative. She stated that she had been raped several times in the past few years and had reached her breaking point. According to Wuornos, when her victims became aggressive, she killed out of fear. On several occasions, Michael O'Neill, a public defender from the Volusia County Public Defender's Office, urged Wuornos to stop talking. Frustrated, he asked, "Do you realize these guys are cops?" Wuornos calmly replied, "I know, and they want to hang me. That's fine, because maybe I deserve it. I just want to get this over with." Following her confession, an influx of book and movie offers flooded in, directed at detectives, relatives, Moore, and even Wuornos herself. Wuornos seemed to believe that her story would make her millions, unaware that Florida had laws preventing criminals from profiting off their crimes. As her case gained national attention, she became a media sensation, relishing her newfound fame. She eagerly spoke to anyone who would listen, including Volusia County jail staff, continually refining her version of events, each time portraying herself in a more sympathetic light. In the midst of the media frenzy, Aileen Prowell, a 44-year-old born-again Christian who ran a horse breeding and boarding business near Ocala, came into the picture. After seeing Wuornos' photo in the newspaper, Prowell felt compelled to reach out. "My name is Aileen Prowell," she wrote. "I'm born again. You're probably going to think I'm crazy, but Jesus told me to write to you." She included her home telephone number, and on January 30th, Wuornos called her collect for the first time. Prowell quickly became a devoted defender and supporter of Wuornos. She reassured Wuornos that her public defenders, like everyone else, were trying to profit from her story. Wuornos, trusting Prowell's advice, requested and was granted new attorneys. Prowell became vocal in the media, describing her bond with Wuornos to a Vanity Fair reporter as soul-binding. "We're like Jonathan and David in the Bible," she explained. "It's as if part of me is trapped in jail with her. We always know what the other is feeling and thinking." To another reporter, Prowell stated, "If the world could know the real Aileen Wuornos, there's not a jury that would convict her." In 1991, Prowell made numerous appearances on talk shows and in tabloids, tirelessly speaking to anyone who would listen about what she believed to be Wuornos' true, virtuous nature. She arranged interviews for Wuornos with reporters she deemed sympathetic, providing Wuornos a platform to continue sharing and embellishing her increasingly elaborate story. Together, Wuornos and Prowell highlighted her tragic upbringing, while both women accused anyone they could of corruption and complicity. Whether it was the agents offering book and movie deals, the detectives, the attorneys, or especially Tyria Moore. Just when things seemed as strange as they could get, they took an even more bizarre turn. On November 22, 1991, Aileen Prowell and her husband legally adopted Aileen Wuornos, claiming it was a decision guided by God. Meanwhile, Wuornos' attorneys negotiated a plea bargain, which Wuornos agreed to. As part of the deal, she would plead guilty to 6 charges and receive 6 consecutive life sentences. Despite the plea bargain, one state attorney argued that Wuornos should face the death penalty. As a result, on January 14, 1992, Wuornos stood trial for the murder of Richard Mallory. The evidence against her was overwhelming. Dr. Arthur Botting, the medical examiner who had performed the autopsy on Mallory's body, testified that Mallory endured between 10 and 20 excruciating minutes before he died. Tyria Moore took the stand, stating that Wuornos had not seemed particularly upset, nervous, or intoxicated when she confessed to killing Mallory. Additionally, 12 men came forward with testimonies about their encounters with Wuornos along Florida's highways. Under Florida's Williams Rule, evidence of other crimes could be used to establish a pattern, and the prosecution introduced this evidence to further solidify their case. Thanks to the Williams Rule, the jury was presented with evidence of the other murders, painting a much broader picture of Wuornos' criminal history. Had the jury only known about Mallory, Wuornos' claim of killing in self-defense might have seemed plausible. However, with the knowledge of all the killings, the self-defense narrative seemed highly unlikely. After excerpts from her videotaped confession were shown, the self-defense claim lost all credibility. In the video, Wuornos appeared calm and untroubled as she casually recounted the murders, often interrupting her public defender, telling him to be quiet. On the video, Wuornos' demeanor spoke volumes. "I took a life. I am willing to give up my life because I killed people who deserve to die," she stated without hesitation. Tricia Jenkins, one of Wuornos' public defenders, advised against her testifying, but Wuornos was determined to tell her story. By the time she took the stand, her version of Mallory's murder had evolved significantly from her earlier confession. She now claimed that Mallory had raped, sodomized, and tortured her. During cross-examination, prosecutor John Tanner dismantled her credibility, exposing the lies and inconsistencies in her testimony. As the truth came to light, Wuornos grew increasingly agitated and angry. Wuornos' attorneys continued advising her to refrain from answering questions, but she invoked her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination 25 times. She was the only witness for her defense, and by the time she left the stand, it was clear how her trial would likely conclude. On January 27th, Judge Uriel Blount charged the jury, who deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning with a verdict. Wuornos was found guilty of first-degree murder. As the jury filed out, she erupted in rage, shouting in the courtroom, Her outburst lingered in the minds of the jurors as they prepared for the penalty phase of her trial the following day. Defense experts testified that Wuornos was mentally ill, suffering from borderline personality disorder, and that her traumatic upbringing had irreparably damaged her. Jenkins, her public defender, described her as a damaged, primitive child, pleading for the jury to show mercy and spare Wuornos' life. However, the jurors could not forget the woman they had seen during the trial, nor could they forgive the horrific acts she had committed. With a unanimous verdict, they recommended the death penalty, urging Judge Blount to sentence her to the electric chair. Judge Blount carried out the jury's recommendation on January 31st, sentencing Wuornos to death. She would not stand trial again. On March 31, 1992, Wuornos entered a plea of no contest to the murders of Dick Humphreys, Troy Burris, and David Spears, stating that she wanted to get right with God. In a lengthy and disjointed statement to the court, Wuornos declared her intention to face her fate. She ended her monologue by turning to Assistant State Attorney Rick Ridgway and hissing. On May 15th, Judge Thomas Sawaya handed her 3 additional death sentences. Wuornos responded with an obscene gesture, muttering in defiance. In June 1992, she pleaded guilty to the murder of Charles Carskadon, earning her a 4th death sentence. In November of the same year, she received her 5th death sentence after pleading guilty to the murder of Walter Gino Antonio. No charges were ever filed for the murder of Peter Seams, as his body was never recovered. For a brief period, there was speculation that Wuornos might be granted a new trial for the murder of Richard Mallory. New evidence surfaced revealing that Mallory had spent 10 years in prison for sexual violence, prompting attorneys to believe that the jury might have reached a different verdict had they known this crucial detail. No new trial was granted, however. The Florida Supreme Court upheld all 6 of Wuornos' death sentences. According to the Associated Press, she was given the option to choose lethal injection over the electric chair, altering the method of her execution. In October 2002, CNN reported that Governor Jeb Bush had issued a temporary stay of execution and ordered a mental evaluation. The stay was lifted within the first week of October after 3 psychiatrists concluded that Wuornos fully understood the reason for her execution and the inevitability of her death. On October 9, 2002, more than a decade after murdering 6 men along Central Florida highways while working as a prostitute, Aileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection at 9:47 a.m. at Florida State Prison near Stark, Florida. At 46, Wuornos became the 10th woman to be executed in the U.S. and the 2nd woman in Florida since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. According to the Death Penalty Information Center, 51 men had been executed in Florida between 1976 and October 2002. Judy Buenano was the only other woman executed in Florida during this period. From the execution chamber, Wuornos made a final statement referencing the rock as a biblical allusion to Jesus. For years, she maintained that she shot the men in self-defense, claiming she had been raped and sodomized. Eventually, she recanted these claims, stating that she wanted to make peace with God. Wuornos also insisted she had killed a 7th man, though this was never confirmed. Her troubled life story inspired 2 movies, several books, and an opera titled Wuornos by Carla Lucero. Just days before her execution, Wuornos gave her last media interview to British producer Nick Broomfield, who had documented her life in 1993. However, she abruptly stormed out after only 35 minutes, according to Broomfield. Nick Broomfield's conclusion after his final interview with Wuornos was blunt. "Today, we are executing someone who is mad. She has completely lost her mind." However, State Attorney John Tanner, who had observed Wuornos during a psychiatric evaluation, disagreed. He stated that she was fully aware and lucid, and knew exactly what she was doing. In October 2002, serial killer Aileen Lee Wuornos, who confessed to fatally shooting 7 men along Florida's highways, was executed by lethal injection. In a tragic twist, despite having 6 death sentences, it was Wuornos' own choice to end her life that day. Her execution was carried out amid a hotbed of controversy about capital punishment in the U.S., with Illinois Governor Ryan at the forefront. Ryan declared a total moratorium on executions in his state after it released its 13th wrongly convicted prisoner. Florida Governor Jeb Bush also stayed some executions. Lee put herself on a different track, however, by becoming that rarity, a volunteer for execution. Had Wuornos not chosen to end her life, she would likely still be alive today, confined to a stark 6 by 9 foot prison cell, seeing only guards, and deprived of human connection. She had simply reached the point where she had enough. Her desire to die was not new. Wuornos had first expressed her wish for the execution to proceed a decade earlier, after her first guilty verdict. "I want to get right with God," she had said. Despite some moments of doubt and her lawyer's attempts to convince her otherwise, Wuornos remained resolute in her decision over the years. Wuornos fought for and successfully won the right to dismiss her counsel. Several psychiatrists confirmed that she fully understood the consequences of waiving her right to further appeals, clearing the way for her death warrant. For Governor Jeb Bush, Wuornos' voluntary decision to end her life made it an easy choice. While he held off on signing other death warrants, he signed Wuornos's with finality. This, despite her various appellate lawyers' best efforts to talk her out of it. These crimes were indisputable thanks to her confession, though many believe there may be more victims whose stories have yet to surface. The real confusion lay in her motive. Like a predator, she methodically shot and robbed strangers, luring them in by hitchhiking and then offering sex once they were in their cars. Following her arrest, she was quickly branded a man-hating lesbian, a label that oversimplified the complexities of her motives. Much of the assumption about Wuornos' sexuality stemmed from her 4-year relationship with Tyria Moore, whom she referred to as her wife. Strikingly, Tyria's appearance, with her strawberry red hair, freckled face, and stocky build, resembled that of Leo Pittman, the father Wuornos never met. However, Wuornos is better described as bisexual. She had romantic and emotional relationships with both women and men, sometimes instigating sex even without financial exchange, choosing to be with some out of genuine affection. In 1981, Wuornos became deeply infatuated with a boyfriend, and when she believed their relationship was ending, she became so distraught that she contemplated suicide, unable to imagine life without him. That day, intoxicated, she bought a gun, but rather than taking her own life, she chose to rob a supermarket while wearing a bikini. After serving 18 months of a 3-year sentence, she went on to live with another man, one of her many prison pen pals. Wuornos often claimed she enjoyed sex with men, but her relationship with Tyria deteriorated. Tyria eventually confided in her best friend about the decline in their sex life. Lee herself said that her greater love for Tyria wasn't sexual. The real driving force in Lee's life wasn't sex at all. It was a search for an emotional bond and love. Love that she'd never really had from her abandoning mother, her emotionally and physically abusive grandfather, or, it seems, from the grandmother who failed to protect her from him. Certainly not from the callous young males who had sex with her while she was an adolescent. She was far more familiar with loss than with love, having lost her beloved brother Keith to cancer at age 21 and having her baby son taken away from her after she gave birth at age 15. Wuornos finally found the deep emotional connection she had longed for in Tyria. Her borderline personality disorder intensified her overwhelming fear of abandonment. Looking back on the violent year in which she ended 7 lives, it became clear that at least 6 of the murders occurred during moments when she felt an intense fear of losing Tyria. This desperate fear likely triggered her actions, robbery and murder, what some profilers refer to as the precipitating factor. In Wuornos' mind, the only way to keep Tyria was by ensuring their survival with money. Almost every time, Wuornos killed men who had several $100s on them. As her appearance faded and her prostitution clients became harder to find, a few $100s meant a great deal to her. After each murder, she would return home with a smile, waving the money she had stolen and assuring Tyria that she could now cover their rent, buy beer, fund a trip to SeaWorld, or pay for whatever indulgence they desired. Later, Wuornos claimed that Tyria had become greedy and mercenary, and the money seemed to be the only thing keeping Tyria by her side, at least in Wuornos' mind. This belief gave Wuornos a sense of control. During one particularly violent 3-week stretch, when Wuornos murdered 3 men, Tyria's sister was staying with them, adding to the chaos of that time. The 2 sisters shared a close bond, and Wuornos grew increasingly paranoid, terrified that when Tyria's sister returned to Ohio, Tyria would leave with her. It's unclear whether Wuornos found any sexual thrill in killing, as male serial killers often do, though there was a sexual element to her crimes. Several of her victims were found naked. It was the killing of at least 3 strangers in different locations, with a cooling-off period between murders, that earned Wuornos the distinction of being the first female serial killer. As the first woman to fit the FBI's profile of a serial killer, Wuornos shattered expectations. Female serial killers usually target husbands, lovers, or vulnerable people, often driven by financial motives. While Wuornos did enjoy the power of controlling a man's life, she was also a robber who killed for pragmatic reasons. Her primary goal was to eliminate any potential witnesses. She carried a bottle of Windex along with her gun in her kill bag, always prepared to wipe away fingerprints and erase any trace of her presence. It's true that Wuornos harbored a deep hatred for men, but less acknowledged is that she despised people in general. Most people, her life was fueled by a seething, uncontrollable anger. This rage, coupled with her volatile mood swings, drove away the very people she longed to keep close. Cammy Green, an old friend of Tyria's whose identity Wuornos had stolen, described her simply, "She had a bad attitude. I'm sure a lot of men hurt her, but it was people in general." Wuornos died as she had lived, alone. Tyria's betrayal of Wuornos was not only emotional. By cooperating with the police to help trap Wuornos into confessing to the murders, she also refused to make eye contact with her during court appearances. Meanwhile, Wuornos' adopted mother, Arlen Prowl, the Christian woman who had befriended and adopted her after her arrest, was conspicuously absent in the final days. Despite enduring much turmoil, their bond ultimately soured and fell apart. Prowl was so distant by the time of Wuornos' execution that she didn't even know the date it was scheduled for. The one constant in Wuornos' life was her old school friend from Michigan, Dawn, with whom she had once slept in cars as a teenager. In Wuornos' final years, Dawn remained her devoted pen pal and occasional visitor, even spending some of Wuornos' last hours with her on death row. Aileen Wuornos began her life starved for love, and, except for the support of Dawn, she ended it the same way. In 1970, a woman was strangled to death and buried in a shallow grave in Florida. Over the next 35 years, bodies would be uncovered across multiple states, cases left unconnected, with no prime suspect. Decades passed before investigators uncovered the horrifying truth. All these crimes were linked to one man.
She was pretty, a light-skinned, brown, honey-colored skin.
This is Samuel Little, also known as Samuel McDowell.
I met her in a nightclub in New Orleans. So I took off the exit, went, and that sure enough was the road leading into the woods. And we went in.
When investigators began interviewing him in 2018, Little was in his late 70s, frail, and confined to a wheelchair. Yet behind his weak exterior was the most prolific serial killer in United States history, who described his murders in a way that he was actually excited about recounting them.
I grabbed her by the legs and pulled her to the water. That's the only one that I ever killed by drowning.
That's just one confession of many that Little provided to authorities after his capture at the then age of 71.
I'll never in my life ever interview another killer like that in my career. You know, you first see him, he's this little old man in a wheelchair that will remind me of a little old man on a porch, rocking in a chair, telling you his stories about his life.
North Little Rock. Tell me what that girl looked like.
Oh man, I loved her. She was a heavy set, big old yellow hair, and had buck teeth. It had a gap between the teeth, that's what it was. She's too big for me to carry her, so I just pulled out the car and laid on that trash that was lit.
Samuel Little eventually confessed to 93 murders committed between 1970 and 2005, a staggering total that surpassed the combined horrors of Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer, whose crimes have shocked the nation. Little traveled from state to state, leaving a trail of victims behind. He often left their bodies exposed, showing no concern for evidence or capture.
I seen a motel and a road leading leading up to the hotel. And there's a lot of bushes and brushes beside the road before you got to that motel. That's where I pulled up her body out and rolled it down.
So, how was Samuel Little able to commit so many murders without being caught?
Who the hell was doing it?
Yeah.
I would go back to the same city sometimes and pluck me another grape. I said, how many grapes y'all got on the vine here?
Sure.
That one, right?
There's a good one, yeah.
Before his final arrest, Little had been taken into custody nearly 100 times. Yet he managed to avoid justice repeatedly, spending only a total of 10 years behind bars. How did he escape suspicion? And more importantly, how did the system fail so many of his victims?
I was lucky in Florida. I had a dead body in the car. That would get choked out. Police car and come back behind the building. He seen us parked there. I jumped out the car and tried to act like I was zipping my pants. He said, oh, what the fuck? What's going on over here? I said, nothing. I said, me and my wife just got in the courts. Put this damn car, looked in that window with a flashlight, I'm telling you. Shining right on the girl. She lay up there like that.
And she's dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
And as soon as he was looking in there, I said, yeah, right here. I got his mind off of her. Just in the nick of time before he took a second look. And I got away like that. He said, well, you got to get out of him. Wow. I got in the car and took off.
The police failed to investigate Little thoroughly or build a strong case against him, as he knew how to avoid leaving substantial evidence behind.
Even though he had 100 arrests and served only 10 years prison time, I would blame partially the criminal justice system, because a lot of the cases against him were dismissed, they weren't followed up with, and he was fleeing constantly. He was very transient and leaving to different areas, cities across the nation.
But what turned Samuel Little into America's most prolific serial killer? Could it have been his unimaginable relationship with his mother, leaving lasting psychological scars? Or was it a dark fixation, an obsession with women's necks that fueled his killing spree?
I got attracted to
The neck part. Yeah. So you pick them out by the way that their neck looks, because if the neck looks good, then there might be somebody that you want to have sex with or somebody that you might want to kill. What's the thought?
He's a sadistic killer for sure. He wanted to feel like their neck swallowing. And I think his foreplay, basically, he would take a lot of them to eat, and they would go eat and swallow and drink. And I think that was his foreplay. That's what got him excited, is watching that neck.
And from here, the documentary unfolds with the harrowing story of one of his survivors.
It was just a game to him to have me go unconscious, come back awake again, and then he'd go back at it again, and he asked me to swallow. He says, I like it when you swallow.
It was the night of September 27th, 1984 in San Diego, California. A car stopped on 10th Avenue and C Street, an area notorious for trouble. A young woman, 22-year-old Lori Barros, stepped out. She wore a black dress with white polka dots, a red belt, and white heels. She didn't notice the man in a black Ford Thunderbird watching her closely from his car. He had chosen his target. Lori Barros, unaware of his attention, was fighting her own battles. She had recently left her abusive husband and was in the middle of a divorce. Life had been unkind to her, full of mistakes and pain. To survive, she had turned to sex work, a choice she deeply regretted. The money helped her buy drugs, a way to escape her harsh reality. That night, Lori was heading to her dealer's apartment to buy meth, trying to ease her suffering.
Why are you back? I am back here to face and confront the truth of what happened to me.
Lori walked down 10th Avenue, nearing the block between B Street and A Street. Behind her, the man quietly pulled his car to the curb and stepped out. Lori suddenly stopped in her tracks. She listened carefully, her heart racing. Fear gripped her as she stood still, afraid to turn around. Deep down, she knew someone was following her, and she was right.
Well, he had picked me up and shoved me in his car. He knew exactly where he was going. I could tell because it was very direct, but I remember him driving up, you know, this pretty steep, gravelly dirt road that would be this area, and I was trying to hold back my fear, I remember, as he was driving up there.
Out of nowhere, the man grabbed Lori by her wrist and neck, pulling her roughly toward his black Thunderbird. The car door was open, the keys still in the ignition. Lori fought back with all her strength as he dragged her about 25 feet, but she stayed silent. There was no one around to help, and the dim streetlights offered little comfort. She was alone with her attacker in the dark. Lori knew that screaming might only make things worse. Her only chance was to break free and run. But the man was massive, 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing 240 pounds. Her struggle was futile. He shoved her into the driver's side of the car, forcing her over to the passenger seat.
He threw me in the back seat of the car. He wanted him to tie my hands up behind my back, and then I was scared. And then he lays my head down and starts strangling me with his hands like this.
The man climbed into the driver's seat, locking Lori in a tight headlock with his right arm, his hand clamped over her mouth, silencing her. With his left hand, he slammed the car door shut and shifted the car into drive, speeding away down 10th Avenue. Later, he would claim that he didn't have to drag Lori to his car, that he had lured her inside with a handful of crumpled $20 bills, just like many of his other victims. The man stopped the car and turned off the engine. He quickly got out, pushed the driver's seat forward, and grabbed Lori by the neck. Without hesitation, he threw her onto the back seat with brutal force. Climbing in after her, he tried to kiss her, but Lori resisted, fighting back.
My natural reaction then was to fight, and it just made him push harder.
Angry, he grabbed her neck with one hand and began choking her. He was so large and she was so small that his single hand was enough to cut off her air. He shoved her down onto the back seat, holding her throat tightly for what felt like an eternity, 60 to 120 seconds, before finally letting go.
It was just a game to him to have me go unconscious, come back awake again.
Struggling to breathe, Lori gasped for air and pleaded with the man, begging him not to hurt her. She promised to do whatever he wanted if he spared her. His chilling reply was, "Trust me, I'm not going to hurt you. I love you." He then lifted her polka dot dress, ripping off her nylon stockings and panties. His frustration grew as the fabric got stuck on her white high heels, but he quickly yanked them free. After pulling off her stockings and underwear, the man forced Lori into a kneeling position on the car floor. Using the stockings, he tightly tied her arms behind her back. He then shoved her back onto the seat, leaving her lying on her hands. Without hesitation, he began choking her again. At one point, he muttered chillingly, "Swallow for me. I love it when you swallow."
He'd go back at it again and he asked me to swallow. He says, "I like it when you swallow." And he'd do it all over again. And I think the last time before I went completely unconscious, I remembered thinking, I'm not going to make it out of this.
The man removed his trousers and tried to force vaginal penetration, but he couldn't perform. Frustrated, he rubbed himself against Lori's body instead. Moments later, he climbed on top of her, forcing her into acts of oral submission. Yet again, he failed to maintain an erection, adding to the unsettling tension in the car. Still unable to perform, the man returned to choking Lori, loosening his grip just enough to keep her conscious. It wasn't until she was weak and barely fighting back that he finally became erect. As Lori drifted closer to unconsciousness, he muttered, "Take some of my breath," and kissed her on the mouth. Then, without hesitation, he tightened his grip and choked her until her head fell to the side, her body going limp. During this violent act, the man reached his climax and paused to recover, lying on top of his motionless victim. The man pulled up his pants and sat on the back seat, next to what he believed was Lori's lifeless body.
And then I remember him pushing me out the door.
At that moment, Lori slowly regained consciousness. There was no sudden gasp or noise, just a quiet, shallow return of her breath. Dazed and half aware, Lori realized the man thought she was dead. Using every ounce of her willpower, she remained still and wisely played dead. After a few tense moments, the man opened the driver's side door and shoved Lori out onto the ground. She landed among rats and garbage at what seemed to be an illegal dump site. Satisfied, the man stepped out to adjust the driver's seat, climbed back into his car, started the engine, and drove off. To him, Lori was nothing more than trash to be discarded. At that moment, Lori slowly regained consciousness. There was no sudden gasp or noise, just a quiet, shallow return of her breath. Dazed and half aware, Lori realized the man thought she was dead. Using every ounce of her willpower, she remained still and wisely played dead. After a few tense moments, the man opened the driver's side door and shoved Lori out onto the ground. She landed among rats and garbage at what seemed to be an illegal dump site. Satisfied, the man stepped out to adjust the driver's seat, climbed back into his car, started the engine, and drove off. To him, Lori was nothing more than trash to be discarded. Lori stayed perfectly still, not daring to move until the sound of the car disappeared into the distance. Slowly, she got to her feet and staggered down a gravel path toward Market Street. Barely holding herself together, she walked until she found a payphone. There, she called a trusted friend who came to pick her up and take her home. Once safe, Lori spent hours curled up in the bathtub, sobbing uncontrollably. To the man, Lori was just another victim, dead, like the 11 others he had killed over the past 9 months. Reflecting on that time later, he chillingly stated, 1984 was a real busy year. This violent streak was not an anomaly. It was part of a horrifying pattern spanning 4 decades, cementing his place as the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history. Despite the staggering number of his victims, this man remains far less known than infamous names like Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy. His horrifying story is rarely told. 4 decades, 40 years of unchecked brutality. As we'll see, this lack of attention from the media mirrors the neglect shown by law enforcement toward his victims, unvulnerable, marginalized women who were too often overlooked.
You didn't get in out there with the people that would be immediately missed, and very important to either family or business or somebody.
Yeah, you got pretty good at knowing which ones to look.
I'm not going to go over there in the white neighborhood and pick out the little young teenage girl or like the medias do.
He knew which women on the lower levels of our society he could actually lure into his car to take to a secluded place, to quickly kill them in the dead of night where nobody could see them, and then to dump their body immediately and get out of Dodge.
Is it surprising that the police paid less attention when the victims were sex workers? Compared to other cases, their murders were treated with far less urgency. Sadly, this pattern repeats itself over and over. When law enforcement values certain lives more than others, the results are devastating. These failures weren't just oversights, they were systemic neglect. Meet Samuel Little, born on June 7, 1940 in the small African-American village of Reynolds, Georgia, with a population of just 817. His story began in pain and rejection. His mother, 16-year-old Bessie Mae Little, became pregnant after a brief teenage romance with 19-year-old Paul McDowell. Tragedy seemed to run in the family. Bessie Mae's own mother had died giving birth to her, and Bessie nearly lost her life bringing Samuel into the world. Bessie Mae gave birth at home, assisted by her grandmother, Josephine Little, who served as the midwife. But Josephine was furious that Bessie had gotten pregnant out of wedlock and reportedly wished the baby would be stillborn. When the child survived, Josephine leaned in close to the crying newborn and allegedly whispered, "I curse you." Adding to the rejection, Josephine refused to allow the baby to be given a name, further marking his entry into a world that seemed to reject him from the start. Even Bessie Mae's feelings toward her newborn son were cold and unkind. Decades later, Samuel would recall his mother telling him she never wanted him. "I was just 16, she said, admitting that she tried to end the pregnancy by tying a rope tightly around her belly with the help of a friend. When that didn't work, she drank turpentine, filling the room with a strong, unbearable smell. Despite her efforts, the child survived and entered the world against all odds, a haunting start to an already troubled life." After Samuel was born, Bessie Mae tried to raise him as best she could despite her young age and difficult circumstances. However, when Samuel was just 6 months old, Josephine threw both mother and child out of the house. Her command was cold and unyielding. Bessie Mae was not welcome back until she had gotten rid of the child. She offered no guidance or options, leaving Bessie Mae and Samuel to face an uncertain and unforgiving world. Samuel's father, Paul McDowell, had impregnated Bessie Mae during a cruel contest with a friend to see how many girls they could seduce. He had no interest in the baby, leaving Bessie Mae in a desperate situation. Samuel later recounted his mother's story. "She told me it was raining and she didn't know where to go. She held me close under her breast and wandered through the rain, soaked and exhausted. After hours of aimless walking around the village and nearby countryside, Bessie Mae finally collapsed onto a dirt road, cold and defeated. Clutching her baby tightly, Bessie Mae crawled under a nearby house, raised on stilts to protect against flooding. Exhausted, she fell asleep there. A few hours later, she woke up, still weary, and stumbled back toward the road. In an act of despair, she placed the infant in the mud and walked away, heading back to her grandmother's house. She left Samuel behind, his tiny life hanging by a thread. And about an hour later, a small cart pulled by a goat creaked along the road, stopping near the abandoned infant. The cart's owner, a man named Quint, was a peddler who sold various goods in the village. Quint, who had no legs, lowered himself from the cart and used his knuckles to crawl toward the baby. In a small village like Reynolds, it didn't take long for him to realize the child belonged to Bessie Mae and who the father was. Concluding that the child had been deliberately abandoned, Quint decided there was no point in returning him to Bessie Mae. Quint gently lifted the baby into his cart, used his arms to climb back aboard, and set off toward the home of Paul McDowell's parents, Fanny and Henry. When he arrived, Quint explained what had happened. Thankfully, Fanny and Henry welcomed the baby with open hearts. They quickly took to the child, naming him Samuel and calling him a blessing from God, despite the circumstances of his birth. Paul McDowell wanted no part in raising the child. Shortly after Samuel's birth, he enlisted in one of the segregated units of the U.S. Army, seeking to escape the poverty of village life. This left Samuel, often called Sam by Henry McDowell, to be raised by his paternal grandparents. In December 1941, with the U.S. entering World War II, Henry saw an opportunity to leave Georgia. In 1942, he moved to Ohio in search of factory work that the war effort had made available. By 1944, after 2 years of working in a steel factory, Henry had saved enough money to bring his wife Fanny and grandson Sam to join him. The family settled in Lorain, Ohio, in a modest home on 33rd Street, a predominantly white middle-class neighborhood. To avoid judgment, Fanny and Henry told their neighbors that Sam was their youngest son. When Paul McDowell returned from the war in 1945, he pretended to be Sam's older brother. After returning from the war, Paul married a woman named Betty and went on to have 7 children over the next decade. Meanwhile, other members of the McDowell family moved from Georgia to Ohio, hoping for better economic opportunities. Sam was raised to believe that Fanny and Henry were his real parents, a lie that shaped much of his childhood. Although his grandparents were loving, they were also neglectful. They often failed to monitor his whereabouts and sometimes even forgot to feed him regular meals. According to Sam, when he was 5 years old, he was molested by an uncle who bribed him money in exchange for fellatio. At age 18, Sam wandered into the town in the evening with a little hand cart, quietly lifting the hoods of people's cars, removing the car batteries, and selling them at the dump for 75 cents apiece. Also at the age of 8, Sam became infatuated with the little redhead girl in his class named Carol Messenger. According to Sam, he got a wreck thinking about her. Meanwhile, Sam took notice of his teacher, Mrs. Harris. In particular, Sam grew fascinated with how she'd occasionally adjust her scarf and touch her long, elegant neck.
I remember going to school in Lorraine, but I noticed that when I was in school, 4 or 5 years old, the teachers met. She turned me on, made me think hard.
Sam was something of a class clown, didn't do very well with his grades, and was often teased by the other students, particularly the girls. Oftentimes, the girls would pick on him, and so Sam would tease them back. But it was Sam, not the girls, who would always get into trouble.
I speak with his family. They ask me all the time, how did this happen? Why? Early childhood, sexual abuse, physical abuse. He went to reform school for stealing a bicycle. It's called Boys Industrial School in Ohio. His family will also tell me he was nothing but trouble even before he went there. Then he just got abused and abused and abused.
Sam reports that even from an early age, he felt a sort of erotic frustration from this. To quote him, "I grew up different from most kids my age. My grandma didn't really watch over me, I just ran the street. I would go to school with dirty, raggedy clothes. And I was ashamed for them girls to see me. They would all laugh at me. I wanted to hold them and feel them, their hair, and touch them. But they didn't want me. My dick got hard. And I knew then that something was wrong with me. Desires became drives. I'd be looking at a woman's throat. The older I got, the stronger the sensation. A lot of my childhood was really mixed up with females. I loved them so much, but I was hurt by a lot of things that they did. A lot of disappointment. By 1950, when Sam was 10 years old, his fetishization of women's necks developed a sadomasochistic component. He would buy detective comics and grow aroused illustrations that depicted men choking women, a frequent enough occurrence in the 10-cent trash produced in those days. Sam was drawn to these violent comic images because the stories often portrayed women as unfaithful or defiant. The plots would feature them being killed in jealous rages, strangled by rejected lovers, or attacked by villains they despised. These recurring themes resonated with Sam, combining his feelings of sexual frustration, rejection, and inadequacy. In his mind, the violence offered a disturbing sense of control and domination, a way to assert power over the women who had hurt or rejected him. It wasn't long before Sam started masturbating to the idea of doing that to a woman, but for many years he only considered it a secret fantasy, rather than something he planned to enact in real life. In the spring of 1953, when Sam was 12 years old, he and 2 other boys named Jimmy and Billy hopped on a train and ran away to the college town of Oberlin. Soon after arriving, the 3 boys stole some bicycles parked in front of a lecture hall. A local gas station attendant saw them, called the cops, and within 10 minutes of taking the bikes, Sam, Jimmy, and Billy were arrested. After being convicted of theft, young Sam was sent to the Ohio Boys Industrial School, located 5 miles south of Lancaster. This reform school was designed to instill discipline in troubled youth through a strict military-style routine. Boys grew their own food, made their own clothes, and received vocational training in various fields, such as carpentry, farming, tailoring, and even stenography. The goal was to turn these boys into productive members of society, but the harsh environment left lasting scars on many, including Sam. The Ohio Boys Industrial School had once housed notable figures, including mid-century comedian Bob Hope, who later became a donor to the institution. Sam arrived there in February 1954. His release depended on earning enough merit points for good behavior, meaning his stay was indefinite. The dormitories were strictly segregated by race, and punishment was a regular part of life. Flogging was common, and the harsh disciplinary methods left a deep impact on many young boys, including Sam. There were also more creative punishments, like being forced to stand in the corner, shackled with a ball and chain. You had to hold a 30-pound iron ball in your hands for 10 to 30 minutes. If you dropped the ball, you had to start the time all over again. Occasionally, teachers would beat the kids, purposefully forcing them to drop the ball and restarting the clock. Because the boys' industrial school operated like a sort of open-air prison, without the presence of girls, it became common for the older and stronger boys to sodomize the younger and weaker ones. As Sam later described, the abuse at the school was relentless. When they came for you, it wasn't just one, he said. It was a whole group. They would gang up on you, they would rape you. This brutal environment forced Sam to adapt quickly. He learned to defend himself, growing tougher and more aggressive to survive. I started getting rough, just like they did, he admitted. I started fighting back. Sam spent 19 months at the industrial school before being released in September 1955 at just 15 years old. When it was time to go home, no one from his family came to pick him up. He had to take a 3-hour bus ride back to Lorraine on his own. Unbeknownst to Sam, a life-altering revelation awaited him at home, one that would shatter his perception of his family and fuel his inner turmoil even further. After his return, Sam noticed a shift in how his grandparents treated him. They became stricter, punishing him harshly for any misbehavior. Whenever Sam got into trouble, they'd call Paul McDowell, who would come over to deliver a beating. Confused, Sam eventually asked one of his cousins why his brother, Paul, was the one punishing him. Sam's cousin revealed a shocking truth. Paul wasn't his brother, he was his father. When Sam confronted his grandparents, his grandmother Fanny confirmed it. Enraged, Sam lost control. In the chaos, Henry grabbed a fire poker and struck Sam on the head. Sam retaliated by putting his grandfather in a headlock, choking him as Fanny begged for his life. Realizing what he was doing, Sam let go, broke down in tears, and apologized. Fanny also began to cry, sharing the painful story of how his mother, Bessie May, had abandoned him as a baby. To Sam, it was yet another rejection by a woman he should have been able to trust. Not long after, Sam developed an unsettling habit. He began buying true crime magazines and obsessing over the images of dead women. One photograph in particular captured his attention, that of Gloria Ferry, a young blonde woman who had been strangled and left naked in a Cleveland park. Her bruised throat and lifeless, bloodshot eyes fueled his dark fantasies. Sam admitted that he lost count of how many times he fixated on her image. In September 1956, at age 16, Sam broke into a dry cleaner's shop and stole 2 suits and a fedora, wanting to impress the ladies with a sharp look. However, just 2 days later, a friend pointed out that no one would believe he had bought the suits. Overcome with fear of being caught and sent back to reform school, Sam decided to return the stolen items and confess to the shop owner, hoping for leniency. Unfortunately for Sam, the owner called the police anyway. Sam was arrested and charged with breaking and entering, along with petty larceny. At his trial on May 27, 1957, he was sentenced to 17 months at the Ohio State Reformatory. This facility was far harsher than the boys' industrial school, with around 3,000 inmates housed in cells with iron bars. During his intake, Sam was officially documented under his birth name, Samuel Little. His father, Paul McDowell, was listed as living in Lorraine, Ohio, while his mother, Bessie May Lee, was recorded as having an unknown location. Sam later described the Ohio State Reformatory as a terrible place. He recalled how several inmates took their own lives to escape its harsh conditions. By the time Sam arrived, he was already 6 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds, a size that made him stand out among the other prisoners. His time at the industrial school had hardened him, and he quickly earned a reputation as a fierce fighter. The other inmates quickly learned to avoid crossing him. During his time at the reformatory, Sam formed a relationship with a fellow inmate named Wilbert Taylor, who went by the nickname Betty. Sam and Betty had met years earlier at the boys' industrial school. Betty had endured brutal abuse upon arriving at the reformatory, including being gang raped by several inmates. To survive, he adopted a submissive role, which led to him becoming known as a prison sissy. While serving time, Sam picked up a new skill, drawing. He learned from a fellow inmate, a man ironically nicknamed Don Draper, in exchange for teaching him how to fight. Sam's favorite subjects to sketch were women, reflecting his lifelong fixation. During this period, Sam received a letter from his mother, Bessie May, who had learned that he now knew the truth about his parentage. In the letter, she revealed that she was living in Miami. Over the next few years, they exchanged letters sporadically, though their relationship remained strained. One of the most significant skills Sam picked up during his time in the reformatory was boxing. He learned from other inmates, including Betty, who had developed her own tricks in the ring. Betty was infamous for an incident where she knocked out an inmate and then humiliated him in front of the prison yard, an act that effectively stripped the man of his status and left him vulnerable to becoming a victim himself. For Sam, boxing became a way to channel his aggression and establish dominance within the prison. Sam quickly proved himself in the boxing ring, consistently defeating his opponents in matches organized by the inmates. Even the guards placed bets on these fights, further fueling the competition. The reformatory had a history of producing successful boxers, and Sam's dominance in the ring suggested he had the potential to follow in their footsteps. However, shortly after finishing his sentence in late 1958, Sam was arrested again for breaking and entering. He was sent back to the reformatory for an additional 2 years, derailing any hopes of pursuing a professional boxing career at the time. By 1960, Sam had earned the title of the reformatory's middleweight boxing champion. His victories in the ring earned him several nicknames, such as Big Daddy, Mad Daddy, and Machine Gun. However, Sam later admitted, "I didn't like all those names. Made me feel different, like I was crazy." After his release in early 1961, his freedom was short-lived. In May, he was arrested for breaking into a furniture store through the skylight. By June, Sam found himself back in the reformatory for a third time. In 1962, tragedy struck the reformatory's boxing matches when an inmate died in the ring, leading to a temporary ban on fights. However, when matches resumed, Sam reclaimed his title as middleweight champion in both 1963 and 1964. In January 1964, at the age of 24, Sam was released from the reformatory for the third and final time. Having spent most of the past 8 years behind bars, he was far from inexperienced in certain aspects of life, yet he had never even kissed a woman. After his release, Sam returned to his grandparents' home in Lorraine. His grandfather, Henry McDowell, helped him secure a job at a factory fitting steel pipes. In his free time, Sam trained at the YMCA, holding on to the dream of becoming a professional boxer. That opportunity finally arrived in May 1965, when he was scheduled to fight in Columbus, Ohio. However, after losing the match, Sam's frustration got the better of him. He threw his boxing gloves in the trash and abandoned the sport entirely, returning to his factory job with a heavy heart. In May 1965, Sam met Jackie Pellerin, a receptionist who quickly fell deeply in love with him. Their whirlwind romance led to marriage just a few months later in August. On their wedding night, Sam experienced intimacy for the first time, but he later admitted a chilling truth. He could only climax by imagining himself strangling Jackie. For the first few months, Sam and Jackie's marriage seemed to be going well. The newlyweds lived in Jackie's mother's basement and even adopted a puppy together. However, by autumn, cracks began to appear. Sam lost interest in being intimate with Jackie and began spending his nights bar hopping, drifting further away from his new wife. Around Christmas, Sam was drinking at a bar called the Pink Elephant when he struck up a conversation with a barmaid named Diane. They eventually went back to her place, but when Diane asked for $20 in exchange for sex, Sam became enraged. He punched her with such force that she flew across the room. Then, climbing on top of her, he began choking her. However, he stopped before taking her life. Terrified, Deanne offered him sex for free, but Sam refused, coldly stating that he didn't want the clap for Christmas. After leaving Diane's house, Sam got into his car and drove aimlessly for a while. He eventually stopped to relive the moment in his mind, using the memory of the attack to satisfy his dark fantasies. Feeling no remorse, Sam returned home to find Jackie still awake. She informed him that the police were looking for him. Diane had reported the incident, accusing Sam of breaking into her home and assaulting her. Without hesitation, Sam instructed Jackie to pack up her belongings, grab the dog, and get in the car. At 2 a.m., Sam and Jackie fled the state, driving southeast for several days. Their journey came to a halt in North Carolina when the car's transmission gave out. Desperate, they sold the car and their puppy to buy bus tickets to Miami. Sam's plan was to stay with his mother, Bessie May, who was running a boarding house in Coconut Grove, a suburb of Miami. When Sam and Jackie arrived at Bessie May's boarding house, she ran out to greet them with open arms. Overjoyed to see her son after so many years, she proudly showed off the strapping young man Sam had become, introducing him to her neighbors with great enthusiasm. She then helped Sam and Jackie settle into one of her best rooms, located right next to the kitchen. As the weeks went by, it became apparent that something was off with Bessie May. One day, Sam discovered that she had drilled a spy hole in the wall between the kitchen and his bedroom. When he confronted her, Bessie May gave an unsettling explanation. She wanted grandchildren and couldn't understand why Sam and Jackie weren't being intimate. A week later, Sam got back from bar hopping and found his mother drunk and waiting in the hallway. Bessie May invited Sam into her bedroom, disrobed, and they crawled into bed together. They spent a couple of hours in each other's arms, with Bessie May asking Sam to suck on her nipples. Sam complied. As the grown man suckled at his mother's breasts, he was suddenly struck by a vision of him biting Bessie May's nipples clean off and eating them. Sam then imagined that he was eating the rest of his mother until nothing was left. After several more minutes of unsettling and bizarre intimacy, Sam finally got up and left his mother's room. He quietly returned to his own bedroom, where Jackie was already asleep, completely unaware of what had just occurred. In February 1966, a friend of Bessie May visited the boarding house. While Sam and Jackie were in the kitchen, with Jackie cooking gumbo, the guest, clearly drunk, made a comment. She joked that Jackie must be an exceptional cook, because there was no other way she could have married someone as handsome as Sam. The remark sent Sam into a sudden rage. In his fury, he accidentally knocked over the pot of gumbo, scalding Jackie's legs. Grabbing a butcher's knife, Sam pinned the guest against the wall and began striking her with the knife handle in a violent outburst. Sam was strangely exhilarated by the sheer terror on the woman's face, nearly losing control in the moment. Eventually, he dropped the knife and let her go. Terrified, the woman fled the house, shouting that she was going to call the police. Fearing the consequences, Sam and Jackie quickly packed their belongings and left. Before departing, Sam assured a distraught Bessie May that he would return soon. Taking Bessie May's car, Sam and Jackie drove back to Ohio, eventually staying with Jackie's aunt in Cleveland. However, Jackie's aunt quickly grew suspicious of Sam, seeing him as trouble. The very next morning, she called the police. Officers arrived promptly and arrested Sam for the alleged rape of Diane, the barmaid he had attacked in Lorraine the previous December. Despite Sam's arrest, the district attorney decided not to pursue the case. Diane's medical examination showed no physical evidence of sexual assault, and her claim that Sam had broken in through her window didn't hold up. There were no signs of forced entry. Instead, clear footprints in the snow indicated the assailant had entered and exited through the front door. With insufficient evidence, the charges were dropped and Sam was released. While Sam was in jail, Jackie's family took matters into their own hands. They convinced her to leave him, initiated divorce proceedings, and removed her from Sam's life. Just a week after his release in March 1966, Sam stole a car and robbed a liquor store to fund his journey back to Miami. During his getaway, he ran a red light and collided with a van at an intersection. Fearing capture, Sam abandoned the stolen car and fled on foot to a nearby Greyhound station. Sam boarded the first departing bus and ended up in Baltimore. Soon after arriving, he attempted to rob another liquor store. This time, however, the store owner fought back, pulling out a .38 caliber pistol and shooting Sam 5 times. Sam collapsed on the floor and later woke up in a hospital bed, handcuffed and under guard. Once recovered, he stood trial for armed robbery and was sentenced to 4 years at the Maryland State Penitentiary. Sam was granted parole for good behavior in February 1969 at the age of 28 after serving roughly half of his sentence. By this point in his life, Sam had spent approximately 12 of the past 15 years in correctional facilities, with the majority of his young adulthood shaped by life behind bars. After his time in the Maryland State Penitentiary, Sam boarded a bus from Baltimore back to Miami, finally returning nearly 3 years later than planned. Bessie Mae was overjoyed to see him and welcomed him back warmly. She set him up in the same room next to the kitchen, fed him plate after plate of barbecued ribs, and wasted no time bringing up her favorite topic, her desire for grandchildren. By this time, Bessie Mae, now in her mid-40s, had developed a severe dependence on whiskey and was slowly drinking herself to death. Her fixation on having grandchildren remained, and within 2 days of Sam's return to Miami, he began a relationship with a woman named Yvonne. However, Bessie Mae's behavior took a disturbing turn. She would spy on Sam and Yvonne through the hole she had drilled in the wall of his bedroom. Sam found work as a garbage collector to make ends meet, establishing a semblance of routine. During the day he worked hard, but his nights were spent bar hopping and drinking heavily before eventually returning to Bessie Mae's boarding house. Yvonne didn't remain in his life for long, as Sam showed little interest in her or in physical intimacy. Meanwhile, Bessie Mae continued to pressure Sam about giving her grandchildren, her obsession undiminished. And then one night, Sam claims that he woke up to discover that his mother had crawled into bed with him. Quote, "I woke up and she was lying next to me in bed. She looked at my dick and said, 'Oh, look at how big my son's dick is.'" According to Sam, these disturbing and incestuous encounters continued sporadically over the next few years. While some might dismiss these claims as the ramblings of a depraved serial killer, Sam's confessions have been eerily consistent and accurate in nearly every other detail of his life. This unsettling reliability leaves room to consider that these claims might also hold a degree of truth. Nearly 2 years passed before Sam's dark urges surfaced again. On New Year's Eve in 1970, he was drinking at a tavern in Overtown, a party hub in Miami. There he noticed Mary Jo Brosley, a 33-year-old white woman, sitting alone at the end of the bar.
The first victim I had was by January, February of 1970.
Okay.
Over in Miami, Coconut Grove, Miami.
Yeah. First killing. Did you know that you wanted to kill her?
Yeah. Yeah, I had desire, strong desire.
Mary Jo was a manic depressive alcoholic who had recently left her husband and 2 children in Boston. She had come to Miami to escape her troubles, turning to alcohol and sex work to survive. Spotting an opportunity, Sam bought her 3 gin and tonics, ensuring she was intoxicated before suggesting they go for a drive. Mary Jo told Sam her price was $50, equivalent to about $395 today. Sam agreed without hesitation. The two left the bar and got into Sam's car, driving away from Overtown. He kept driving until they had left Miami altogether. At some point during the journey, Mary Jo fell asleep, unaware of her surroundings. When she woke up, the car was parked deep in the forest near Homestead, Florida, about 40 miles southwest of Miami. Sam suggested they move to the back seat, and that's when his violent fantasy became reality. Reflecting on the event, Sam later admitted, "She was the first girl I ever did it to. I took her life. I took her out into the woods alone, just me and her. She didn't know I was about to make my fantasy come true. I put my hands around her throat, kissed her, and started squeezing. This time I didn't stop, I went all the way. I put my hand around her neck, and that was it. In a chilling statement, Sam claimed she evidently wanted it to happen. After killing Mary Jo, Sam was consumed by a disturbing sense of ownership. He later described feeling as though she now belonged to him entirely, his and his alone, forever. Speaking to her lifeless body, he repeatedly told her that he loved her, even kissing her lips. But soon, panic set in. Realizing he needed to dispose of the body, Sam began planning his next move. Sam dragged Mary Jo's body out of the car and tried to dig a shallow grave using his hands, but the ground was too hard. Frustrated, he rolled her body into a thick patch of bushes and drove off. The next morning, he returned to the scene with a shovel, but his attempt at burial was careless, leaving one of her feet exposed. Sometime later, an alligator tore off part of her leg, but discarded it nearby. Within hours, news spread in Miami that a hiker had discovered a human foot in the Everglades. Mary Jo's skeletal remains were discovered weeks later, but to Sam's surprise, he wasn't caught. He had expected authorities to connect him to the crime, but no significant effort seemed to be made. No one of importance had reported Mary Jo missing, and the plight of a struggling sex worker from Boston appeared to draw little attention. Shockingly, her remains wouldn't be officially identified until 2017. Sam committed his first murder at the age of 30, a relatively late start compared to many serial killers. However, the act awakened something dark within him. Reflecting on it later, Sam admitted, "I didn't think I'd make it a reality. I didn't lose control until suddenly I wanted more, and I asked the good Lord, why me?"
Until all of a sudden, I wanted more. And so I asked the good Lord, I said, why me?
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
So do you need to clear your conscience before you go? Or is that a one-way conversation with him?
Well, the point with God is I never told anybody but him.
Years later, Sam would confess to killing dozens of women. His confessions included detailed descriptions, and he even created eerily accurate portraits of many of his victims, a skill he developed during jailhouse art lessons with Don Draper. However, Sam's memory for names, dates, and exact locations was often unreliable, leaving the timeline of his crimes somewhat unclear and shrouded in uncertainty. Despite the inconsistencies in Sam's recollections, it's possible to piece together the sequence of his crimes using available records and reliable sources. While some dates may differ from what is reported on platforms like Wikipedia or similar websites, this reconstruction is based on more credible and detailed information. In 1971, Sam murdered an unidentified white woman of unknown age and origin. He dumped her body at the same location near Homestead where he had buried Mary Jo Brosley. This time, however, he didn't bother with the burial. Convinced he could be caught at any moment, Sam felt it was pointless to put in the effort. The woman's body was left exposed to the elements and local wildlife and was never recovered.
Pig farm was up. And that's how they found the girl that landed in the field next to the pig farm. All the mother ate off of pig. The rats got over.
When reflecting on the unidentified woman's murder, Sam chillingly stated, "It was the same procedure as last time. I asked her, 'What would you do if I strangled you?' And she replied, 'There ain't much I could do, bless her heart.'" Not long after, Sam killed another victim, a black woman approximately 22 years old. He left her body in the countryside just outside Miami. Years later, Sam speculated that her name might have been Linda. Later that same year, Sam killed another woman whom he believed might have been named Sarah or Donna. He speculated that she was possibly from New England. Her body was discarded in Kendall, a suburban area in the Miami metropolitan region.
There's indications of visualization of when he's thinking about a crime scene, he'll start stroking his face. As he's starting to picture a victim, you'll see him look out and up, and you can tell he has this revolving carousel of victims, and it's just spinning, and he's waiting for it to stop at the one that he wants to talk.
Around 1971, or possibly 1972, Sam claimed another victim, a 28-year-old black woman from Miami. According to Sam, she had mentioned having some connection to the United States Air Force before her death. Sam lured each of these women into his vehicle, drove them to secluded areas, and strangled them to death. In May 1971, he claimed a more identifiable victim, Karen O'Donoghue, a 25-year-old nurse from Springfield, Massachusetts. Karen had disappeared in July 1969, just weeks before her wedding. By 1971, she had somehow made her way to Florida. According to Sam, he met Karen in a bar shortly after she was discharged from a mental health facility in Miami. He lured her to the woods near Homestead, Florida, and strangled her, leaving her body exposed to the elements and wildlife. Though Karen's remains have never been found, Sam's confession provided enough details to link him to her disappearance. Sam described his victims in chilling terms. They were just like a herd of cattle, sheep to be slaughtered and turned into lamb chops. You picked the girls and it didn't matter. Some were lawyers, school teachers, people who'd be missed. But I went for the drug addicts, the prostitutes, the lonely women, the crazy ones, women lost in the world. They'd tease you, showing their buttocks, their ass. That's what gets me into that mood. Desires turn into drives, like, I want this, or else.
Get in, go out there with the people that will be immediately missed. Yeah. And very important to either family or business or somebody.
Yeah, you got pretty good at knowing which ones to
Well,
look.
I'm not going to go over in the white neighborhood and pick out a little young teenage girl or like the idiots do. They didn't know who in the hell was doing it. Yeah. I'll go back to the same city sometime and pluck me another grape. I said, how many grapes? So y'all got on to find him.
Sure.
That one right over.
There's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So basically, these were women nobody would.
Like a lion wanting to get his claws on a zebra. Sam reflected on his victims with an unsettling perspective. It's a strange thing about these women. A lot of them had a death wish. If they were alive today, they'd be my friends. They didn't die mad at me. They were my friends. I didn't hate them and they didn't hate me. I loved all the women. When they die, they become your favorites. They belong to you. If they were alive to this day, they'd be my friends. In March 1972, Sam was drinking at the Pool Palace, a bar located in Overtown, Miami. In later confessions, he mistakenly identified the location as Liberty City, a nearby district about 10 minutes away. While nursing his beer, Sam noticed 3 young women, likely around 18 or 19 years old, dancing and singing near the jukebox. Their names were Giselle, Penny, and Marianne. Fixated on Marianne, who stood about 5'7" and weighed roughly 130 pounds.
5'7", 5'6". She weighed about 135, maybe 140.
And how old do you think she was?
She was 19.
Sam approached her and declared that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Sam was surprised to learn that Marianne was a male-to-female transgender woman. Despite the heavy stigma surrounding this in the 1970s, Sam remained unfazed. His years at the Ohio State Reformatory, where he had a relationship with a fellow inmate named Betty, may have influenced his reaction. Sam asked Marianne to dance, and she accepted. Emotional from a recent breakup with a man named Wes and slightly intoxicated, Marianne suddenly began crying during their dance, sobbing into Sam's shirt. In response, Sam leaned in and kissed her on the dance floor. When the song ended, Marianne asked Sam to drive her back to her apartment.
Back to the apartment. I went down 27th Street. That's going down to Fort Lauderdale, called the Alligator Alley. It runs into the Alligator Alley.
Right.
But the further out you get, the further you get out of Miami.
Right.
And you got vegetation.
But as they drove, he intentionally missed the correct route and turned onto I-27, heading toward Fort Lauderdale. After driving for about 2 miles, Marianne became suspicious and demanded that they turn around. Sam, feigning calm, told her there was nowhere to turn just yet and suggested they pull over to relax for a moment. Sam eventually turned off the main road onto a forested trail known as Alligator Alley. By now, Marianne was visibly frightened. Sam brought the car to a stop, turned to her, and said, "I love you, bruh." Sensing danger, Marianne acted quickly. She grabbed a can of Magic Shave, a powdered hair remover, and threw it into Sam's eyes, momentarily blinding him. The sting from the powdered hair remover was excruciating, temporarily blinding Sam and giving Marianne the opportunity to escape. She scrambled out of the car and ran down the road, but her pace was hindered. She had only one high heel on, while the other foot was bare. Before she could make much distance, the second heel slipped off, and Sam caught up to her, tackling her to the ground. Sam strangled Marianne until she was disoriented and barely conscious, but he stopped short of killing her. He dragged her back to the car and forced her onto the floor near the back seat. Kneeling over her, Sam pulled down his trousers and continued to strangle her with one hand while satisfying himself with the other. When Marianne's body went limp, Sam dragged her from the car and into the undergrowth. He found a patch of muddy, waterlogged ground and discarded her face down in the muck. Without a second thought, he returned to his car and drove away, leaving her lifeless body behind. Marianne's disappearance went unnoticed. Estranged from her family and marginalized by society, she was just another victim overlooked by law enforcement in 1972, especially as a transgender woman who occasionally worked as a sex worker. Years later, during one of Sam's confessions, he vividly recalled Marianne and even drew a detailed portrait of her. Despite this, identifying her took time, as she had been listed in the missing persons database under her birth name, Curtis Lee. In May 1972, Sam decided to head north to visit his grandmother, Fanny, in Lorain, Idaho. His grandfather, Henry, had passed away a few years earlier. Before Sam left Miami, Bessie May had a complete emotional breakdown, screaming, crying, and begging him not to leave. Despite her pleas, Sam was determined to make the trip and set off to see his grandmother. Sam traveled north, passing through Baltimore before heading inland. During his journey, he committed another murder in Prince George's County, Maryland. His victim was a white woman, likely between the ages of 20 and 25, whom Sam believed was from Massachusetts. Decades later, his confession was linked to a Jane Doe case, though the woman's identity remains unknown to this day. When Sam arrived in Lorain, his grandmother Fanny welcomed him warmly, but cautioned him to stay out of trouble. He stayed for several days, during which time he encountered Lucy Madero, a woman he found staggering drunk down the street one night. The two went to a bar together and played pool. Initially, Sam planned to kill Lucy, but when she attempted to pickpocket him, he slapped her across the face and warned her not to try it again. Lucy's groveling, submissive apology struck a chord with Sam. For the first time, he found someone he could dominate and control without resorting to violence. Sam and Lucy rented a motel room where they spent the night drinking their way through a bottle of whiskey. This marked the beginning of a brief relationship, with Lucy becoming Sam's new girlfriend. The pair eventually left Lorain and drove to Cleveland. However, their crime spree caught up with them when they were arrested in the suburb of Westlake for attempting to rob a gas station. Both were detained and locked up in the Cuyahoga County Courthouse practically every 3 years. It was a time of growth, planning, and stress. While in custody, Lucy shared a cell with the 59-year-old shoplifter named Aurelia Dorsey, who went by the name Jean. Lucy quickly warmed to Jean, striking up conversations with her, though Jean secretly didn't think much of Lucy but hid her feelings. Meanwhile, Sam was being held in a cell block directly below theirs. After a few days, Sam discovered a small hole in the crumbling stone floor that allowed him to communicate with Lucy from his cell. Sam spent hours over the next day talking to both Lucy and Jean through the hole in the floor. Jean quickly took a liking to Sam, intrigued by his charm. That evening, Lucy made a fatal mistake. She whispered to Jean that she had struck a deal with the police to testify against Sam in exchange for having the robbery charges against her dropped. Jean immediately passed this information along to Sam. Armed with this warning, Sam's defense lawyer was able to uncover Lucy's extensive criminal history and use it to discredit her in court. As a result, Sam was acquitted and walked free. And after successfully avoiding conviction for her shoplifting charges, Jean and Sam developed a romantic relationship. Despite the significant age difference, Jean was 59 and Sam was 32, he treated her differently than his previous partners. Out of gratitude and what appeared to be genuine affection, Sam refrained from harming her. The pair stayed in Cleveland for several weeks, during which Sam acted as Jean's getaway driver. Sam acted as Jean's getaway driver, as she did for Sarah and two of the childhood friends whose names were listed here. She brazenly walked into stores and malls, emerging with bags of stolen jewelry and merchandise, while Sam waited nearby to ensure their escape. After about a month in Cleveland, Sam proposed an idea to Jean. They should travel to Miami and open a restaurant together. Jean, an excellent cook, loved the idea and eagerly agreed. The two made their way south to Miami, where they stayed with Bessie May in Coconut Grove. However, Bessie May was less than thrilled to see her son return with a woman 10 years older than herself. After settling in Miami, Sam and Jean rented a small space in a strip mall and opened a modest restaurant called Samuel Little's Southern Kitchen. Though business was far from booming, they managed to scrape by, selling fried chicken, grits, and cornbread to cover their expenses. Remarkably, during this period, Sam refrained from committing any violent acts. The couple even adopted a German shepherd they named Buster, adding a sense of normalcy to their lives. In April 1973, Bessie May's persistent demands for grandchildren took a strange turn when she noticed her belly swelling. Believing it to be a miracle pregnancy at the age of 49, she was overjoyed. Unfortunately for her, the swelling turned out to be a symptom of liver disease, not the child she had been hoping for. By May 1973, Bessie May had passed away due to cirrhosis. Sam would later claim she died in his arms, but the truth was far less sentimental. Bessie May was rushed to the hospital and passed away alone before Sam could even arrive. Her death hit Sam hard, leaving him more volatile than ever. When Jean showed little sympathy for his loss, Sam's grief turned into uncontrollable rage. In the middle of the street, he knocked Jean to the ground and began beating her viciously with his fists. Concerned neighbors gathered around as Buster, their German shepherd, barked frantically, running in circles. The assault only stopped when a neighbor, armed with a shotgun, threatened Sam and demanded he leave Jean alone. Stance became more sporadic throughout the night as he was held at gunpoint and threatened Sam, and demanded he leave Jean alone. By the time Sam relented, Jean was bleeding from her nose and mouth and had suffered 2 broken ribs. Without a word, Sam stood up, got into his car, and drove off. He didn't stop until he reached New Orleans. There, still seething with anger and grief, Sam encountered Sarah Brown, a 39-year-old single mother who worked as a waitress at a restaurant on Canal Street. As Sarah walked to a bus stop after her shift, Sam pulled his car alongside her, offering a ride. Sarah declined, showing caution, but Sam didn't take no for an answer. He forced her into his car and drove out of New Orleans, eventually stopping in a remote field beyond the city limits. Unable to recall the exact location later, Sam shoved Sarah into the back seat, stripped her of her clothes, and began strangling her. Sam took his time, carefully releasing Sarah's neck every so often to keep her alive longer. He wanted to prolong the experience. Reflecting on the moment, Sam later said, "I fulfilled my imagination and desires through force. I had to take what I wanted. I was lower than a serpent. A snake only kills through fear or hunger. I was killing for pleasure." At one point, Sarah managed to convince Sam that she needed to relieve herself. Not wanting her to urinate inside his car, he pulled her out and watched closely as she squatted in the field. Seizing an opportunity, Sarah suddenly bolted, running naked across the open terrain. However, Sam quickly caught up, tackled her to the ground, and ended her life by strangling her to death. Sam admitted that he left Sarah's body where he killed her. His reasoning was no longer rooted in fear of being caught. Instead, he believed that these women weren't significant enough for authorities to investigate. "I didn't waste no time digging bodies," he later confessed. To this day, the exact field where Sarah was murdered remains unknown. The humid Louisiana climate likely eroded her remains, leaving them buried under layers of wet soil. After her death, Sarah was placed in leather bags and removed to the basement of a library in Washington to be removed to the cemetery. Shortly after her disappearance, only her purse was found, lying abandoned on a New Orleans street. For decades, Sarah was considered a missing person until Sam's confession finally matched her case. After killing Sarah, Sam wasted no time leaving New Orleans, wary of staying too long in case someone had witnessed the abduction. Over the next few days, he traveled through Mississippi and Alabama before arriving in Macon, Georgia. There, he met a mentally ill black woman named Nina. Initially, Sam planned to kill her, but her meek and submissive demeanor, much like Lucy Madero's before her, saved her life. Nina soon became Sam's next girlfriend. He also took on the role of her pimp, dropping her off on street corners in various cities to earn money for their travels. Together, they spent the rest of 1973 journeying across the South, eventually making their way to Texas. From there, they continued westward, traveling through New Mexico, Arizona, and California, where they briefly enjoyed the Pacific coastline. By autumn, the pair had ventured north into Oregon, then east into Idaho, Wyoming, and finally Nebraska. On November 1, 1973, in Omaha, Nebraska, Sam spotted a 34-year-old woman named Agatha White Buffalo at a local bar called the Happy Bar. While Nina worked a street corner nearby, Sam zeroed in on Agatha. A Native American woman from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota, Agatha had left her abusive husband and traveled to Nebraska in search of a fresh start. Her 7 children were either in boarding school or being cared for by relatives. For the time being, Agatha stayed with friends and sought work as a maid. Agatha was at the Happy Bar that night, drinking with 2 friends named Phyllis and Diane. Sam approached her with a crude comment, "You're a real Indian, where are your feathers?" Agatha, unimpressed, responded dryly that she had left them at home. Sam, pretending curiosity, claimed he had never met a Native American before. As the night went on, Agatha, weighed down by the pain of her failed marriage and separation from her children, confessed that she sometimes wished she hadn't woken up that morning. Half-jokingly, Sam offered to help Agatha with her wish, but beneath his humor, he was intrigued. Agatha quickly dismissed her comment, saying she didn't mean it. Sam then suggested they go back to his motel and share a bottle of whiskey. Despite her friend Phyllis's pleading warnings, Phyllis said she had a bad feeling about Sam. Agatha ignored the advice and agreed to go with him. Instead of heading to his motel, Sam drove her into the woods. If Agatha realized they were leaving Omaha, she didn't voice her concern. Years later, Sam tried to justify her murder, claiming she had given him permission. He said, "Now, if she agreed to leave with me in my car, and it turned out we were alone in the woods, what did she go out there for? When she let me put my hands around her neck, closed her eyes and laid her head back, that's a signal of permission. She wanted to enter another realm, another world." Sam disposed of Agatha's nude body by stuffing it into a barrel behind a tannery. 2 weeks later, on November 17, her remains were discovered. However, her murder remained unsolved for decades until Sam's confession in 2018 finally brought clarity to her case. Sam disposed of Agatha's nude body by stuffing it into a barrel behind a tannery. 2 weeks later, on November 17th, her remains were discovered. However, her murder remained unsolved for decades until Sam's confession in 2018 finally brought clarity to her case. As Sam and Nina left Omaha, a news story on the radio reported the discovery of a woman's body in a barrel. Sam later claimed that Nina's expression made it clear she knew he was responsible. Despite this, they continued their journey, traveling through Nebraska into Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and finally crossing into New York. When they arrived in Harlem, Sam instructed Nina to go earn some money on the streets while he parked the car and headed into a nearby bar. There, he drank heavily and smoked weed while sitting in a booth. During his time there, he struck up a conversation with a soldier from the U.S. Army. The two talked and drank together before the soldier suggested they go to his hotel room to enjoy a steak dinner through room service. When they reached the soldier's hotel room, the mood shifted. As they began kissing, Sam instinctively grabbed the soldier's throat and started to squeeze. The soldier immediately fought back, flipping Sam onto his back. The situation quickly reversed, with Sam being choked as the soldier yelled at him and called him crazy. Sam fought back with everything he had, but the soldier overpowered him. At one point, the soldier bit down on Sam's index finger, severing the tip entirely. Blood gushed from the wound as Sam screamed in pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, the soldier lifted Sam by his belt and threw him into the hallway, punctuating the encounter with a hard kick before slamming the door shut. Humiliated and injured, Sam picked himself up off the hallway floor and left the hotel. He returned to his car, found Nina, and drove to the emergency room to have the remains of his index finger stitched up. After leaving the hospital, Sam and Nina drove to New Jersey. However, trouble found them again when a police patrol car caught Nina performing oral sex on Sam near the side of a gas station. When the officers approached, Sam resisted arrest and assaulted one of them in the process. As a result, he was sentenced to several weeks in a workhouse prison in Trenton. While serving his sentence, Sam received a letter from Jean Dorsey urging him to join her in Los Angeles after his release. Meanwhile, Buster, the German shepherd he once shared with Jean, had been adopted by a former neighbor in Miami. In early 1974, Sam walked out of the prison gates to find Nina waiting for him with a white Thunderbird. During his time inside, Nina had supported herself by working the streets of Trenton. Together, they set off for Los Angeles. During their journey, Sam picked up an unidentified black female sex worker in Cincinnati, Ohio. The three of them continued on to Columbus, where Sam murdered the woman by strangling her and dumping her body. He and Nina then continued their drive south. As they continued south, Sam and Nina made a brief detour into Arizona. While in Phoenix on March 2, 1974, Sam abducted 22-year-old Linda Belcher, a single mother with an 8-year-old son. He strangled her and left her body on 59th Avenue in the middle of the city. After arriving in Los Angeles, Sam checked Nina into the Cecil Hotel, a notorious location with its own share of dark history, and then went to reconnect with Jean. The last time Sam had seen Jean was in May 1973, when he brutally beat her in the middle of the street, breaking 2 of her ribs. Yet, in Jean's mind, all was forgiven. When they reunited, she welcomed him warmly, serving him drinks and preparing a lavish meal as if nothing had ever happened. Sam and Jean rekindled their relationship, even becoming intimate again. Despite his violent tendencies, Sam resisted the urge to harm her. Jean's unwavering devotion seemed to overshadow all else, and Sam quickly forgot about Nina, who was still waiting for him at the Cecil Hotel. 2 weeks passed before he returned, only to find Nina gone. Years later, Sam learned that Nina had suffered a nervous breakdown, reportedly mumbling incoherently about dead girls. Nina's mother was contacted, and she flew to Los Angeles to retrieve her daughter. Nina was subsequently institutionalized in a mental asylum in Milledgeville, Georgia, where she remained for several years. With Nina gone, Sam shifted his focus back to Jean and decided to take her on the road. Together, they traveled across the United States for the remainder of 1974. During their travels, Sam murdered an unidentified black woman believed to be between 22 and 23 years old in Savannah, Georgia. The pair also returned briefly to Miami, where Sam killed another woman around 23 or 24 years old. He later speculated her name might have been Emily and that she had attended the University of Miami. However, it remains possible that Emily's murder occurred in 1975. By this point, Jean was fully aware of Sam's murderous activities. While he went out alone to stalk his victims, she typically stayed behind at the motel. After each killing, Jean would clean the backseat of the car herself, sometimes taking jewelry, clothing, or other personal belongings left behind by the victims. Sam found Jean's habit of scavenging personal items from his victims distasteful, and once referred to her as a sniveling dog, ignoring the irony of his far worse crimes. Despite his disdain, Sam kept Jean close because she proved useful. She cooked for him, helped dispose of evidence, shoplifted valuable items, and always had a fake alibi ready when needed.
You were a traveling man all your life, right? How did you make money to buy cars, shoplifting?
Me and my old lady, Jean was, she was 70 some years. She about 30 years older than me. She's a shoplifter, and I was the driver, and we'd go all over the country, everywhere. I'd stop in places overnight in the motels. She's an old lady, you know, and I'd go out the street looking for a girl. That's how I got around so many places.
Because of her, you were able to kind of go around, right? Because she had the money coming in.
Yeah,
right? She knew you were going out with women.
Yeah, she knew.
But she didn't know that there was like killing going on.
No, she didn't know I was going that far.
At 61 years old, Jean seemed completely infatuated with the much younger, physically imposing 34-year-old Sam. With few other options in her life, she stayed by his side. As Sam himself later put it, she just clung to me because I think she just loved me. She was an angel, let's put it that way. Sam and Jean's violent journey continued, bringing them to Knoxville, Tennessee, around December 1974. On New Year's Eve, Sam abducted 34-year-old Martha Cunningham near the Circle Tavern Inn. He drove her out of town, strangled her, and discarded her body on a desolate dirt road in East Knox County. Back at home, Martha had a teenage daughter waiting for her return. Martha Cunningham's body was discovered by hunters on January 18, 1975. The coroner, unable to determine a clear cause of death, overlooked the bruising on her throat. His judgment may have been influenced by her family's account that Martha suffered from seizures. With the death not classified as a homicide, no investigation followed. It wasn't until decades later, through Sam Little's confession, that the truth of her murder was finally uncovered. Before leaving Knoxville, Sam struck again, murdering another unidentified black woman whom he estimated to be around 25 years old. Her identity and details remain a mystery. Sam later admitted he couldn't remember how many women he killed in 1975. By May 16, 1976, he and Jean had returned to Miami, Florida, where Sam abducted Miriam Chapman, a 25-year-old sex worker who also went by the name Anna. Miriam had arrived in Miami from Indiana earlier that year. Those who knew her described her as surprisingly naive and innocent for her circumstances. 2 weeks before her death, she had been arrested and spent a few days in jail. The warden, taking pity on her, even bought her a bus ticket home. However, after her release, Miriam chose to remain in a rundown Miami motel, telling acquaintances she needed to save up a bit more money before returning to Indiana to reunite with her family. Sam murdered Miriam and disposed of her body in the Everglades. Her remains were later discovered by hikers. After this, Sam and Jean continued their journey, moving on to Wichita Falls, Texas. There, Sam killed another unidentified black woman, whom he estimated to be between 25 and 28 years old. Their travels next took them to Sunset Hills, Missouri. On September 11, 1976, Sam abducted Pamela K. Smith. He bound her hands with an electrical cord, tore off her clothes, and stole the money from her purse. He then brutally assaulted her, beating, biting, and strangling her, and ultimately violating her. Despite the violence she endured, Pamela managed to escape from Sam's car and flee into the night. Desperate for help, she pounded on the door of a nearby house. The startled homeowner opened the door to find a terrified, naked woman pleading for help, explaining that a man was after her. The stranger brought Pamela inside and called the police. Sam was arrested shortly afterward, and Pamela identified him in a police lineup. Sam faced several charges including rape, sodomy, assault, grievous bodily harm, and robbery. However, in a miscarriage of justice, he was convicted only of the lesser charge of assault with intent to ravish and sentenced to a mere 3 months in a Missouri prison. When Sam was released in December 1976, he reconnected with Jean and the two resumed their violent travels. Along the way, they picked up a sex worker in Missouri, an identified black woman around 26 years old, whom Sam recalled as Joe. They drove to Granite City, Illinois, where Sam murdered the woman and discarded her body on the outskirts of town. From Granite City, Sam and Jean continued to East St. Louis, Illinois. There, Sam killed another unidentified black woman whose age remains unknown. The bodies of both victims were never recovered. Sam and Jean wandered through the Midwest for several months before returning to East St. Louis. In April 1977, Sam abducted 22-year-old Mary Ann Jenkins. He left her body naked in the countryside with only her jewelry still on. Investigators found no evidence of sexual assault and either missed the bruising on her neck or dismissed it entirely. In a bizarre twist, local authorities theorized that Jenkins had been killed by a lightning strike, likely a convenient explanation to close the case. Mary Ann Jenkins' death was not linked to Sam Little until 2019, more than 4 decades later. At the time of her murder, Jenkins was the mother of a 4-year-old boy. After her killing, Sam and Jane traveled south to Florida. One night in downtown Miami, Sam encountered Dorothy Gibson, a 17-year-old sex worker, as she exited her hotel. He persuaded her to get into his car with promises of payment, but immediately strangled her. Sam discarded Dorothy's body in the bushes behind the hotel. In a tragic miscarriage of justice, another man was wrongfully arrested, tried, and convicted for Dorothy Gibson's murder. He served 22 years in prison before finally being exonerated in 1999. While still in Florida, Sam abducted another unidentified black woman in Clearwater. He later dumped her body on the outskirts of Plant City. However, there is some uncertainty about the timeline, and this murder may have occurred in 1978. Sam and Jean then traveled to Atlanta, Georgia. On June 26, 1977, Sam abducted 21-year-old Leanne Helms from a nightclub in the city's downtown area. The next day, a Department of Transportation worker discovered her body in the woods near Oakley Industrial Boulevard. The coroner ruled her cause of death as strangulation, but the case went cold and remained unsolved for decades. Following the murder of Leanne Helms, Sam and Jean passed through Macon, Georgia. There, Sam targeted Yvonne Pless, a homeless woman and possible sex worker around 20 years old. He strangled her and left her body on the side of Arkwright Road. By the time her remains were discovered, they were so badly decomposed that Yvonne went unidentified until 2021, when her DNA was finally matched to a family member through a genealogy search. While in Macon, Sam learned that his ex-girlfriend Nina had been institutionalized in Milledgeville, Georgia. In a surprising move, Sam and Jean drove to the facility and managed to smuggle Nina out of the building and into their car. It didn't take long for Sam to realize that Nina's mental health had significantly declined since their last encounter. Her nervous breakdown had taken a toll, and Sam decided she was no longer fit to travel with them. He dropped Nina off in front of a movie theater and instructed her to buy tickets while he parked the car. Instead, he drove off and circled the block. The last time Sam saw Nina, she was standing outside the theater, holding the tickets and looking around, confused, for his return. Sam assumed, without much concern, that someone would eventually find Nina and return her to Milledgeville. About a month later, Sam and Jean found themselves in Gulfport, Mississippi. On August 2, 1977, Sam met 44-year-old Clara Birdlong at a bar. After taking her out for dinner, Sam strangled Clara and disposed of her body in a wooded area near the interstate highway in Ashitapa, Mississippi. Her remains weren't discovered until December 27th, and she remained unidentified as a Jane Doe until 2021. From Gulfport, Sam and Jean continued to Pascagoula, Mississippi, where Sam killed another woman. This victim, estimated to be between 35 and 45 years old, remains unidentified. The exact number of women Sam killed in 1978 and 1979 is unclear, but records show he began 1978 with the murder of 36-year-old Julia Critchfield. On January 21, in Saucier, Mississippi, Sam abducted and killed Julia, rolling her body off a cliff. Her remains were found the next day at the bottom of a dirt pit. Julia's death was immediately classified as a homicide, but without any leads or suspects, the case went cold. At the time of her murder, Julia left behind a 15-year-old daughter. On September 5, 1978, Sam abducted 19-year-old Evelyn Weston in Columbia, South Carolina. He murdered her and left her body near Fort Jackson. During his time in South Carolina, Sam also killed another unidentified black woman, believed to be in her 20s, in the city of Charleston. On November 23, 1978, in Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, Sam Little claimed the life of his youngest victim, 14-year-old Carleen Jones. Using information he overheard about Carleen's mother, he lured the teenager away from her home. He later murdered her and dumped her body near an embankment. Later that year, in 1978, Sam abducted an unidentified black woman from Cleveland, Ohio. She was estimated to be between 17 and 25 years old. Sam killed her and left her body at the bottom of a hill in a wooded area near the interstate highway. Her remains were not found until March 13, 1983, 5 years later. Then, on August 27, 1979, Sam lured 23-year-old Brenda Alexander from the Tap Room, a nightclub in Columbus, Alabama. He strangled her and abandoned her body in a wooded area in Phoenix City. Brenda's body was found naked, with only her watch remaining. Nearby, investigators found a beer bottle and an empty cigarette pack. Reflecting on his crimes, Sam once said, "Those girls, I pray that they forgive me the same way God did. He made me the way I am." "He forgave me even while I was doing it," Sam continued. "That's why I got away with so much evil like that. God was with me, not against me." By the end of the 1970s, Samuel Little had murdered at least 33 victims. Remarkably, only one of his intended victims escaped. This tally placed him ahead of Ted Bundy and on par with John Wayne Gacy. If he had been caught in 1979, he would have ranked as the 5th most prolific serial killer in U.S. history. Yet Sam showed no intention of stopping, and it would take nearly half a century before justice caught up with him. On July 31, 1980, in Pascagoula, Mississippi, Samuel Little sat on a bench outside the Carver Village Motel and Apartments, a run-down and squalid complex. As he observed a group of sex workers on a nearby street corner, one woman, 26-year-old Hilda Nelson, separated from the group and returned to her room. As Hilda walked by, Sam initiated a conversation. After exchanging casual pleasantries, the discussion shifted to negotiating a price for sex. They eventually struck a deal, and Hilda led Sam to her room. Inside the room, Sam suddenly attacked Hilda, striking her on the back of the head. He threw her to the floor, viciously beat her, and then used her own scarf to choke her. Before Sam could finish his attack, there was a knock at the door. It was Hilda's friend Dolores Hester calling out her name. Thinking quickly, Sam shouted back, "She'll be out in a minute." Realizing the situation was too risky, Sam decided against killing Hilda. He released her and stormed out of the room. Hilda was taken to Singing River Hospital, where she spent 3 days recovering from her injuries. To hide her occupation as a sex worker from her mother, Hilda claimed she had interrupted a burglary in her room. With little effort put into investigating her case, Sam once again evaded arrest. As Sam and Jean left Mississippi, they made a stop in Gulfport. There, Sam murdered another unidentified black woman, estimated to be around 22 years old. On October 28, 1980, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Sam abducted 18-year-old Valeria Boyd. He strangled her in his car and left her body in a field outside Allen County. However, Sam wasn't finished for the night. A few hours later, Sam returned to Fort Wayne, where he encountered 31-year-old Mary Ann Porter. He murdered her as well, discarding her body along a dirt road in rural Allen County. Both women's families filed missing persons reports by the end of October. Valeria's body was discovered on November 4, followed by the discovery of Mary Ann Porter's remains on December 13th. With no suspects in either case, both investigations went cold. On May 12, 2081, Sam met 23-year-old Linda Boards at a nightclub in Bowling Green, Kentucky. He took her out for dinner, and afterward they drove to Smith's Grove near Route 68, where they engaged in sex. Sam later confessed that Linda's beauty initially made him reluctant to kill her. However, during intercourse, his violent impulses overtook him. "I didn't really plan on it, but I just did it," he admitted. "Unfortunately, I had desires at this time that were out of control." Sam disposed of Linda's half-naked body in Smith's Grove, where it was discovered 3 days later on May 15. In September 1981, Sam encountered Patricia Parker, a 30-year-old sex worker, at a bar on 9th Street in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Patricia agreed to travel with Sam and Jean for a while. However, on September 28, 1981, near Hooker, Georgia, Sam murdered Patricia. He rolled her body down a steep hill into a wooded area just off the interstate highway. Her remains were found the same day, but Patricia wasn't identified until October 2020, when Sam's confessions finally connected her to the case. On October 6, 1981, 33-year-old Annie Lee Stewart, a single mother of 3, was last seen visiting her sister at the University Medical Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. As it rained, Sam approached her and offered her a ride home. 5 days later, on October 11th, Annie's body was discovered in the woods, approximately 100 miles northeast, near Grove City. Sam once compared the act of stalking his victims to being like a lion in the jungle. He described his predatory mindset, saying, "We going hunting. I love women so hungrily that I would take what I wanted. I want to eat her. I want to bite her thighs, listen to her beg." Sometime in 1981, Sam murdered another victim, an unidentified black woman estimated to be between 35 and 40 years old, in Atlanta, Georgia. Her body was never recovered. On November 19, 1981, Sam returned to Pascagoula, Mississippi, where he encountered 22-year-old Lela Mae McLean. He offered her $50 for sex, and she agreed. At just 5'2", Lela was petite in stature. She suggested they go to her room at Carver Village, but Sam had other plans. To avoid being recognized from his previous attack on Hilda Nelson at Carver Village in 1980, Sam suggested they go to the Shamrock Motel instead. Layla agreed, but her suspicions were piqued when Sam drove past the Shamrock and down a secluded, tree-lined side street. Sensing imminent danger, Layla acted quickly. She grabbed the steering wheel and jerked it to the right while swinging her leg onto the driver's side to press the gas pedal. Her goal was to crash Sam's car into a nearby brick wall. Sam fought back, shoving Layla to the passenger side and slamming on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. He then lunged at her, grabbing her by the neck and ripping at her clothes. Refusing to go down without a fight, Layla punched Sam repeatedly in the face until her knuckles bled. She then raked his eyes with her long nails, further disorienting him. Overwhelmed by her resistance, Sam released his grip and collapsed into the driver's seat. Layla seized the moment, throwing open the passenger door and sprinting away as fast as she could. Layla ran with everything she had. Reaching the end of the street, she dashed onto the highway, weaving through traffic despite her torn clothes and exposed body. On the other side of the road, a male pedestrian noticed her distress and came to her aid. Sam chose not to pursue Layla and instead returned to collect Jean before fleeing the city. Tragically, Layla decided not to report the attack, fearing that law enforcement wouldn't believe or assist her. On July 10, 1982, Sam and Jean traveled back to Macon County, Georgia. There, Sam abducted 18-year-old Fredonia Smith. Sam later admitted that Fredonia fought back fiercely, nearly escaping. she left several deep scratches on his face and arms during the struggle. Despite her valiant resistance, Sam eventually overpowered Fredonia and strangled her. His confession revealed that her fierce struggle prevented him from carrying out a sexual assault. Sam disposed of Fredonia's body in a cluster of bushes behind a house on Magnolia Street. Her remains were discovered several weeks later by the homeowners while clearing the overgrown yard. Years later, in 2018, Fredonia's brother Eddie expressed his rage, saying, "I'd like to put my hands around his neck and squeeze and let him see how it feels, just how he did to all these women." A month later, on August 8, 1982, Sam and Jean traveled to Ocala, Florida. There, Sam met Rosie Hill, a 21-year-old sex worker and single mother of a 2-year-old child. Originally from Memphis, Tennessee, Rosie was working in Florida to support her child. Eyewitnesses reported seeing Sam offer Rosie $100 for sex. She was reported missing on August 12th, and her body was discovered 4 days later, on August 16th, near a pig pen in the countryside. Eyewitnesses were able to positively identify both Rosie and Sam, leading to his detainment for questioning. However, due to insufficient evidence, authorities were forced to release him. 2 weeks later, Sam and Jean arrived in Houma, Louisiana. On September 1, 1982, Sam murdered 55-year-old Dorothy Richard, leaving her body on the side of Woodland Ranch Road. Her remains were discovered nearly 2 weeks later, on September 14. From Houma, Sam traveled to New Orleans, where he killed 2 more women, one white and one black. Neither victim was ever identified, and their bodies were never found. Such outcomes were sadly common in Louisiana swamps, where alligators, humidity, and natural elements quickly eroded evidence. Within days, Sam and Jean had made their way across the southern states, eventually reaching Gainesville, Florida. Along the way, they picked up a teenager named Danny Beckless. Danny assisted Jean with shoplifting from malls and stores, while Sam served as their getaway driver. On September 10, 1982, Sam visited Willie Mae's Beer Tavern in Gainesville, where he began talking to Patricia Ann Mount. Patricia was a 26-year-old woman with a mental disability and an IQ of around 40. She lived in a nearby care home. Sam later referred to Patricia as one of my bar girls, adding, "She had a long face, a long pretty nose, and a long neck, so I chose her." Eyewitnesses reported seeing Sam leave the bar with Patricia, driving away in a brown Pinto station wagon. Sam later confessed, "We stopped at a liquor store. I bought us some wine, and we went back to the car and drove out to a big cow pasture." Sam later describes his actions with chilling detail. "As soon as I felt her neck, I got excited. The bones in her throat were what thrilled me. I had to do it. I squeezed her neck. After it was over, I leaned back for days, just like a lion after a meal." The following morning, Sam returned to the Star Motel, where he, Jean Dorsey, and Danny Beckless were staying in Gainesville. Jean and Danny were still asleep. Hours later, when Danny went to the car, he discovered feces smeared across the back seat. Danny realized that Patricia had soiled herself during Sam's attack. Furious, Danny confronted Sam, demanding, "What the hell happened?" In response, Sam casually boasted about harming sex workers. However, Patricia wasn't a sex worker, just a vulnerable woman with the mental capacity of a child, lured by alcohol and manipulation. Danny was disturbed by Sam's behavior but chose to stay silent. Later that day, Jean cleaned the mess from the car's back seat without asking questions. On September 12th, Patricia's naked body was discovered in a hay field in Forest Grove, a rural area 20 miles northwest of Gainesville. Investigators found several of Sam's hairs on her body and began searching for the man witnesses had seen leaving Willie Mae's Beer Tavern with Patricia 2 nights earlier. By September 13th, however, Sam had already fled the state. Despite his escape, Gainesville police linked the description of Patricia Mount's killer to a man known as Sam McDowell, who had been questioned in Ocala in August regarding the murder of Rosie Hill. Gainesville and Ocala police issued a BOLO, for a man matching Sam's description, driving a brown Pinto station wagon. Meanwhile, by September 15, 1982, Sam, Jean, and Danny had traveled back to Pascagoula, Mississippi. Returning to Pascagoula was a reckless move, as this was the same town where Sam had previously failed to kill Hilda Nelson and Layla McClain. Despite the risk, that evening, Sam went to the King William Hotel, where he picked up 22-year-old sex worker Melinda Lepre, who had been soliciting clients outside with other women. Melinda was the mother of a 3-week-old baby. Witnesses, including other sex workers, later recalled seeing her get into a brown Pinto station wagon driven by a black man. According to Sam's confession, me and her rode around to find a place to hook up. I chose a graveyard. I reached down, wrapped my hands around her throat, and squeezed until she went limp and died. I killed her in a graveyard, Sam continued. She died before I even realized it. I got carried away, but I meant to do it eventually. I meant it because it felt good. Melinda's boyfriend, Billy Hampton, reported her missing the following morning. However, police dismissed his concerns, telling him to wait 24 hours and suggesting that sex workers often moved to other cities. When Melinda didn't return after 24 hours, police opened a missing persons case and began their investigation. They interviewed other sex workers who provided a description of the man she had left with and mentioned the brown Pinto station wagon. 2.5 weeks later, on October 4, 1982, a groundskeeper at the Gaultier family cemetery discovered Melinda's body in a ditch at the property's edge, covered in brambles. Sam had taken flowers from a nearby grave and placed them on top of her body. Although Melinda's body was badly decomposed, the coroner determined that she had died from manual strangulation. This conclusion was based on fractures in the cartilage of her neck and disarticulation of her hyoid bone. The discovery of Melinda's body intensified the investigation. Pascagoula police soon found the bolo issued by Gainesville and Ocala authorities for a black man driving a brown Pinto, who was suspected in the murders of Patricia Mount and Rosie Hill. The cases bore strikingly similar methods, and the search was on. Almost 2 months later, on November 24, 1982, Sam, Jean, and Danny were arrested for shoplifting in Gulfport, Mississippi. Pascagoula police immediately took notice, as the driver of the brown Pinto matched the description of the man last seen with Melinda Lepre. Sam was brought in for questioning, where he denied being in Pascagoula at the time of Melinda's murder. However, a search of his Pinto uncovered receipts from the Imperial Motel in Pascagoula dated around September 15, the time of the killing. Despite the evidence, Sam stuck to his strategy of complete denial. The police faced a significant hurdle. Melinda's body was too decomposed to yield much forensic evidence, and Jean had thoroughly cleaned the backseat of Sam's car. This left them with no direct physical evidence to tie Sam to the crime. With no solid evidence, it seemed unlikely that Melinda's case would make it to trial, let alone result in a conviction. However, Pascagoula police soon connected Sam's description to the assault on Hilda Nelson at Carver Village from July 31, 1980. By this time, Hilda's mother had discovered her work as a sex worker. In light of this, Hilda updated her statement, revealing that Sam had offered her money for sex before attacking her in her room. Soon after, police received reports from other sex workers that Layla McClain had been assaulted by a man matching Sam Little's description on November 19, 1981. Both Hilda Nelson and Layla McClain identified Sam in a police lineup. Based on this evidence, Pascagoula police charged Sam with the first-degree murder of Melinda Lepre and the attempted murders of Hilda Nelson and Layla McClain. Their strategy was clear. Even if the murder charge didn't stick, they aimed to secure a conviction for the attempted murders. Both Layla and Hilda were determined to testify in front of the grand jury in 1983. Without access to transportation, they walked several miles to the courthouse. At the time of the testimony, Hilda was 8 months pregnant. In court, Layla appeared defiant and fiery, while Hilda was so overcome with fear upon seeing Sam that she lost control of her bladder. Despite their efforts, neither Hilda nor Layla was given the chance to testify. The grand jury quickly refused to indict Sam on any charges, citing a lack of physical evidence. Additionally, the grand jury deemed both women unreliable witnesses due to their criminal records and histories of drug use and sex work. As a result, all charges against Sam were dropped. Adding insult to injury, neither Hilda nor Layla was offered transportation home. Likewise, Ocala police opted not to pursue charges against Sam for the murder of Rosie Hill, citing insufficient evidence. However, Gainesville police chose to move forward with their case against Sam for the murder of Patricia Mount. Several eyewitnesses from Willie Mae's Beer Tavern reported seeing Sam leave with Patricia in a brown Pinto. 3 of those witnesses later identified Sam in a lineup. Additionally, investigators discovered hairs resembling Sam's on Patricia's body. Police also questioned Danny Beckless, who revealed that Sam left the Star Motel at 7 p.m. on September 10, the night Patricia Mount was murdered. Danny further testified that Sam returned the next morning with feces smeared across the backseat of his car and openly bragged about harming sex workers. On July 19, 1983, after the Pascagoula charges against Sam Little were dropped, he was extradited to Gainesville. There, a grand jury indicted him for the murder of Patricia Mount, and the case proceeded to trial in January 1984. Key witness Danny Beckles disappeared and couldn't testify. The prosecution relied on 3 eyewitnesses who had seen Patricia Mount enter Sam Little's car. While they weren't sex workers, their reputation as heavy drinkers led the jury to question their credibility. Sam admitted to being at Willie Mae's Beer Tavern on the night of the murder, but denied ever speaking to or leaving with Patricia Mount. Jean Dorsey, freshly acquitted of her November shoplifting charge, came to court dressed in her best Sunday clothes. She provided Sam with an alibi, claiming he had returned to the Star Motel by 8 p.m. hours before Patricia Mount left the tavern. Jean's sweet, church-going demeanor made a strong impression on the jury, painting her as a harmless old lady. Additionally, since DNA testing wasn't yet in use, the hairs found on Patricia Mount's body couldn't be conclusively linked to Sam Little. It took the jury less than half an hour to acquit Sam Little, citing reasonable doubt. This failure to convict marked a turning point, one that would seal the fate of many more women in the years to come. In the early hours of May 12, 1984, Sam Little picked up 26-year-old Willie Mae Bivens, a sex worker, outside a nightclub in Tennessee, Florida. He murdered her and abandoned her body in a vacant lot along the Shadeville Highway. A year later, police wrongly accused a drifter, Eddie Daniel Harris, who had been seen talking to Bivens that night. Harris was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 4 years in prison, while the real killer, Sam Little, continued to roam free. Before leaving Florida in 1984, Sam Little took the lives of 2 unidentified black women, one in Fort Myers and the other in Tampa Bay. From there, he and Jean Dorsey traveled to Savannah, Georgia. In Savannah, Sam met 23-year-old Frances Campbell at a bar on Montgomery Street. After luring her into his car, he strangled her and discarded her body on a pile of construction debris, where her remains were discovered a year later. While still in Savannah, Sam killed another black woman in her 20s, whose identity remains unknown. Their next stop was Atlanta, where Sam claimed another life, a young black woman between 23 and 25 years old. The pair then traveled north to Cleveland, Ohio. Between May and June 1984, Sam met 21-year-old Mary Jo Payton at a bar. After killing her, he left her body in the stairwell of an abandoned factory. Authorities dismissed her death as a drug overdose due to her history of addiction, never realizing it was another of Sam Little's murders. Next, the duo headed to Columbus, Ohio, where they met 25-year-old sex worker Linda Bennett at a strip club. The 2 men met at a strip club and started sex. Sam described her as a dishwater blonde with a bob haircut, standing about 5 feet tall and weighing 130 pounds. He and Jean offered her a ride to Miami, but their journey took a dark turn. After stopping in Cincinnati to party, they crossed into Kentucky. Linda spotted a music festival near Covington that she wanted to attend, but Sam had other plans. He drove her into the hills, murdered her, and left her body hidden in dense vegetation. From Kentucky, Sam and Jean drove south to Mobile, Alabama. On August 10, 1984, Sam picked up two sex workers, 23-year-old Hannah Mae Bonner and 34-year-old Ida Mae Campbell. The pair was last seen with Sam that evening, stopping to buy cocaine from a local dealer. The following day, Hannah Mae's body was found in a ditch along a country road south of Mobile. 3 weeks later, Ida Mae's remains were discovered near Halls Mills Creek, only a few miles from where Hannah was found. Following their time in Alabama, Sam and Jean traveled west to San Bernardino, California. There, Sam targeted an unidentified black woman in her late teens or early 20s. After strangling her to death, he engaged in necrophilia before abandoning her body on a hillside near the highway. From San Bernardino, the pair traveled 2 hours south to San Diego. On the night of September 27, 1984, Sam encountered 22-year-old Lori Barras walking downtown, heading to a drug dealer's apartment. He abducted her and drove her to an illegal dump site near Market Street, where he assaulted and asphyxiated her. Believing Lori was dead, Sam dumped her body and left. However, Lori had survived and managed to stagger to a payphone to call a friend for help. After recovering, she went to the police and reported the assault. She did not mention that she'd previously worked as a sex worker, in case it would result in the police taking her complaint less seriously. The police issued a bolo for a black man in his 40s or 50s, around 6'1" and 230 pounds, driving a dark-colored Thunderbird. On October 25, 1984, Sam Little picked up 23-year-old sex worker Tanya Jackson at a gay bar in downtown San Diego. Offering her $20 for sex, he drove her to the same dump site where he had assaulted Lori Barras the previous month. Once there, Sam forced Tanya onto the floor of the back seat, brutally beat her, and choked her until she was unconscious. However, before he could finish the attack, a patrol car spotted his Thunderbird and illuminated it with a blinding spotlight. The officers spotted movement in the back seat and approached with their weapons drawn. They ordered the man to exit the vehicle, and Sam Little complied, pulling up his pants as he got out. He introduced himself as Sam McDowell and claimed he was having make-up sex with his girlfriend after an argument. The officers noticed scratches on his face and blood on his shirt. While one officer frisked Sam, the other checked the vehicle and found Tanya Jackson, naked and unconscious, lying on the floor with blood on her face and bruises on her neck. The officers handcuffed Sam and placed him in the back of the patrol car. It took several minutes to revive Tanya Jackson. Once conscious, she stated that Sam had attempted to rape her. Tanya was taken to a hospital for treatment, and Sam Little was officially arrested on charges of kidnapping, sexual assault, and attempted murder. At the station, Sam changed his story. He claimed that Tanya Jackson had tried to swindle him out of his money, and he had only restrained her to get what he paid for. According to Sam, Jackson attacked him first, and he acted in self-defense. He added dismissively, "The doctor won't find any proof of rape, just bruises on her neck where my hands were. I didn't rape her, I just gave her what she deserved. Is she gonna make it?" Sam hadn't had the chance to sexually assault Tanya or leave definitive evidence, so the only tangible proof was her testimony and the bruises around her neck. Her nakedness, though damning, aligned with Sam's story about a dispute over money. Despite this, the charges of kidnapping and attempted murder appeared to be solid. The police also connected Tanya's case to the attack on Lori Barras, who was brought to the station to identify Sam in a lineup. Lori immediately recognized him but wanted more. She asked each person in the lineup to say, "I love it when you swallow," forcing the assailant to hear her voice from the other side of the glass. It was unmistakable who she was accusing. Tanya Jackson was officially charged with the kidnapping, sexual assault, and attempted murder of Lori Barras as well. The cases of Barras and Tanya Jackson were combined and brought to trial in March 1985, with the hope that the two testimonies would strengthen the prosecution's case. However, issues arose almost immediately. Tanya Jackson struggled to testify effectively. Her lack of education, the toll of years of drug abuse, and her nervous demeanor made her testimony less convincing to the jury. Being a sex worker also worked against her, as jurors often viewed such witnesses with suspicion. Lori Barras, in contrast, was articulate and appeared to be a strong witness. However, her nerves betrayed her on the stand. Under cross-examination, she had to admit her history of drug use and her previous work as a sex worker, which weakened her credibility in the eyes of the jury. Meanwhile, Sam maintained his claim that Tanya had attacked him in a dispute over money, and he had acted in self-defense. He outright denied ever meeting Lori Barras. Adding to the defense's case, Jean Dorsey appeared in court and provided Sam with an alibi for the night of Lori Barras's attack. Her performance as a harmless elderly woman worked on the jury. The trial ended with a hung jury. Prosecutors sought a retrial, but Tanya Jackson had disappeared, making her unavailable to testify. Without her, the case was too weak to proceed. A plea deal was arranged, and Sam pled guilty to a lesser charge of assault. He received a 4-year sentence, but served less than 2. By February 1st, 1987, Samuel Little was back on the streets. Following his release from prison, 46-year-old Sam Little returned to Los Angeles, where he reunited with Jean Dorsey. By this point, Jean was 74 and in declining health. They lived in various run-down homes and apartments in South Central, relying on government welfare and Jean's modest Social Security payments to scrape by. To supplement their income, they revived their shoplifting operation, with Jean selling stolen clothing and jewelry at bargain prices to locals in the city's seedy underbelly. Sam hadn't held a legitimate job in years and had no intention of changing that now. Despite their limited means, Sam always found a way to fund his vices, keeping himself supplied with alcohol, drugs, and, most importantly, a car. The car was essential, as his violent urges had not diminished during his time in prison. Reflecting on his actions later, Sam admitted, "When I got out on parole, I went out and killed 2 women in one night. I just couldn't stop. I'd drive around, pick up prostitutes, do what I wanted, strangle them, and leave them." The 2 women Sam killed that night remain unidentified, with little more known than Sam's admission that they were black. 2 months later, on April 12, 1987, Sam drove to San Bernardino, where he encountered 28-year-old Sonia Colette Austin. Sonia was a devoted housewife, married with 4 children ranging in age from 8 years to just 17 months. Despite her role as a loving mother, she became Sam's next victim, murdered in cold blood. On June 13, 1987, Sam was back in Los Angeles, where he met 41-year-old Carol Alford. Carol wasn't a sex worker, but she struggled with alcoholism and drug addiction. Sam lured her in with the promise of cocaine. After spending a few hours together, he brutally beat and strangled her in the backseat of his car. He discarded Carol's body in a residential alley on East 27th Street in South Central. Carol's body was discovered the next morning, partially undressed, with traces of semen on her clothing. Unbeknownst to Sam, forensic science had advanced during his years in prison. By 1986, DNA profiling had started being used in criminal investigations. However, Sam's compulsion to strangling women while simultaneously gratifying himself was such a core part of his method that he wasn't about to stop, even if it meant leaving behind potentially incriminating evidence. Sam once reflected on his actions with chilling honesty. "Some things that I desire are disgusting. I see that woman with the big ass and the big thighs and the big titties, winking her eyes at me. What I wanted all my life? Women. To hold them and touch them. I couldn't get all that. They didn't want to see me, so I took them, made them mine, took them forever, and tagged them." Sam lives alone. Will have to endure the hard truth to live through. I and tagged them myself. While Sam's victims occasionally fell outside his usual preference, this was typically by chance. His targets were almost always society's most vulnerable. sex workers, drug addicts, and individuals with mental health issues, those whose deaths were less likely to spark widespread concern or prompt thorough investigations. The grim reality of Los Angeles during this time, rife with over 60,000 homeless individuals, 1,15,000 sex workers, and countless drug addicts, provided a horrifyingly fertile hunting ground for Sam Little. Following Carol Alford's murder, Sam claimed 2 more victims in 1987, both unidentified black women. He remembered little about them, estimating one to be around 19 and referring to the other, who he believed was around 50, as Granny. These 2 women, along with 2 other unidentified victims from earlier in the year, were never officially identified. It's possible that their bodies were discovered but lost amidst the overwhelming number of unsolved cases and unidentified remains regularly found in Los Angeles during that era. In Los Angeles, the death of a homeless person, sex worker, or drug addict rarely made headlines, and the sheer volume of such cases overwhelmed law enforcement. Investigations were often cursory, and resources spread too thin. The scale of the issue highlighted a harsh truth. More resources and officers were desperately needed to address the epidemic of violence in the city, but systemic neglect left countless victims without justice. In 1988, Jean Dorsey died of a brain aneurysm, passing away without ever facing justice. Jean had been deeply complicit in Sam's crimes, aiding in the disposal of evidence and providing him with alibis on more than one occasion. According to accounts from Lucy Maduro, Jean herself may have committed murder years earlier, allegedly shooting a boyfriend and his lover when she was a young woman in St. Louis. Jean's death marked a turning point for Sam, as it stripped him of a vital source of financial support. He became more transient, at times living out of his car, and his drug use shifted to cheaper, more destructive crack cocaine. The years of substance abuse and a transient lifestyle began to take a visible toll, transforming Sam from a once intimidating figure into a prematurely aged drifter. Once a strapping and charismatic figure in the bars of the 1970s and 80s, Sam Little's appearance deteriorated sharply as drug use and transient living took hold. Jean's death further exacerbated this decline, leaving parts of his later activities in the 1980s hazy. Sam mentioned killing an unidentified black woman he estimated to be around 24 years old in Monroe, Louisiana, sometime in 1987. However, he later speculated that this might have occurred in the early 90s. Sam also claimed that he traveled to Phoenix, Arizona in 1988, where he killed an unidentified Hispanic woman. Strangely, he later suggested this could have occurred as late as 1996. Given the sheer number of murders he committed, it's not entirely surprising that his memory of exact dates and details became muddled. For someone like Sam, whose crimes spanned decades, the passage of time likely blurred many of the specifics. What remains clear is that on August 14, 1989, Sam Little crossed paths with 35-year-old sex worker Audrey Nelson in a downtown Los Angeles hotel. They agreed on a price for sex and used heroin together. What came next was tragically inevitable. In Sam's own words, "I killed her back behind a restaurant. I strangled her to death. That's what happened. I don't know who she was. I didn't know anything about her." Audrey Nelson's story mirrored that of countless others, drawn to the allure of Los Angeles, only to be consumed by its darker underbelly. Once a promising young woman, Audrey's life spiraled into drug addiction, marked by abusive relationships, hospital visits, and relentless struggle. She resorted to sex work to fuel her addiction. Audrey had a daughter, Pearl, who was taken away by Child Protective Services, along with 2 other children, each removed at birth. In 1989, Pearl was 13 years old and had recently reconnected with her mother, giving Audrey newfound hope. She had begun to turn her life around, but fate intervened when Sam Little crossed her path. Audrey's lifeless body was discovered on the morning of August 14, curled in the fetal position in a dumpster behind a Chinese restaurant on East 7th Street. Audrey's body was found nude from the waist down, bearing evidence of a violent struggle. She had fought fiercely against her attacker, leaving traces of Sam's skin under her fingernails. Just weeks later, on September 9, 1989, a 9-year-old boy stumbled upon another grim discovery: a woman's body in an abandoned auto body shop on Ascot Avenue in South Central Los Angeles. Inside the abandoned auto body shop, the boy discovered the body of 46-year-old Guadalupe Apodaca sprawled on a filthy mattress. Guadalupe was a sex worker and a drug addict, but she was also a mother to 2 sons. Her body bore signs of severe physical abuse. Bruises covered her face, back, thighs, and buttocks, and there were extensive marks of strangulation around her neck. She was naked from the waist down and had suffered brutal sexual assault, with evidence of semen left on her body. Despite a brief investigation, the lack of leads caused her case to turn cold. By the close of the 1980s, Samuel Little had murdered an estimated 69 to 71 women, depending on the timeline of his alleged Monroe and Phoenix victims. Even compared to infamous killers like Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, or Harvey Donald, known as the Angel of Death, Little had established himself as one of the deadliest serial killers in modern American history. Yet, as the 1990s approached, Samuel Little remained free, leaving his reign of terror far from over. As the 1990s began, Samuel Little continued his cross-country spree, though he frequently returned to Los Angeles as a base. On July 6, 1990, in Memphis, Tennessee, Little encountered 30-year-old sex worker Zena Marie Jones at a motel. He lured her into his car, offering money, and drove her to the Mississippi River. There he began his ritual of assault and strangulation, prolonging her suffering for his own twisted gratification. However, when a police patrol car passed nearby, Little panicked and hastily killed Zena, later lamenting the lost opportunity to enjoy his victim further. He discarded her body in the Mississippi River, where a fisherman discovered her remains on July 28th, washed ashore on the Arkansas side. Tragically, Zena Marie Jones remained a Jane Doe for 32 years. On June 10, 1991, back in Los Angeles, Samuel Little encountered 34-year-old Alice Denise Duval outside a motel. Reflecting on his victim, he remarked, "The dark, skinny black girl. She was pretty, but you could tell she was going down fast. She wore glasses, looked real neat like a school teacher, but she was a whore." Little drove Alice down Central Avenue, taking a meandering route across Long Beach until they reached the coast. They parked near an overpass, shared conversation, and smoked crack. What began as consensual sex soon turned fatal when Little placed his hands around her neck, as he described it. Only then did she struggle in my arms. She squirmed around and was pulling at my hands, and we were looking into each other's eyes until she didn't breathe no more. She was gone. She was dead. Then I just did what I wanted to her. I ran my hands through her hair and smelled her hair. I was kissing her, holding her. Once he was satisfied, Sam discarded Alice's lifeless body on a patch of grass beneath the overpass. Her remains were discovered by passers-by the following morning, yet her identity remained unknown for decades. The sheer volume of bodies found across Los Angeles obscured her case among countless others. Alice was only connected to Sam Little's crimes 3 years after his confession, thanks to investigative efforts by true crime writer Gillian Lauren rather than the LAPD. Before departing the city, one that Sam called a shithole built on broken dreams and discarded corpses, he took another victim. This time, it was an unidentified black woman whom he estimated to be around 20 to 22 years old. Her fate, like so many others, was lost amidst the chaos and neglect of the city's forgotten souls. In late August 1991, Sam Little traveled to Cleveland, Ohio, where he encountered 32-year-old Rose Evans. He offered her a ride, and she accepted, unaware of the danger she faced. Sam drove her to a desolate lot on East 39th Street, where he strangled her and concealed her body beneath a pile of discarded tires. Just days later, on August 24, a passerby stumbled upon her remains, yet another life extinguished by Little's insatiable appetite for murder. After leaving Cleveland, Sam made his way to Akron, Ohio. On September 8, 1991, he met 34-year-old Roberta Tanderich, a mother of 2. Like so many others, she fell prey to Sam's deadly charm. He murdered Roberta and abandoned her body in the woods near Firestone Metro Park. It wasn't until September 30 that her remains were discovered, leaving her daughters to grapple with the devastating loss. In 1992, Sam Little returned to Los Angeles, where his killing spree continued unabated. Among his victims that year were 2 unidentified black women whose ages remain unknown, and a Hispanic woman whom Little estimated to be around 25 years old. These nameless victims vanished into the shadows of a city that seemed to swallow their stories whole. By late April 1992, Sam Little found himself in North Little Rock, Arkansas.
Little Rock. Tell me what that girl looked like.
Oh man, I loved her. I forget her name. Oh wait, I think it was Ruth.
Okay.
She was a heavy-set, big old yellow hair, and had buck teeth. It had a gap between the teeth. That's what it was.
Passing a crack house, he noticed a group of women smoking on the porch. Among them, one caught his attention. A black woman with a heavy-set frame, buck teeth, and a gap between them. She stood about 5'7" and weighed approximately 170 to 180 pounds. Sam guessed she was 24 years old and later recalled that her name might have been Ruth. Sam and Ruth spent 3 days together, indulging in crack cocaine and shoplifting from stores around North Little Rock.
We stayed together 2 days or more. I think about 3 days. We was going shoplifting. We went to Sears. We went to Kroger's, and that's where I got busted.
Their spree came to a halt when Sam was caught stealing from a Kroger supermarket and temporarily detained. Ruth, having no other place to go, stayed in Sam's car, parked in the Kroger lot. Eventually, the store manager called the police to have her removed. Surprisingly, the charges against Sam were dropped, and he was allowed to retrieve both Ruth and his car. After his release, Sam picked Ruth up and drove her about 10 miles north of Little Rock, stopping near a secluded cornfield. Under the guise of privacy, he parked beside a heap of decaying corn stalks. There, Sam unleashed his dark intentions, strangling Ruth to death despite her earlier act of loyalty.
So we was headed toward that place where Walmart's original store been. I whooped off the road and back into that little woods. It was a cornfield back there. I pulled through it, and on the other side of the cornfield was a trash pile. I parked the car facing out where I could see anybody coming in. So I pulled her out of the car. She's too big for me to carry her. So I just pulled her out of the car and laid her on that trash that was lit.
Her lifeless body was left on the rotting pile, another casualty of Sam's relentless spree. Sam's next stop was Gulfport, Mississippi, where he spent the evening of December 7, 1992, at the Flamingo Club. There, he encountered 27-year-old Alice Denise Taylor, known as Tina. A mother of 5, struggling with addiction and trying to turn her life around, Tina became the perfect prey for Sam, who used her vulnerability against her. Luring her into his car with the promise of drugs, he murdered her and hid her body beneath a pile of discarded car tires in a vacant lot. Her remains were discovered 4 days later, on December 11th. Not satisfied with a single victim that night, Sam returned to the Flamingo Club and lured 19-year-old Tracy Lynn Johnson into his car. Driving her to a remote illegal dump site along US Highway 49, he carried out his heinous routine, strangling her and discarding her body among the trash. Her remains were discovered a month later, on January 3, 1993. By May 4, 1993, Sam was staying at the Skylark Motel in Perry, Florida. One evening, he attended a nearby party where he spotted 19-year-old Ruby Lane. Using his well-practiced charm, he convinced her to join him in his car. Tragically, Ruby became another victim, strangled and left in a forest near Greenville. Her remains were left undiscovered until November 11, 2000, and it wasn't until 2014 thanks to advancements in DNA testing, that Ruby's identity was finally confirmed. In the early hours of August 7, 1993, Sam Little prowled the streets of Lubbock, Texas. Outside the Rose Hotel, he encountered 37-year-old sex worker Bobby Ann Fields Wilson and coaxed her into his yellow Cadillac Eldorado. Witnesses recalled seeing Bobby Ann enter the vehicle, but failed to catch the license plate or properly identify the driver. The next day, on August 8th, a family out for a walk near Keel Avenue stumbled upon her lifeless body, and she had been severely beaten and strangled, marking yet another victim of Sam's violent spree. On his return journey to Los Angeles, Sam made a stop in Las Vegas. Strolling along Owens Avenue, he encountered a black woman he believed to be a 40-year-old sex worker, standing about 5'5" and weighing around 120 pounds, wearing a long wig. In a surreal twist, the woman waved over a young man Sam assumed was her son, likely in his early 20s. The young man casually greeted Sam, shaking his hand and asking how he was doing, an eerie moment before the encounter turned deadly. Day, and the unidentified woman settled on a price and drove off into the night. Somewhere on the outskirts of Las Vegas, on a lonely road leading toward Searchlight, he carried out his dark intentions. Her lifeless body was discarded down a steep incline, swallowed by the thick bushes below. To this day, her remains have never been discovered, and the tragedy remains a haunting mystery, unmatched to any missing persons case. By January 12, 1994, Sam Little had made his way to Odessa, Texas. There, he crossed paths with 38-year-old Denise Christie Brothers, a struggling heroin addict who had tragically been separated from her children. Sam offered her a ride and eventually drove to a motel. In the parking lot, they were confronted by Denise's boyfriend, Elton, who made it clear he didn't approve of her going with other black men. Sam Little smoothed things over with Elton by offering to buy them all heroin, a gesture that quickly dissolved any tension. With the trio seemingly on good terms, Elton eventually left, leaving Denise alone with Sam. As the night deepened, Sam and Denise resumed their conversation, ultimately agreeing to go somewhere private. While Denise suggested the dilapidated motel she called home, Sam proposed a drive instead, a decision that sealed her fate. Their drive led them to a desolate alley off South Van Street. As Denise prepared to fulfill their agreement, Sam suddenly lunged at her, gripping her neck with one hand while pleasuring himself with the other. Denise fought back, clawing at his face in desperation, but Sam retaliated with brutal punches, leaving her dazed. As the life drained from her body, he chillingly kissed her and wiped away her tears, savoring every moment of his twisted fantasy. 3 weeks later, on February 2, 1994, a truck driver made a grim discovery. Denise Christie Brothers' lifeless body lay discarded in a pile of trash on a vacant lot near South Van Street. Authorities quickly identified her as she was known to law enforcement. The coroner confirmed her cause of death, homicide by strangulation, prompting a citywide investigation. Even the Texas Rangers, including a determined investigator named James Holland, were brought in, a name that would later play a pivotal role in bringing Sam Little to justice. Despite his earlier encounter with Sam, Denise's boyfriend Elton failed to identify the man who had been with her that fateful night. The Odessa police, unable to track down anyone matching Sam's description, hit a dead end. By then, Sam was already far from Texas, continuing his murderous spree. On February 24, 1994, just 3 weeks after Denise's body was found, Sam abducted 26-year-old sex worker Jolanta Jones in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. He ended her life and left her near Port Road on the town's outskirts. With no visible bruising on her throat, Jolanta Jones's death was tragically misclassified as a drug overdose. 2 years later, on January 31, 1996, Sam Little struck again in the small town of Opelousas, Louisiana. Melissa Thomas had left her house for a simple errand to buy cigarettes at a nearby gas station. As she crossed a cemetery shortcut, Sam trailed her from a distance. his predatory instincts in full swing. Without warning, he tackled her to the ground and swiftly strangled her. Unlike his usual patterns, there was no extended assault, no gratification sought, just a cold and efficient murder in broad daylight. Melissa's lifeless body was discovered hours later, lying face down in the graveyard, a chilling testament to Sam's growing brazenness. Just 2 days after Melissa's murder, Sam found his next victim 125 miles away in Houma, Louisiana. He encountered 40-year-old Daisy McGuire, a woman whose addiction had eroded her once stable life. Reflecting on her, Sam later said, "Her neck was slim like a swan. She had the prettiest neck you'd ever lay your eyes on, so I chose her." Daisy, who had been a loving wife and mother a decade earlier, saw her life unravel when she became addicted to crack around 1986. By the time Sam found her, she was wandering the streets at night, often preaching semi-coherently from a Bible she clung to like a lifeline. For Sam, Daisy's vulnerability and physical features made her his next target. Sam recalled his meeting with Daisy with chilling indifference. "A black dude introduced me to her and told me that he didn't give a fuck about her, and I said if y'all don't want her, I'll take her." He and Daisy spent 2 or 3 days together, during which their interactions turned sour over an argument about $20 she wanted for crack cocaine. The next day, he picked her up again. That morning, parked near a tool business, Daisy wore what Sam described as a sexy outfit. He claimed she loved teasing, "look but don't touch," but didn't know her limits. When Sam grabbed her neck, Daisy's realization came too late. "I got off," but she didn't. On February 6, 1996, Daisy McGuire's lifeless body was found stuffed beneath a corrugated steel building in Houma's industrial district. Her face had been brutally beaten, leaving her unrecognizable. Authorities had to rely on her tattoos for identification. Despite clear evidence of foul play, the coroner failed to detect signs of strangulation, attributing her death to an overdose and hypothermia. The decision to classify the case this way underscores the indifference toward the lives of vulnerable women like Daisy, a mistake Sam Little exploited to remain undetected. Daisy's fate exemplified the systemic neglect Sam relied on to evade capture. "Stupid-ass police, they didn't care," Sam later confessed. "I picked up hoes and I picked up bitches. Real hoes. These girls, I killed them. They're not women of position." Emboldened by society's apathy, Sam returned to Los Angeles and resumed his killing spree. During the latter half of 1996, he murdered 3 more unidentified black women, all approximately 25 years old. He nicknamed 2 of them Sheila and T-Money. In addition to these victims, Sam also claimed another life that year, a 25-year-old white woman, petite at 5 feet tall and 110 pounds. According to Sam, he killed her in the bathroom of an abandoned house. Afterward, he attempted to sodomize her corpse, but when his body failed to respond, he dumped her lifeless form in the bathtub and walked away. Like so many of Sam's victims, her identity remains unknown. In 1997, Sam struck again, murdering another unidentified white woman in Phoenix, Arizona. Her age, like her identity, remains unknown. Following this, Sam's killing spree began to wane. At 57 years old, his health had deteriorated after decades of substance abuse. Weakened and wary of physical confrontations with younger women who might resist, Sam transitioned to a less risky lifestyle. He relied on shoplifting and selling counterfeit goods, skills he'd picked up from Gene Dorsey, and lived out of an RV. Still, the insatiable hunger that had defined his life remained, simmering beneath the surface. Sam's final known victim was 46-year-old Carol Ann Stevens, a mother whose son had recently graduated from university. It was the summer of 2005, and Sam had settled temporarily in Decatur, Alabama. Over 2 weeks, he built a rapport with Carol, gaining her trust. Feeling safe, she entered his RV, unaware of the predator lurking behind his congenial demeanor. Sam drove Carol 115 miles west to Tupelo, Mississippi. According to his account, the journey was consensual, at least at first. But something snapped when they stopped in front of a Walmart. In a sudden burst of rage, Sam strangled Carol to death. He discarded her body on a roadside in Lee County, Mississippi, ending a decades-long spree of terror. By this time, Sam was 65 years old, and his killing days were nearly over. At 65, the age many retire, Sam Little finally stopped killing. Though his murderous impulses persisted, the physical toll of age and years of drug abuse made continuing his spree too risky. Instead, Sam lived a transient life, occasionally arrested for petty shoplifting. Despite claiming at least 93 victims between 1970 and 2005, the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history managed to remain undetected for years. For the countless families mourning their lost daughters, justice seemed like an impossibility. By 2001, advancements in DNA profiling technology had revolutionized forensic science. Recognizing the potential to solve previously unsolvable crimes, the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery and Homicide Division created a special unit. This team, tasked with tackling the staggering backlog of cold cases older than 5 years, faced a Herculean challenge. The hope was that DNA fingerprints, stored in newly established state and national databases, could finally link killers to their forgotten victims. Los Angeles alone had over 6,000 unresolved cases, the majority involving the city's most vulnerable, homeless individuals, sex workers, and drug addicts. In response, the Cold Case Special Section, CCSS, was formed. Their mission, to give a voice to the silenced, regardless of their social standing. Inspired by Michael Connelly's crime novels, the unit adopted an unofficial motto: everybody counts or nobody counts. Yet solving these cases was painstaking work, requiring patience and dedication in the face of overwhelming odds. The wheels of justice turned slowly. 8 years after the Cold Case Special Section was founded, on May 6, 2009, investigators revisited the case of Guadalupe Apodaca. Semen found on her body, discarded on a filthy mattress in an abandoned garage in 1989, was submitted for DNA testing. Nearly a year later, on March 1, 2010, evidence from another 1989 murder was processed. Skin cells beneath the fingernails of Audrey Nelson, who had fought for her life before being left in a dumpster. Both cases would soon lead detectives to a chilling discovery. In 2010, Detective Mitzi Roberts joined the Cold Case Special Section. Her journey into law enforcement was unconventional. A former bartender and restaurant manager in the San Fernando Valley, Mitzi had often engaged in conversations with police officers who frequented her establishments. Her fascination with true crime and serial killers was evident, and it wasn't long before her customers in blue suggested she consider a career change. Mitzi took their advice and went on to become one of LAPD's most dedicated detectives. The San Francisco Press reported. Mitzi Roberts officially joined the LAPD in March 1995, starting her career investigating gang activity in the San Fernando Valley. She later worked the grueling night shift in the notorious Rampart Division, a hotbed of gang violence and crime. Surviving such a high-pressure environment required toughness and resilience, qualities Mitzi possessed in abundance. By 2000, Mitzi had risen through the ranks and was transferred to the Homicide Division. A decade later, she joined the Cold Case Special Section as a seasoned detective, armed with a wealth of experience and a reputation for tenacity. Among the cases that crossed her desk was one of the most infamous in American history, the unsolved Black Dahlia murder of Elizabeth Short. On April 26, 2012, after years of waiting, a breakthrough arrived. DNA testing conclusively linked semen from Guadalupe Apodaca's murder and skin cells from Audrey Nelson's case to a single individual, Samuel Little. His DNA was already in the national database, and this connection opened a chilling new chapter in the investigation. The DNA match made it highly probable that Samuel Little was responsible for the murders of Apodaca and Nelson. However, it wasn't the open and shut case one might expect. Both victims were sex workers, and a clever defense attorney could argue that Little had engaged with the women consensually or been involved in unrelated altercations, leaving the door open for another culprit to commit the murders after he left. Investigators needed more than DNA to secure a conviction. They had to establish a pattern of behavior and gather circumstantial evidence proving Little was a predator targeting vulnerable women. But there was a significant obstacle. Samuel Little had vanished. By 2012, Samuel Little was a ghost. Homeless and constantly on the move, he slept in his car and drifted between shelters and camps across the country, making him nearly impossible to track. Mitzi Roberts delved into Samuel Little's extensive arrest record, which spanned 24 states and included charges ranging from theft and shoplifting to sexual assault and attempted murder. One case stood out. In 1976, Little had received a mere 3-month sentence for what was blatantly the rape and attempted murder of Pamela K. Smith. It was a miscarriage of justice that left Mitzi seething. In 1983, Little had dodged justice yet again, avoiding convictions for the murders of Patricia Mounds and Melinda Lepre, as well as the attempted murders of Hilda Nelson and Lena McLean. And in 1985, despite overwhelming evidence, Little had received a paltry 4-year sentence for the rape and attempted murder of Lori Barris and Tanya Jackson, a decision that allowed him to continue his reign of terror. As Mitzi Roberts aptly put it, he had such a hatred for women, and he was just preying on the weakest women, what society would consider throwaway women. Tragically, it was this societal dismissal of these victims as lesser that allowed Sam Little to evade justice for so long. Little operated in the shadows. He had no credit cards, conducted no bank transactions, and even the registration of his vehicle was murky. These factors made it nearly impossible for Mitzi to trace his movements with precision. For months, Mitzi tirelessly worked the phones, reaching out to police departments across the nation. She focused on places where Little was known to frequent, urging local authorities to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, she combed through National Crime Information Center records, searching for any recent encounters between Little and beat cops. As it turned out, Little was stopped and questioned frequently, often multiple times a week. Yet each time Mitzi followed a lead, she learned he had just left the area. "We were always 2 days behind him," she later lamented. Mitzi resisted pressure from her superiors to issue a public warrant or plaster posters with Little's face. She feared such measures would send him underground permanently, making him even harder to apprehend. Instead, Mitzi chose patience, holding out for a break in the case. That break finally came on September 3, 2012. A Louisiana detective happened upon Sam Little outside a homeless shelter near Lake Charles, surrounded by prostitutes and caught with a crack pipe in his possession. Running his name through the system yielded an invaluable lead. On September 5, Mitzi contacted the detective, who returned to the shelter to apprehend Little. But, true to form, Little had already vanished, leaving behind yet another frustrating near miss. It felt like deja vu. Always 2 days behind, always one step too late. This time, Mitzi uncovered a crucial clue. Sam had been using a Walmart card for purchases. Acting quickly, she contacted Walmart customer service, leveraging Sam's social security number and date of birth to gain access to his account activity. Armed with the necessary details, Mitzi traced Sam's recent transactions. They revealed multiple purchases at a liquor store near the Wayfair homeless shelter in Louisville. Mitzi immediately alerted the U.S. Marshals. Within 2 hours, they called her back with the news she'd been waiting for. Sam Little was finally in custody. To avoid tipping their hand, the Marshals apprehended Sam under the guise of a drug warrant, concealing that he was the primary suspect in 2 brutal murders. Sam's failure to attend a court-mandated drug program in Los Angeles months earlier provided just enough leverage to detain him while Mitzi finalized her case and presented it to the district attorney. Without delay, Sam Little was extradited back to California, where justice finally began to close in. Detective Mitzi Roberts teamed up with veteran detective Rick Jackson, embarking on a nationwide effort to build an airtight case against Sam Little. The pair sought out survivors like Hilda Nelson and Lila McCain, who had narrowly escaped Little's clutches in Pascagoula in 1980 and 1981. They also contacted Lori Barrows, whose decision to play dead in San Diego in 1984 had saved her life. Remarkably, all three women agreed to travel to Los Angeles, determined to testify against the man who had tried to end their lives. Though they were unable to locate Tanya Jackson, another 1984 survivor, Mitzi enlisted two critical witnesses, San Diego officers Louis Tamagni and Wayne Speece, who had interrupted Little mid-attack that fateful night. Adding to the mounting evidence, a third DNA match connected Sam Little to the murder of Carol Alford, whose body had been abandoned in a Los Angeles alleyway in 1987. With this definitive link, the district attorney filed 3 charges of murder against him. From his prison cell, Little adamantly proclaimed his innocence. The witnesses were flown in to testify at the trial. While the former San Diego police officers were accommodated at the relatively comfortable DoubleTree Hotel, Lori Barrows, Hilda Nelson, and Lila McClain were relegated to a dilapidated motel in a rough neighborhood, the kind frequented by sex workers and drug addicts. An incensed Lila McClain remarked, "I haven't done this in years and I've never felt more like a whore." When Mitzi Roberts heard about the deplorable accommodations, she wasted no time confronting Deputy DA Gary Hernsberger. "You're making my victim stay at the damn Coata," she snapped. "This is unacceptable." Taken aback, Hernsberg swiftly apologized and arranged for the women to be relocated to the DoubleTree Hotel. On August 18, 2014, the trial of Samuel Little commenced. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman delivered a masterful prosecution. She meticulously demonstrated the chilling similarities between the 3 murders and broke down the complexities of DNA profiling with both clarity and flair. On the stand, when asked to identify her attacker, Lila McClain confidently pointed to Sam Little and quipped, "Yeah, it's the man over there, only he's uglier now." As Lori Barrows approached the stand to recount her horrific ordeal, the sight of her attacker sitting mere feet away overwhelmed her. She collapsed, hyperventilating. Detective Mitzi Roberts rushed to her aid, helping her to her feet and guiding her to the stand. Despite the emotional toll, Barrows delivered a powerful and detailed account of her abduction, sexual assault, and near-death experience at the hands of Samuel Little, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Hilda Nelson also testified with precision, vividly recounting the harrowing moment her life was saved by a friend's timely knock at the door as Sam Little was choking the life out of her. While the survivors relived their trauma on the stand, Sam sat back, occasionally sneering or suppressing a smirk, his cold indifference chilling the courtroom. Former San Diego police officers Tamagni and Speece recounted their involvement in the attempted murder case of Tanya Jackson. They expressed deep frustration over the justice system's failure to convict Sam Little back in 1985, despite their exhaustive efforts to build a solid case for the sexual assault and attempted murder of both Jackson and Barrows. Instead, Little served a mere 2 years for assault charges, only to be released and claim the lives of 3 more women shortly afterward. Unbeknownst to them at the time, as they testified in 2014, Sam Little's true body count far exceeded the 3 women they knew of. Shockingly, at least 35 more women had fallen victim to his violence following his release in 1987. On August 24, 2014, the jury delivered its verdict. Samuel Little was found guilty of the murders of Carol Alford, Audrey Nelson, and Guadalupe Apodaca. At Little's sentencing on September 25th, bereaved families gave heart-wrenching impact statements. Audrey Nelson's daughter Pearl shared her devastating loss. "I was 13 when the police showed up. That day I found out my mom had been murdered, and no one knew who did this. She had been getting her life together, preparing to reunite with me. She loved me, and I loved her, and this long-awaited reunion was stolen from me. All I ever wanted was my mom. Instead of saying hello and hugging her, I had to say goodbye. I'll never forget the moment I placed a rose at her burial. I'd never buried anyone before, let alone my own mother. I waited for her, and she never came home. At Little's sentencing on September 25th, bereaved families gave heart-wrenching impact statements. Audrey Nelson's daughter Pearl shared her devastating loss. I was 13 when the police showed up. That day I found out my mom had been murdered, and no one knew who did this. She had been getting her life together, preparing to reunite with me. She loved me, and I loved her, and this long-awaited reunion was stolen from me. All I ever wanted was my mom. Instead of saying hello and hugging her, I had to say goodbye. I'll never forget the moment I placed a rose at her burial. I'd never buried anyone before, let alone my own mother. I waited for her, and she never came home. There was something strangely familiar about her face, but after the emotional impact statements, Sam Little stood to address the court. This conviction is built on lies, and liars coached by liars, he declared defiantly. I hope that in a new trial, if I get one, the overlooked and withheld evidence will finally be addressed by my attorneys in a fair trial. Labeling me a serial killer without proof is an illegal lynching. Speculation is not proof. Samuel Little received 3 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be eligible for parole. Sam Little was incarcerated in California State Prison in Los Angeles County. For years, he staunchly claimed innocence in the murders of Audrey Nelson and Guadalupe Apodaca. However, on May 17, 2018, Texas Ranger James B. Holland visited him to discuss the 1994 murder of Denise Christie Brothers in Odessa, Texas. Brothers' body had been discovered discarded in a trash-filled vacant lot. Denise's boyfriend, Elton, had spent 3 hours using heroin with a man whose description closely resembled Sam Little, including the car he drove. The manner of Denise's death, strangulation, and her body dumped carelessly, was consistent with Little's established pattern of crimes. At the time, Little had been in his late 40s, roaming the country and leaving a trail of victims behind. Texas Ranger James B. Holland, known for his unmatched skill in securing confessions from the most hardened criminals, took on the challenge of cracking Sam Little. Holland's reputation for gaining the trust of unrepentant psychopaths made him the ideal choice for this daunting task. Holland arrived with a strategic card to play, a promise from the district attorney's office in Eckert County, Texas, that the death penalty would be off the table for the murder of Denise Brothers, provided Little cooperated. By this point, Sam was a shadow of his former self, wheelchair-bound, diabetic, and grappling with a failing heart, clearly nearing the end of his life. As the interview began, Sam defaulted to his well-worn denial, declaring for what felt like the billionth time, "I didn't do those things they say I did." Holland, unimpressed, replied with deliberate nonchalance, "Sure, yeah, I know all about that. I know all about you. I've been studying you. And you know what? I admire you. I think they got you all wrong calling you a rapist. You're not a rapist, and I can prove it." Sam leaned into the bait, insisting, "I didn't rape nobody. I never hit a woman with a closed fist in my life. I didn't hurt them." Holland nodded as though they were old friends, replying smoothly, "Nah, you didn't need to do that. You never did that. You don't need to take nothing from no one." Holland suddenly shifted gears, tossing out a casual question meant to catch Sam off guard. "Let me ask you something. How do you like it in here?" Sam snorted derisively. "Here? I fucking hate it here. I've got a code on my jacket that I never even got arrested for. I should be a level 3 and I'm a level 4, and I never did them things." The things he referred to, of course, were the murders. Holland leaned in, his tone now soothing but deliberate. "Now, there. I can help. But you're the captain of the boat, the pilot of the plane. I want to hear about your life because this is what I do. And you're important. I'll tell you what I can do. If you tell me about a Texas case, I'll take it to a grand jury. If the facts check out and you're indicted, I can get you out of here. I'll fly out there on a special plane. It's a really cool plane. I'll pick you up and you'll go with me to Texas. But for that to happen, I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me the truth." Sam sat in silence, the room heavy with the pause. Then, as if to deflect the pressure, he pivoted to a familiar gripe. "LAPD, Sam, I'm a rapist. It was all over the TV. What is her fucking name? I can't even remember." "The lying whore detective." Holland responded coolly. "Mitzi Roberts?" Sam sneered. "Yeah, she's a fucking cunt. You get the record straight right now." Holland chuckled lightly. "What'd you call her again?" Then, in a deliberate tone, he added, "People who don't know me call me James. People who know me call me Jim. My mom calls me Jimmy." Sam decided to poke at the calm exterior. "I'll call you Jimmy." Without missing a beat, Holland shot back, "Okay, I'll call you Sammy." Sam's face darkened, his voice sharp. "No one calls me Sammy." Holland quipped, "Well, no man calls me Jimmy." The exchange broke the tension, and Sam erupted in laughter, a crack in his otherwise stoic demeanor. It was in that moment, amidst the laughter, that he finally began to confess to the 1994 murder of Denise Christie brothers. His confessions didn't stop there. He hinted at a far more extensive trail of death. In October 2017, journalist and author Gillian Loren sat down with Mitzi Roberts to discuss the infamous Black Dahlia cold case, which Mitzi had worked on from 2010 to 2013. During their conversation, Mitzi brought up Sam Little's name, piquing Gillian's interest. Soon after, she decided to reach out to Sam through a letter. To her surprise, Sam replied. What began as casual correspondence quickly evolved into a lengthy exchange that eventually led to Gillian visiting Sam in California State Prison in August 2018, just months after his confession to Denise Brothers' murder. At first, Sam played innocent, feeding Gillian fabricated stories and even demanding she buy him a TV. But when Gillian firmly refused to entertain his lies, Sam admitted to the 1970 murder of Mary Jo Brosley, his first. He went on to nonchalantly claim he'd killed around 86 women since then. Looking Gillian in the eye, he said, "I've only ever told this to one other person in my life, Texas Ranger Jimmy Holland. You and him. You're my only friends." On September 23, 2018, Sam Little was flown to Texas and placed in the Wise County Detention Center to await trial. It was here that the floodgates opened. Over the next 2 months, October and November, Little confessed to an astonishing 93 murders during his conversations with Texas Ranger James Holland. Holland, now officially named chief investigator of the Little cases, wasted no time. He reached out to law enforcement agencies across the country, alerting them that the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history was finally talking. Law enforcement agencies across the U.S. began combing through their cold cases, hoping to match Sam Little's confessions with unsolved murders that fit his distinct M.O. Soon, detectives were flying into Texas, eager to speak to the man who held the answers to decades-old mysteries. Little, meanwhile, was indulged with surprising luxuries: joy rides around Decatur, Texas, McDonald's pancakes and milkshakes, all to keep him cooperative. His astonishingly accurate sketches of victims, often drawn from memory in his jail cell, became a crucial tool for identifying many of the women he had murdered. Gillian Loren, now a central part of Sam's life, frequently traveled to Texas during this time. Little had taken to calling Loren his angel, and her presence served multiple purposes: gleaning information the police couldn't, gathering material for her book, and, perhaps most importantly, keeping Sam content and cooperative. To maintain his favor, Loren adopted a disarming approach, donning fishnet stockings to appeal to his warped preferences, speaking in soft, soothing tones, and even singing lullabies, all while concealing her inner revulsion. On November 27, 2018, the FBI announced that 34 of Sam Little's 93 confessions had been quickly confirmed as accurate, based on details he himself provided. On December 13, 2018, he pled guilty to the murder of Denise Brothers, earning him a 4th life sentence. Following this, Little expressed a sudden desire to return to California State Prison in Los Angeles County, despite his earlier insistence that he despised the place. The real reason? It was closer to Chili and Lauren. Their daily phone calls and Lauren's frequent visits kept Little tethered, both emotionally and strategically, even as she struggled to endure these interactions. Sam began telling Lauren disturbing things like, "I'm not able to fuck you, but you're mine and you'll be mine forever in heaven." It became evident that the twisted sense of love Sam claimed to feel for his victims as he choked and claimed them had now fixated on Lauren. Chillingly, had Little been a free man, he almost certainly would have tried to kill her. Despite the unnerving circumstances, Chili and Lauren continued their interviews, driven by their mission to identify the countless victims who remain nameless. For 2 years and 4 months, Lauren endured near-daily contact with one of the most prolific killers in history, an experience that inevitably took a devastating toll on her mental health. And honestly, how could it not? Remarkably, it was through the relentless efforts of Chili and Lauren that authorities were able to identify victims such as Agatha White Buffalo and Alice Duval. Lauren's conversations with Sam yielded key insights, allowing investigators to piece together fragments of his personal life and details about a vast number of women. Across the country, law enforcement agencies continued their painstaking work to connect Sam Little to unsolved murders, aided by the critical information Lauren had managed to extract. On May 31, 2019, Sam Little pleaded guilty to 2 murders in Cleveland, Ohio, those of Mary Jo Payton and Rose Evans, and was handed 2 additional life sentences. Not long after, he admitted to the murders of Annie Lee Stewart and an unidentified black woman whose body had been found discarded near a cigarette billboard in Cincinnati. These confessions earned him his 7th and 8th life sentences, further cementing his grim legacy. By October 6, 2019, the FBI announced they had verified 50 of Sam Little's 93 confessions. The effort to confirm his claims became a race against time as Little's health continued to decline. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 only added hurdles, with California State Prison going into lockdown, preventing investigators from showing him photos of potential victims. Extracting details over phone calls from a manipulative psychopath was no easy task. Still, in November 2020, Miami-Dade police confirmed Little's involvement in the murders of Karen O'Donoghue and Dorothy Gibson from the 1970s. Gibson's case carried an additional tragedy. An innocent man had been wrongfully convicted of her murder in 1977, spending 22 years behind bars before being exonerated in 1999. On December 21, 2020, Sam Little contracted COVID-19 and was moved into the prison's makeshift quarantine unit. Just over a week later, on December 30, at approximately 4:35 a.m., he succumbed to complications from the virus, exacerbated by his chronic heart condition. The most prolific serial killer in U.S. history reached the age of 80 before his death. That morning, Jillian Lauren was awakened by a call. To her shock, Sam Little had named her as his next of kin. The clerk on the other end unironically stated, "I'm sorry for your loss." Little left Jillian $1,097 and the responsibility of attending to his remains. Jillian arranged for Little's brain to be studied by neuroscientists at Stanford and UC Irvine, hoping to uncover any unique characteristics in the brain structure of a psychopathic serial killer. However, a paperwork mishap led to his immediate cremation. While it was a missed opportunity, prior studies of serial killers' brains suggest that, chillingly, their structure often mirrors that of ordinary individuals. In 2021, Jillian Lauren finally retrieved Sam Little's ashes from California State Prison. The remains now rest on a shelf in her garage. Lauren recalled one of her final conversations with Little, where he claimed, "I'm sorry and ashamed about the deaths of these women." Skeptical, she pushed him, suggesting it was all just an act. Little admitted, "Yeah, you got me. I put on a show for the world, the public, They're strangers. They don't really know me. All I can do is pray for my soul. God says that murdering is no more serious than stealing a candy